the light, daylight. Dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia 2025.
That's it! Velocity crashing! Virtually no velocity losing the side. और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा बड़ी हमें लगाई बट ट्रिकी इज पुशिंग इट डाउन एक एक करके फ्रैग इन्हें हमारा सिचुएशन कंट्रोल जरूर करी है लेकिन दीदी पकड़ेगा शाउट स्टेप के अंदर पकड़ के एक परफेक्ट फ्री एक सेकंड में कामयाब
This could very well be a prelude for a team to start their greater glory and also an opportunity for a team to maybe lose all their hopes, go back and practice some more for the next season. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Judgment Day and today we will figure out which is going to be that third team which will join us on the land. Welcome, you all are watching the OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Ascension Qualifiers and we're going to have some insane matches today for the upper bracket finals as well and then also for the lower bracket qualifiers because one of the team will be bidding us adieu, but the other team will be saying us hola for the grand finals.
And the team bidding us bye today could also be the players of Revenant XSpark because they are in the low bracket matchup against the players of .exe and it's going to be a really important one for the players of Revenant XSpark because let's be honest, in the entire Split 2 run, Revenant was not looking confident. They were not feeling themselves. They couldn't make it to the playoffs as well. And yesterday also, you noticed that Revenant XSpark came with a major change in the roster, Antidote stepping down, Deathmaker coming in, and seems like the complete team was looking off.
Yeah, they were looking entirely different. I 100% agree, right? Because normally they're playing a bit too slow, but maybe that's going to help them today, or maybe it's going to be their nightmare as we have a look at the brackets as well. For the Ascension Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, VLT and .exe went against each other yesterday and it was a straight up 2-0 flush, and something that we were not really expecting but that had happened was also in the match 2 where S8UL, I would say that they were my favorites at least in that series, but not in a 2-0 manner, man. They ended up surprising me very solidly, and out there now lower bracket round 1 is where .exe will face Revenant XSpark, while for the upper bracket it's going to be VLT and S8UL. That's going to be the first game, ladies and gentlemen. We'll kick things off with that one and we'll see which one of them will reach the grand finals. Now, Shadow, I really want to have a bit of a discussion about S8UL and VLT because as much as you'd like to go in the grand finals from the upper bracket, it becomes even more crucial for S8UL because they only look very solid on one map against VLT.
That's only Icebox, and I'm going to repeat myself again, Scared. Let's be honest, Velocity can go for Icebox ban because that's the only weak map for the players of VLT. But on the other side, SA12 Esports, they have to deal with Lotus, they have to deal with Haven because Damara is one of those guys as a Neon. He's undefeatable on the map of Haven. So SA12 Esports, they can either ban the map of Lotus or Haven, but for VLT, it's a simple job. Just ban the map of Icebox, that's it.
Yes, and that's why moving into the grand finals from the upper bracket gets even more crucial, because in that scenario, SATUL will not just get both the bans but also the first map pick too. But they'll have to go through this behemoth, this mountain that no one has been climbing so successfully in consecutive games out here. It's VLT, SK Rossi, Russ, Lightning Fast, Madeline and Damara. Every single one of them feeling themselves on Cloud 9. This lineup is stacked up, and they are proving to be an absolute nightmare for everyone to deal with. And how do you eventually take care of the players like SK Rossi, man? When there are moments when this player shines up like anything, and when he is fading away, that's when Lightning Fast rises up.
Lightning Fast always steps up because if you notice in Split 2 as well, where Velocity couldn't lift the trophy, couldn't make it to the grand finals, Lightning Fast was still stepping up even in the bad days, in the bad games of Velocity Gaming. Lightning Fast as a controller gets those crucial frags every single time. But yes, recently in the last matchup, if you noticed, SK Rossi was fantastic always as a chamber, but as a Cypher also, he was top fragging. He was getting those crucial kills against the players of SA12 Esports as well in the grand finals of Split 3. But looking at the players of SA12, their entire lineup, King Kappa is a guy who has been stepping up majorly. He has improved tremendously as compared to Split 1 and Split 2. And now the entire team of SA12 Esports look really strong.
We're already seeing Hoax and the rest of the members giving him backpats as well. And that was a big reason why this team was able to close out the series against RNTX in a 2-0 fashion, because again, King Kappa was absolutely demolishing everyone yesterday, and even on the map of Sunset, if I'm not wrong, right, we were constantly seeing him just win out on every single duel on the map of here as well. There was this one map where it was a Cypher versus Cypher, yes, the map of Sunset itself, and Georgie was outflagging his entire team out there, but SAQL kept on winning round after round thanks to this guy's opening, and whenever you needed someone else to step up, Hope was always there. On the map of Haven, Techno was there just doing bonkers things, like all those TPs, absolutely insane. And you know, this team practices their micros as well so very well. They understand the mechanics of this game. Even that one Omen ult cancel, that was absolutely solid. Now, most of the players out there who do not know, Omen Ultimate have 3 points. Paris was explaining that. You just need 3 players to stand on the spike, and Omen ult will not be able to take the spike, so that from the shadows can go back in the dumpster again. And that was a micro play which SATUL adjusted to. That gives us an impression of how smoothly they are learning and clearing their fundamentals and then moving up on their set play. I love what they are bringing on the table.
Even I also love what SA12 is doing recently, especially the way they are going up against the strongest teams of our country in the entire South Asian region. Yes, I love it. But today, it all comes down to Miz as well. I know the other players are stepping up. Techno has been fantastic as a control, as an Omen. And but Kappa can't always be the one to get the opening frag. Miz also needs to step up because this time they are against the players of Velocity Gaming, and we know Damara is there, SK Rossi is there to fill in the shoes just in case if Damara gets humble. So yes, it all comes down to Miz as well. Today he need to feel confident.
I think so. He has been feeling pretty confident as well, considering the way how SATUL were playing yesterday against RNTX. You know, I'll just have to say, I think so. Miz is just being outshined by King Kappa there, and he's still there, but it's just King Kappa show every single time, and he's grabbing all the opportunities he can get, just like how people out there can grab an opportunity for themselves to win 5,000 VP, who was named MVP of OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 3 Finals. Now that is a star mark, people. Split 3 Finals. Aziz, King Kappa, Lightning Fast, or Venka. I mean, it should be pretty obvious out here, man. Just come on, dude. Come on. Don't waste any time. Quickly scan the QR code to answer, fill in the form, and you will receive the 5,000 VP in your Valorant account if you are able to answer most questions correctly throughout the week. I'm pretty sure there are at least 2 of two of these options were not even in the finals. So that brings you down to just two correct options, one of the two correct options. That's a 50-50 chance, people. Come on. I've raised the stakes from 25 to 50. Now you should be able to answer that. But, Shadow, another question.
You always have to
supposed
drop the
answer
hint, right?
now. I always love to drop that hint. It should be there. Some of the people have joined us right now, so they should have a bit of an edge out there as well. But since we're talking about a bit of fitness, right? It falls down to the brains behind the team.
Yeah.
Russ on one side, while Hopes on the other side. Both have got a lot of experience, but Russ has been playing on the Pacific stage as well. While Hopes understands the tendency of the South Asian circuit more. I mean, I don't know which one of them will actually pull better strings there, but for an IGL, that is going to be crucial to make sure their duelists are enabled, and also the rest of the team is playing well. So I really want to have a look at the map veto by now and to basically better understand what they want to go forward with, because I'm expecting an Icebox ban, just as you mentioned previously.
Even me also. I know for sure SA12 was the one to get a victory against VLT on the map of Icebox, and Velocity goes for an Icebox ban. SA12 going for a Sunset ban and a Haven ban. Split is also banned. So Lotus is going to the first pick of Velocity Gaming, one of their strongest map where SK Rossi as a chamber shines the most. Ascent, we know last time this map went very close in the grand finals of Split 3. It was a 10-13 affair in the favor of Velocity. Then the decider is going to be Pearl.
Yes.
If at all SA12 has got something prepared for the players of Velocity Gaming on the map of Lotus, there is a strong chance this entire map veto can go in the favor of SA12.
That's a big thing. It could, potentially. But again, looking at the data of the map of Lotus, it is absolutely tilting towards a BLT win, because they have consecutively won on that map. Not from they've only lost once. So
Yes.
I don't think so it's going to be a very big problem for them. Most probably they should be able to close that one out. But I really want to see SA12 to, you know, somehow pull their strings back in that one. We have seen how this team has been playing, and I think so they should be able to at least give a decent amount of competition to the members of VLT in this scenario, because last time they played on the map of Lotus was, I believe, all the way far back in, I don't even know when they recently played Lotus. It's been a long time since they actually played it. I think so they haven't really picked it up in Split 3 entirely.
Yeah, they didn't place Lotus at all in Split 3, but even in the map of Ascent, they played thrice and they lost against the players of Velocity Gaming. They did get a victory against the players of Revenant XSpark. That's a plus point, so that means Ascent is not a weak map for the players of SA12 as well. But for the map of Lotus, once again, Velocity going for the same agent composition, the double initiator comp with the Mara, this time on the Neon. SK Rossi onto the Chamber, SA12 going for the double control composition, King Kappa onto the Viper, and Techno onto the Omen.
This is very interesting to see, Shadow, because Deadlock on this map, where there's so many late round pivots and such a slow game, where we have seen VLT take those extremities control and just go to the other side and in the last 15-20 seconds. So I'm not quite sure how Deadlock is actually going to help them out, but yeah, in terms of slowing down those rotates, in terms of having aggressive proximity control, that's where SA12 can shine. But that basically reveals their game plan, that they will have to play aggressively. And the big question mark in terms of that aggression is going to be Russ. How are you going to deal with those fault lines? The relay boards from Tamara, how are you going to deal with that? Only a grab net and a paint shell will not help you win the battle towards the mount. I think in terms of sheer amount of utility, yes, both of them can kind of brute force, but in terms of maintaining the control of a certain part of the map, that's where VLT should shine. But all in all, it's going to be a pretty solid one out here. We've got 4 classics on board with the Ghost as well, and a couple of half shields for Lightning Fast and Damara. It's almost similar on the other side too, but it's hella for the half shield and Techno as well on that Omen. And aggressive start over towards the rubble. Fast control, and we've always seen SK Rossi play with 6 bullets in his headhunter. It's always been that one problem kid on the other side.
Oh, the Viper wall gave enough room for the players of SA12 to scale up, but everything is going in the favor of Velocity Gaming. King Kappa saves the day, gets 2. But good for only 2. Medrin gets a trade onto him. It's only Helef remaining from the side of SA12 Esports. In a 1v3 situation, that Viper wall gave enough room for the players of SA12 Esports to scale up, but seems like Velocity, especially Lightning Fast and the Mara, they were just prepared for such sort of a play coming from the side of SA12 Esports. It seems like a done and dusted case as Maidlin with a 3k will seal the deal, and the pistol goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. And here's the thing, Sked. Last time when the players of SA12 played on the map of Lotus was back in Split 2, and they went for the neon composition. And this time they are coming with a completely different composition. The main question is, since they are playing first time with this agent on this map, can they really execute the strats which they have prepared?
It's going to be a big question mark out there, and VLT are looking to answer that by their own gameplay. They're going to stand. They're going to do the exact same thing. This ghost being picked up as well. SK Rossi with the Marshal. He's going to try and go in for a bit of farming out there. And we have known VLT to constantly go for one-side aggression, and they're doing the exact same thing right now. But I think they're going to test some waters a little bit out here, because don't really want to run in a gamble stack. And SA2L like to gamble stack on certain sites in their eco rounds. But it seems like it's going to be a push towards the A side.
And that is where the gamble stack is also there for the players of SA12. It's all about the timing. If those right clicks connect perfectly onto the heads of Velocity Gaming, SA12 can definitely do some damage, at least eco damage. But seems like Velocity. I love the pivot which is coming in from the side of Velocity Gaming. A good read that it can be a stacked up site, and Velocity didn't want to take any sort of a risk, and now they're going all the way towards C. But look at the proactiveness coming in from the side of SA12 Esports. Instant rotations are also called off towards the C, and King Kappa needs to be a bit cautious. The dark cover is there, but random spam, the C's, that is going to keep the players of SA12 towards that link. Meanwhile, the spike goes down. Should be an easy down conversion as Damara and SK Rossi gets 2, Kappa gets 1, but good for only 1. Everything just falling in place for Damara. Helef comes from Simon, gets 1, but a quadra for Damara. And the second round goes for the players of Velocity Gaming. But since they had the weaponry advantage, it was bound to happen. And the bonus is also going to look pretty comfortable for Velocity, as they were able to carry forward 3 weaponries.
Solid one indeed. I thought maybe Helef could do some kind of damage out there had the people on side gone 1-for-1 trades for the other against the other team. But it just did not happen out here. Helef was able to get 1 though, but during that entire duration, everyone on C side was annihilated. And again, good call from VLT. Seeing how there were a lot of shots being fired on the A side, they quickly pivoted towards the C. And this is the late round pivot that they always go for. It's a bit difficult to deal with, considering you've actually got a deadlock out there. The barrier mesh is not really going to last that long. We'll just have to wait and see how this one eventually pans out. Pivot towards the B through the connector, and I think so that's a good call considering the weak weapon.
Let's see if the call is really going to go in the favor of Velocity Gaming at this point. The Paranoia connects perfectly towards the Lightning Fast, and Russ in the back of it gets Helef. Kappa gets 1. Hawk still trying to equalize a 3v3 situation. And this time Velocity has been denied the side. But look at the spike carrier going all the way towards C. Trying to go for the plant. Should be an easy one. It was an open site. Retake. SA2L still has got the utils, but now the numbers, as Techno is the only one remaining in a 1v3 scenario. Seems like a difficult job, and Damara will humble him down. A third one for Velocity Gaming, a bonus conversion coming in. This is not the start which the players of SA2L wanted to have on this map.
But this is definitely the start VLT were looking out for. Absolutely fantastic. And again, picking those close range battles or towards the B, going towards a bit of the CT space as well, taking everyone out from SA2L in those close ranges, and then pivoting towards the C side, realizing that that is the empty one. It's a big problem for SA2L out here now. They're all down to sheriffs. 1-3-3, or rather 1-4 setup out here. Helef, the only guy who's alone. Stack again towards the
It can work in the favor of SA2L, but the Mara, the Paranoia, perfect horn. Every util is being utilized by the players of Velocity Gaming to the perfection. 1v1 trades are there, but lightning fast gets Techno as well. Raz, just look at that. King Kappa gets 2.
Down A.
There's a possibility Helef in a 1v2 situation. Can he really clutch it out? Because he doesn't have the weaponry. If he gets a single weaponry recovered, there is a chance of Helef doing a 1v2. But it is SK Rossi and Madeline we are talking about. Not gonna be easy one. But Rossi finally going for the plant towards the C.
Spike planted.
Helef might try to go for the retake from the waterfall, and that is not where the players of VLT are anticipating him. They're looking towards the spawn, and this surprise factor might actually work in the favor of Helef.
But there's the thing, he's got a big question mark because he does not know if the mound is clear or not, so he'll technically be paranoid. One good thing for VLT is that this is an open plant. And now looking at the position, he should understand that that is a backside plant. He's got the barrier mesh as well, can eventually throw that out in the open, but no, still tries to take that fight. SK Rossi wins it out. That's a very solid round for VLT yet again. But a decent amount of damage being done with just those sheriffs in the hands of SATUL now. They're going to be reinvesting, and I was actually expecting them to pull out that operator as well. Techno and Miz. They're a bit on the struggling end out here. Only King Kappa, the man who's been getting anything in terms of the firepower. So this forced timeout is going to be crucial. Because if this does not go in their favor, Shadow VLT will be looking to build up a solid economy on the back of a big round lead of a 6-0.
And this is the point I was making at the start of the show also, Scared, that King Kappa can't be the guy to land a victory against VLT. Even now also he's 7-4, the highest strikes are 8 with the Mara. King Kappa is not that far behind, but Miz is having 0 frags. He needs to step up. The entire team needs to step up because King Kappa always gets those crucial frags for the team, but he also needs the backup. He also needs his teammates to get a win against Velocity Gaming. And like you said, maybe this timeout can really work in the favor of SATUL since the previous eco round was not that shabby. They were able to do certain eco damage to the players of Velocity Gaming, so maybe. And this time King Kappa, as he has got the Viper's Pit, playing with the Judge, can try to use that Viper's Pit towards the C side and completely block off entry towards one part of the map. But the Mara has got the overdrive. That's something SATUL has to find a counter.
Have to see how they'll do that. The full threat was Damara out there with the overdrive as well. Catches down Hoax. That is the fast pacey hit. Since they're all going to move out of the smoke, there's so many angles to watch out for. And every trade falling for VLT out here. Yeah, that's not happening out there as well. Prowler eats up the first bullet. It's all down to King Kappa with the Judge in the hand. Now he's just going to try and save this Judge maybe for the next round. Hopefully someone hops in to try hunt him down and he surprises them with that shabang on the face. Steals away a rifle. But again, it was an SATUL timeout, Shadow. And VLT changed the pace.
Go, go, go. I knew VLT is going to dominate on this map, but such a domination I didn't anticipate. I thought SATUL is going to put up a good show. A good fight against the players of Velocity Gaming. King Kappa gets only 1 with that Judge, and the Mara was there to get the trade. But losing onto the buy rounds is something which SATUL can't afford at this point, because their economy will go into shambles. They'll be stuck in that economical debt cycle. Even now also for this one, a scrappy buy coming in from the side of Exe Esports. They have the Annihilation, but nothing really is working in their favor. SK Rossi has got Tour de Force, and Damara 11-2. This guy is unstoppable. It always felt like that Lotus is a SK Rossi show, but this time seems like it is a Damara show.
Working out really well for him and makes it twice as well. Painful for the side of SATUL. This is turning out to be a 6-0 Shadow. Just a couple of players out right now. King Kappa with the rifle. Maybe he can do something out here. Hoax as well with just a sheriff. 2 point to the making.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's not happening now. Even though the Prowler connects, there's still Tamara. Going to answer back on the other side. Gets what? He gets a 4K. Shadow, did he not use his ult just a few rounds prior to this one.
Yeah.
Which gun to pick this time?
Now he's only 2 points away from the overdrive. Madeline has got the Nightfall, lightning fast from the shadows. Even the Rolling Thunder of Ross is just 1 point away. So the entire ultimate progression is looking really promising for the players of Velocity Gaming. But nothing really is working for the players of Ascension Esports. They wanted to deny that entire A-double control to the players of Velocity Gaming. Those C's nade combos were there. The Pain Shell of Miz did get the perfect value, but that was only one frag. After that, there was no capitalization. And once again, the Mara with the fast lane going a little aggressive. The double control has been established. The horn goes in. Lot of utils being exchanged in the back of it. Techno and Kappa gets 2. Nightfall being invested. Even the Rolling Thunder comes. But let's see. The Nightfall on the back of it. LF with the Annihilation gets lightning fast. It's a 2v4 situation. Seems like the first round is going in the favor of Ascension Esports, which they were looking for desperately. It's only Ross and Madeline remaining, trying to go for a plant towards the B side, where we have King Kappa. And now, PLT once again forced to pivot. But here's the thing, even if Madeline tries to go back towards the spawn, it's not just 1 but 2 players of Ascension just waiting for him. Look at the position where Miz is. He has pushed all the way towards the spawn. Finally, going towards the C.
Yeah.
The best possible thing is Velocity in this particular round, they can get the spike down. But do you really think a 2v4 they can pull off? Because Helef is down to 11 HP. It's still possible.
It is possible, but Miz is also just 1 point away from his showstopper. So if he gets 1, that means he can eventually seal away the round for his team now.
1 enemy remaining.
There we go. Just mentioned about it. He gets the first one. It's all down to Russ now. He's got 3 different avenues to look for. Yeah, and that's not happening now. Position noted, fully blinded. And finally, LF picks him off and SATUL register their first round win on the defense.
Thank you.
Again, fighting all the way over towards the A, but this time they just waited patiently. Normally they were trying to brute force their way. They tried to go for a spring trap setup as well in round number 5. Or rather round number 4 as well. None of that was really working out for them. This time they waited for VLT to fall into their trap properly and then sprung it up. Again, picture perfect round as well for their side.
Enemy remaining.
Over towards the end, closing it out properly. Not really giving any individuals out here, using the utilities to their fullest. Now it's about time for VLT's adaptation.
And VLT is known for this adaptation. The flash goes in on the back of it, trying to execute the C-side. The Pana hit perfectly to King Kappa, but the Poison Cloud is going to deny any sort of entry to the players of Velocity Gaming. Rolling Thunder being invested from the side of VLT, and Nightfall also there, and Damara and lightning fast. Deals with the side anchors, Hawks miss, King Kappa, all 3 goes down. It's only Techno, he gets 1, can he get the second one? Seems like no, Madeline will even shut him down. It's only Helef remaining in a 1v4 situation. Through the waterfalls, gets 1, onto lightning fast, but still it's 1v3 and Eskirosi is onto the operator.
There's 3 people peeking him. There's no way he wins this one. Tried to go for a wide peek, whereas Rossi was already posted up on that angle. And he's going to be saying thank you to SATUL for that operator. It's just 1 round that SATUL got, and right after that, VLT going in for their pacey hit towards the C-side. I did like the idea of what Hoax was trying to pull there. As soon as the Rolling Thunder was falling up, he wanted to be in that position to try and support his team and stop the flood from the choke point. But he did not anticipate Damara's close follow-up behind that ultimate. And he was really just very next to it. You do not anticipate a Neon running that fast. Or rather, falling up that quickly on the back of that Rolling Thunder again. Very fast hit towards the C-side. King Kappa just got out in the open. Couldn't do a thing. And the side has gone in for OLT's favor.
Spike planted.
Thing is, SATUL Esports is not able to deal with the aggression which Damara is bringing in. The fast side hits is really working in the favor of Velocity Gaming. And now, for the retake, it's a 4v5 situation, but look at the position where Russ was. Having the entire C-mount control, Techno, Hawks, it both goes down. LF gets 1 onto Damara, but it's only last player remaining, and he'll be dealt by SK Rossi with that operator. This time, this Lotus is not SK Rossi show. It is Damara show. I love the adaptation of Velocity Gaming. This time they're going for those fast executes, and Damara 17 in 5 looks unstoppable. Once again, he has got the overdrive. The operator still with the SK Rossi, and not enough credits toward the side of SA12 Esports. They are stuck in that economical dead cycle. A second timeout is being utilized. Imagine the amount of pressure the players of SA12 are feeling at this point. To have a still doable scoreline, they need the next 3 rounds converted in their favor. 8-4 is the best possible swap for the players of SA12 to show any sort of a comeback in the second half. But the way things are going, the chances of converting the next 3 rounds are highly unlikely.
8-4. That's going to be the best thing. But here's the thing, Shadow. Now, this is the second and the last timeout for SA12. They do not have anything for the next map. Or rather, the next half. That's going to be the big sign of concern. We have known VLT with their adjustments. It's like they've got a lot of things lined up. Multiple layers of executes that they can do. And if you're not really able to figure out what they're trying to do and what their normal tendencies are, yeah, those timeouts are not really going to help you out apart from just getting one round. It's just the fact that it falls down to the game plan, Shadow, and this is super solid for VLT. Look at that. The first time when SA12 took the timeout, VLT went for a very pacey hit towards one side. This time they're holding it. They're waiting for SA12 to change the pace and see where they want to try and force their fight on. I love this anticipation from VLT, and now they're just diligently re-clearing every part of the map. So, we'll just have to see how this one's going to be falling in onto their side. Took the space towards the B. And now just rendezvousing over towards the C. And that gamble read is actually right from SA12. But the fact is, it's all sheriffs. Outside of the B has been re-cleared. So now the question remains, if it's going to be an A hit or a C hit, they're ready for both. Paranoia goes in with the snakebite to try and slow them down. Techno still holding down that place. He's not really caught by C's.
Poison's off.
Well, not enough Crest, just a stinger in the hands of Techno.
One enemy remaining.
And seems like Techno and Helef is going to deal with the entirety of Velocity Gaming. Those stingers and sheriffs coming really handy for the players of SA12 Esports. Not just the sheriffs and stingers, but timeout also this time working in their favor. It was a much needed round for the players of SA12 Esports. They've got the Annihilation for the next round, but still, it hasn't affected the economy of Velocity Gaming. They have enough crest to go for a full buy, and not just full buy, even the operator is there, overdrive is there, but still SA12 Esports, they need to somehow convert the next 2 rounds as well.
My question still falls back on the previous one as to how the heck did Techno get 3 in that position. Now Damara wants to change the pace, but this guy is still not stopping. Gets 2 of them out there, makes it another 3K. Damara answers back on the other side, but it's down to King Kappa and SK Rossi on this 1v1. The spike not in hand, and King Kappa understanding Rossi might actually have an operator. Was playing a bit too slow. Falls all the way back. And he knows that SK Rossi normally likes to lurk when his team is taking fight on one part of the map. So he is re-wrapping all the way towards the A side. Now, does he anticipate? Has he actually heard this rendezvous? Is going to be the big question.
It's all about the timing. A very crucial round for the players of SA12 in a very crucial duel. Rossi finally! King Kappa spots him and shuts him down. A third one being converted by the players of SA12 Esports. When everything was falling apart for SA12 Esports, the second timeout did change things, and now a third one on the board. If they get the fourth one also, 4 rounds in the defensive half is still a good deal for the players of SA12 Esports.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Shadow. That was such a chaotic round, and I want to highlight the fact that King Kappa is now sending out a very deeper wall over towards the rubble. No team does that, but SA12, this is something that they have cooked for themselves, and this is to isolate Damara. It's more like an VLT setup where Damara rushes out forward and then everyone is ready to fight him. Even though there's a fast lane, Techno opens the door and he can isolate that fight with him. It falls down to that 50-50 or more like 75-25 in favor of Techno. Always love to see that. Right now, it's going to be pushed out over towards the B though. So falls back to safety. Askerosi was the first one to be picked off by that operator, which was posted over towards the C then after that first fight. Lovely shot for the first one, and King Kappa sees two as well. Oh, phenomenal as Damara wanted to be a nuisance out there for the other side. But it's still the players of VLT caged in connector. Stuck out there, and Miz is ready for the answer. He's already seen Madeline. He knows where he is, and Techno is ready to take that fight to him, or rather, ready to answer the fight. Takes his sweet time to adjust the aim. And S8QL on the back of that one timeout is able to pull themselves back up in this half. Put them up in that fighting chance. 4 and 8 for the conversion. Lovely readjustments. We'll have to see how this eventually falls back up. As I said, QL will now need to take that fight to the members of VLT. And they've got deadlock in the composition, so that should help them. And to be honest, they're going to be so very ready with this 8-4. A Sheriff now brought it to the mix with a Frenzy and a couple of Ghosts as well. Seems like they want to take this fight up close and personal. And the Sheriff of King Kappa has been working out for him. He will be on that lurk, taking the fight against Rossi. So it's, oh my god, almost a lovely duel, but Rossi's gonna have that control.
He certainly has the control, but mid-lane, Techno with a Frenzy gets the timing onto him. And LF also finds Damara. The defense is not really that strong. S8QL is breaching into the defense of Velocity Gaming, and now they have the entire side control towards the A.
Standing.
Kappa also deals with the lurking SK Rossi. This time the lurk is also not working in the pistol round for the players of Velocity Gaming. And a flawless pistol conversion for the players of S8QL Esports. They wanted this pistol round, and getting in a flawless manner is definitely going to boost their confidence. And Sked, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the one who mentioned the fact that Velocity has really good pistol rounds in the attacking halves. In the defensive half, they tend to struggle a bit. But the eco conversions in the defensive half are also really strong for the players of Velocity Gaming, especially when Damara comes in with the Bucky. So if S8QL converts the entire eco round also, there is a strong chance of coming to an equalizer.
There's a possibility. But there's also another fact, Shadow, that it has mostly been Damara who's been doing all the fireworks, right? On the other side.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! That's a nice shot from Rossi. And this is how they normally piece together these thrifty rounds.
Just the moment we said it's only Damara who gets the majority of the kills, SK Rossi is like, no, wait a second, I'll give you the first frag. That was an answer to the casters also. But yes, a little closer to converting a eco round. The players of Velocity, now they have the numbers advantage. But a slow walk up towards the B main. But look at the position of mid lane. He's just prepared and ready for the players of S8QL Esports. He can do so much damage if the Prowler connects perfectly, or even the C's can do a lot. Now mid lane is aware, the Prowler goes in, but C's being exchanged, and finally Techno was just ready. What a read coming in. Gets one onto mid lane as well. Numbers being equalized. LF going for the plant. Mara being stopped in his tracks, but SK Rossi was there with a headhunter, gets Techno, Kappa gets Damara, back and forth trades are coming in. Still a possibility of a eco conversion from the side of Velocity Gaming, but S8QL, they need this round. They have to buy enough time to convert the 6-1. The Bucky in the hands of SK Rossi. Can he get one? But seems like Kappa gets one onto Lightning Fast. SK Rossi with the 3K, and LF will seal the deal. A 6-1 coming for the players of S8QL Esports.
He was almost there on the verge of converting another round for the team. SK Rossi on this chamber in defense looks like a different beast. What a good recovery coming in from SATUL. Again, King Kappa getting that one crucial frag when the people wanted to hop off from the CT. Just was able to stop all of them there. And on the back of it, Techno as well though. I like the anticipation. As soon as they figured out the players there, Techno quickly breaking that door. He was inserted in that connector angle towards the breakable doors angle long time ago. Understanding again the tendencies of VLT as SK Rossi will TP out after the first contact. So they have an opening where they can insert certain players onto certain parts of the map. This time around though, Rossi is on a very passive angle. Look at him. Normally he places the rendezvous towards waterfall and he plays aggressive out over towards the mount. This time he's placed it all the way towards CT. He's playing far back on the side though, but this time SATUL finds an opener.
Take hold.
That too on lightning fast, but Rossi answers back by getting the duelist out of the team for SATUL Esports and even the smoker. Techno, Kappa, everyone falling down like a pack of dominants. It's only Hawks and Helef remaining. One weapon recovered. That's it. It's a 2v4 situation. And the way SK Rossi with it operator is keeping an eye outside C main, it's not going to be easy.
Left.
A dry peek can be so deadly. And finally, Hawks shuts down SK Rossi. A 2v4 being converted to 2v3. Mid lane trying to go from waterfall. But Russ, still the numbers advantage are there. They have a fault line as well. If it connects perfectly, this retake might go in the favor of Velocity Gaming.
Find you. Last player
Impossible,
standing.
but still. So Russ getting one and Hawks tries to go for the last stand, but yeah, it's going to be surrounded by both of them. That ain't happening right now. Not the bonus conversion that SATUL were looking for, but a good eco damage on the other side. Two of the players will have only 3,000. Russ only 3,100. I think so. We might possibly see a double op setup as well from their side, since SK Rossi has got his Tour de Force up online now. So maybe he can play with that with a full shield. And maybe they can send out a drop or two for the other people. So that might be the case right now in this round. And I think so SATUL should be wary about it.
Come on, let's
This
go.
could be the case. And nope, it's not really going to be the one. Glass cannon operator for Rossi.
Yeah, even he's got the Tour de Force as well, but this time Hawks and Techno getting everything as Madeline only gets one. The numbers advantage still maintained by the players of SATUL Esports, and now they have the entire side control. Should be an easy plan for them, but for the retake, there is so much util also there towards the side of Velocity Gaming.
Spike planted.
That would have been funny had you been able to crouch down and move out of there though. That
Oh
would have been
God.
funny.
Unfortunately, that was not the case. But Russ still has got the aftershock and the flash as well that can come really handy for this retake.
I'll find you.
The horn.
Mark one.
A good reveal onto lightning fast. In fact, a perfect one. But look at Kappa. He can do so much damage. Catches Russ. That flank of Kappa can land the 7th round for the players of SATUL Esports. And finally, the call has been made by Lightning Fast and SK Rossi to go for the save. A 7th one for SATUL Esports.
Fantastic approach from SATUL and a lovely counter to the aggressive fast play of VLT. And this is the reason why they picked up this deadlock. You could clearly see there was nothing Damara could have done in that position. You know where the Neon likes to path, and that pathing has been read by SATUL. So they threw out that grab net at the perfect place to hold Damara down in that one place, and then was just able to spam it down. Phenomenal play. And if this is how they really want to counter VLT, I think so they can pull this off in the attacking half too. Because now they will have major ultimates up by just 1 point each. Helef with the Annihilation, Hawks with the Nightfall. They've been
Even the
setting
Viper's
things up really well as well for King Kappa, who's playing on those lurky positions, you know, that lurking Viper which we always talk about. And he has been winning the duels against Rossi too.
Even the Viper Split is also just 1 point away. That can come really handy for the post plant. And I like the approach. SA12 Esports not going for the C execute, rather they're hitting for the A side, trying to go for the rubble control, dealing with the side tankers. So far, things are really working in the attacking half for the players of SA12 Esports. A good recovery, and now they're only 2 rounds deficit. But this timeout of Velocity Gaming can really change things. I'm sure they are going to try something different this time, especially with Eskirosi having that Tode Force. No major ultimate with the side of Velocity Gaming. That can be a silver lining for the players of SA12. And most of the players are onto the half shields and sheriffs. A scrappy buy. But the operator is something they need to counter SA12 Esports.
Have to see how we will counter that. Right now, there's a small hold in VLT's push out over towards the A now. They waited for SA12 to use their first barrage of utilities, but I like this answer as well as they quickly pivot towards the B side, understanding that there is going to be an opening there. Again, a very good read, but now the retake is going to be in place too.
Welcome to my world.
Let's see how the retake is going to pan out as Techno with a shot, he gets Zamara. A great opening frag from the side of SA12 Esports. As long as the pit stays, this round should go in the favor of SA12 Esports, at least on the paper. But that operator in the hands of Eskirosi can do a lot of damage if he gets a timing on to the plus of SA12, but seems like that seems highly unlikely, especially with that grab net. Oh god, Techno, my man. He gets one and the third one as well. They're just having fun.
He just found out the perfect timing while Lightning Fast was busy digging through that barrier mesh. Just casually walks right next to her and is like, yeah, sure. Good luck trying to do that. Hold on.
That was the
Rossi
operator.
wanted to save the operator. But right at the last second, he was eventually taken down by that radius. I think so he did not anticipate a change in the plant by SA12. That is so smart of SA12, to be honest. I'm pretty sure they did not anticipate that or plan this one out. That was a mess up by Rossi, but can't really blame him out there. He still has got the tour de force, so should be able to play with that. But now, SA12 are looking to go on a spree again. Their first wave of util, able to catch on everyone. And this is basically the rinse and repeat of what happened in the previous round. They're just falling up on the exact same pattern again. And guess what? They're almost getting the exact same result too.
Yeah. Denying everything to Eskirosi towards the C side, going all the way towards B. Hawks is going for the plant, but Madeline gets Techno, so that means no smokes to work around for this one for the players of SA12. And Madeline not just get one, but second as well. Even Kappa. This time VLT, they are prepared for this retake, and SA12 Esports left with only 2 players. The Mara gets Miz and Hawks as well. Easy round, flawless round conversion by the players of Velocity Gaming. A 10th one coming on the board.
You can't repeat the same thing against VLT. They will have their counter prepared. Previously, Damara was caught off guard over towards the heaven out there. And this time around, Madeline was ready for Techno's push. Look at that. Crosshair trained perfectly. And also anticipated Helif as well being there to fulfill the shoes. Or rather, fill in the shoes. While the rest of the team played flank heavy 3 players. So Kappa taken care of first. And then eventually falling back on side. Lovely retake from VLT. And their small adjustment has been helping them out. I think so it's about time for SA12 to realize that their first barrage of util is not being answered. VLT are playing it safe. But they're still gonna repeat that. Hold on. Russ, crosshair trained perfectly. Should get the second 2.
Certainly should get. But the Mara gets missed, and Helef also goes down by the hands of Russ. The Mara with the overdrive trying to get something, but Russ gets the third one onto Hawks. A good round conversion by the players of Velocity Gaming. This time the entire rubble control was denied to the players of SA12 Esports. 11th one, just 1 away from the map point. And they've got the Rolling Thunder as well for the retake. And a scrappy buy coming for SA12 Esports.
Beautiful one, that too. Again, SA12 now, after their first wave of util, they don't really have anything to try and take that fight, right? While on the other side, VLT are just so ready. They've only taken that one small adjustment. That is the fact that they are waiting for that first barrage. Oh, Rossi sees him, but he still is able to rendezvous out.
But it's not just only SK Rossi towards the seaside, it's also Madeline in the Prowler. If it connects perfectly, he can definitely get that opening frag onto the players of Ascension Esports. But seems like few players are trying to create question marks towards the A, but Miz gets Raz. And look at that, the Mara, oh beauty, gets Miz, and SK Rossi Techno. That showstopper not really helping the players of Ascension Esports. And Velocity Gaming so close to the map point.
Oh, the
Instant
TP,
TP.
hold on. Alright, that's it. Like,
Screen down.
I had a brain freeze moment there.
It's okay. Happens to the best of us. But the Mahara, look at that. This guy and his angles which he holds on to every single time. This time he gets a Hellif. King Kappa and Hawks in a 2v4 situation now. They're being
30
denied the
seconds
side control in the last 2 rounds. And this time again the same
enemy
thing is
remaining.
happening, and Lightning Fast catches a slow walking King Kappa. And maybe he can get a timing onto Hawks as well. The dark cover, it's out, and Lightning Fast deals with the last remaining player. A 12-1 for Velocity Gaming. They are on the map point now.
Crispy shots being landed out there. And again, a very solid read by VLT. Holding it down over towards the mound itself. I think so there should be a certain change in the play style of SATUL if they really want to push this forward. You've got the showstopper of Miz, who's not really been feeling himself for this one map. Found that struggling end out here. Really want him to pop off as well if you want to push out forward, but this time VLT have changed their setup again. They had a couple of players towards the C side and a big stack over towards the B. We're not really aggressively fighting rubble this round, but are ready to go for a quick retake, because look at the amount of space they've taken towards Mount. Rossi is pushing like a maniac.
Not just Rossi, even Damara also. But the showstopper. How beautifully Velocity has baited out that showstopper. They knew that's the only win condition which the players of SC12 is having at this point. Nothing at all. Russ just ready with the Rolling Thunder for the retake. A win condition for the players of Velocity Gaming, and a good reveal with the taunt. And the one on the back of it gets hell left. Such good use of utils and the ultimates, but despite that, Techno and King Kappa trying to equalize the numbers. A 1v2 for Techno. Maidlands once again saves the day and round for the players of Velocity Gaming. Lightning Fast, is there enough time to go for the defuse? 1v1 Trace, and Lightning Fast going for the defuse. Seems like a 13-8 is what we are having. A victory for Velocity Gaming on their own mapping.
Nice win over towards the end as well, and some good adaptations and some good adjustments. VLT securing their map yet again, and how many times have we mentioned that this team looks absolutely precarious whenever they're playing this good. It was a Tamara show early on, but then Rossi stepped up as well. Lightning Fast has its own moments, and even Madeline multiple times out there we saw this man just able to pull out his own weaponries and shoot those heads down. This Yakuza boss has always been pretty solid out here, but man oh man, this is all full of surprises out here, just like the one that we are seeing right now out in the open. It's absolutely fine. You know, now I'm going to try and mimic Trad. I'm going to try and figure out what he's actually trying to say out there on the disc. But yeah, guess what? My producer does not want me to play this one small game. I don't like that. But alright, one thing that we really like is Shadow. Probably see the series go to the third map, but we'll just have to wait and see, because this one map was a clear-cut domination by VLT.
For sure, and it was bound to happen. We knew from the very start that Lotus is one of the very strong maps for the players of Velocity Gaming. This time, yes, a good recovery was done by the players of SC12 Esports in the second half. But the first half, the defense itself became a big problem for the players of SC12 Esports. If they had got few more rounds in the defensive half, maybe there could have been a possibility, but let's be honest, it is the map of Lotus, one of the strongest for the players of Velocity Gaming, and now Ascent becomes of prime importance for SH12. They have to get a victory on Ascent. That's the only way to push the series to a decider.
And we've already seen how good that map has looked for VLT themselves, though we have seen the way how SATL likes to play on that too, with the same deadlock composition, so they do have the ideas. But Shadow, here's the thing, you know, they're able to implement the ideas in one round, but then they rinse and repeat the same thing. The thing about VLT is that you cannot repeat the same thing against this team. They will have a counter prepared and right in the next round. So you will have to anticipate that, and then you'll have to basically counter their counter. And this goes on and on and on. That's how you're able to take on to VLT. And I think so, SATL, they're halfway there. They're able to implement some of their adjustments. But we'll just have to see if they'll be able to do that in the next one though. The MVP for this one, absolutely no doubt out here. Damara with 7 first kills and 29 overall kills in this entire map. He was running it down in the attacking half.
In the defensive half also, towards the end, if you notice, in the last few rounds, Damara's fast retakes were always there. Behind those utils, behind those reveal and haunt, every single time Damara was there to get the trade, to get the frag onto the players of Exe Esports. 370 ACS and 7 first kills. Damage per round is 238, headshot percentage 23.7%. And this Neon not only shines on the map of Haven, but now it's shining on the map of Lotus as well. So that means it's not only SK Rossi that you have to find a way to deal with if you really want to win against Velocity on Lotus. Now you have to find a way to deal with Damara's aggression also.
How are we going to deal with that once he's been backed by Madeline and Russ? There's so many things out here that are basically working out. Let's have a look at the team start itself and see how things went down on that one. 12 first kills for VLT. Out of that, 7 were from Damara. So you could clearly see more than 50%, and again their game plan working to fruition. Set your duelist up for success, and the rest of the rest things will follow up. 9 for SATL though, so they're not that far behind, but it's absolutely fine. Maybe in the next one they'll be able to pull themselves up and bring themselves back together. Post-plant conversions again, 8, and that's what VLT also got. There was an 8-4 swap as well, some good retakes being shown by SATL in that defensive half, at least over towards the end when they strung 3 rounds together. But when it came to their own post-plants, yeah, VLT were able to retake properly. Techno on the other side having 5 of the 9 first bloods that SATL had, Shadow. This basically shows how Miz was struggling a lot in this map.
I told you at the start of the show, Miz has to come online. King Kappa was top fragging 20 in 15 as a controller. Seems like both the controllers were really doing their job, but Hawks, Miz were really struggling on this one, especially the way Miz was getting picked off so many times by the players of Velocity Gaming, especially with Damara. They have to, and even the showstopper was denied everything every single time.
Yeah.
Velocity always had a counter prepared for Miz. They knew, find a way to shut down Miz and the round will automatically follow in your direction, in your favor. And that is exactly what happened in so many rounds. If you remember, in one of the rounds where Miz was actually looking for the players of Velocity Gaming with a showstopper, but Velocity, they left the side completely. They wanted to bait it out.
Yeah.
They wanted to play on the retake. A smart play, smart adjustments coming from the side of Velocity Gaming.
I like that idea as well. Again, they were anticipating the move of SATL. They're always one step ahead of you.
Yeah.
Whenever you are playing with VLT, it's either like you're playing a game of chess where you have to think 2 moves ahead if you want to outsmart them, or you know, for all the weebs out there, all the anime fans, it's a battle between L and Kira. And I'm pretty sure, I know you'll also understand this one reference because you have basically seen one episode out there, and I hope that you would have seen that entire one. But maybe we're gonna give you that time, Shadow. Make sure to hop onto that Death Note a little bit out there, since we'll be back after this short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere from map 2.
Why do they doubt again? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt again? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Fight by the team, if it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek ek mara fir rane gare. Sare mere bantar bawe, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de mat bahane wala tana. जब हम आ जाए सामने और करे तेरे बारे मेरे मेरी टीम मेरे पीछे क्या करेगा कुछ अब I said I got your back 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 I said I got your back 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 I said I got your back in my team we adapt we a family from around the world we are back you can never take us down and that's a fact all we do is improvise and adapt I said I got your back हम खड़े फिर यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन खुशी हो या गमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं we work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt we a family from around the world we are back you can never take us down and that's a fact all we do is improvise and adapt I said I got your back and I said I got your back all we do is improvise and adapt
After a bit of an emotional damage out there, we're back again, ladies and gentlemen, for the second one. Hopefully, SAQL will be pulling their socks up out here as we will be heading on the map of Ascent. And again, Faras, this time I know you're going to be here. Shadow's going to be taking that break.
Yes.
First of all, tell me, how are you? And secondly, tell me, how excited are you to see this one map?
A lot more excited than earlier. Like, Ascent used to be the map I hated a lot since it was the vanilla all across at least 3 years in a row. But then came Deadlock and the Euro combination and statistics have changed completely. Now I'm an admirer of the map of Ascent. And in the South Asian region, if you talk about, SCTUL has been one of those teams who have picked Ascent, ran a Deadlock Euro combination and has been very successful with it. But now they have to take down the Goliaths yet again. They have faced them earlier, the results was not good for them. Can they invert what they have did in the past?
It's going to be the big thing out there. Can they change what happened back in history? Because if we really talk about it, there was only one map where we would normally see SAQL win against this entire lineup. That was the map of Icebox, and it was inevitable that it's going to be banned out, considering VLT will never really pick that one up again this time around though. But yes, as you really are talking about the map of Ascent itself, last time when we saw SAQL play against this team, it was a 10-13 scoreline too. And it was a standard vanilla composition versus this new Deadlock Euro comp. I have no clue if SATUL will be able to pull this back up again, because the 2 times that they won on this map, Spartas, has been against Revenant XSpark, and both of them have technically gone to OTs.
Well, that is very true. So this is something which needs to be considered, since RNTX, even they ran a vanilla composition on their side, if I'm not wrong. So this is something you have to be worried about. SATUL plays 2 different teams with the same composition, but the results are way different.
Yeah.
So all in all, this is more about how you are macro managing yourself rather than your opponent. Since what Velocity is doing, everybody knows that is a similar KO Sova combination which has been running since 5 years in a row now. But today, SATUL, since they have played Velocity in the past on the map of Ascent, I want to see the mistakes they did, especially with Helef missing out the Gravnet and the Annihilations on that particular day. Replicate them or either fix them to be at least in a fighting spirit with Velocity Gaming tonight.
I'm pretty sure that we'd really want them to replicate their win against Revenant XSpark that they actually got. So this time around, maybe they'd be able to push this series to the 3rd mapper, because if SATUL really want to stand a chance at going to Ascension, then they need this upper bracket run. Otherwise, VLT will just steamroll through. We have already seen the composition wins as well. VLT looking very solid on that attacking side itself. Even on their defensive side, their win rates have been pretty good. SATUL on the other end, yes, there needs to be a few more improvements out there if they need to take this Goliath down. As we move on to the pistol round itself, ladies and gentlemen, map number 1, or rather map number 2 of Ascent. 1-0 the score in favor of VLT as SATUL try to equalize the things and push to a map 3 of Pearl. If that happens or not, well, we will figure that out in the next 24 potential rounds. We start all the way with pistol and VLT on their defense. Again, Tamara with the ghost. Oh, this is aggressive.
Wow, the trap play. Perfect bite swings, but lightning fast. He just needed one more connection to the head, and the round would have been in the favor of Velocity. It was a good set play there. Just a contact from Tamara, and then everybody just wide picking left and right. But now it's Crossy. He has to take care of the rest. The player's low on HP. He's jumping down with the right click. Did not land, but now Hoax with the perfect trade. The first right click missed, and Hoax, he survives, gets the frag, and SATUL begin things off with the pistol.
Absolutely phenomenal. And you always love to see that whenever SATUL wins out the pistol, right? And whenever they give that competition to VLT. There was the trap play which you mentioned towards the A. But SATUL on the back of those trades was still able to come out on top. And King Kappa surviving there was really crucial. And Spartas, how many times we have mentioned, it is King Kappa every single time getting multiple frags out there. That has always been one of the big reasons for SATUL's victories.
For sure. Like, this guy's multi-fragging potential is immense. Like, he does not take enough damage, the movement is phenomenal, his first shot accuracy is phenomenal. And now, he's leading the charge, taking down mid-control with the team, but just holding the back lines. He's just making sure that no one is getting flanked from the side of Velocity. But Miz spots down Russ, and I'm not sure what Russ was doing in there. kind of expect for the mid hit since the recon was delivered, but now Russ is out of the play and the deadlock showing its class. You cannot flank them any longer, Damara. No updraft available, you have to break it through. Enough information and time delayed. Now, with enough of chopping them in mid, the stun to pair things off. It is getting annoying for him.
I agree. It should eventually be a case where they try to, just go down to the spike, not really give the orbs on the other side. But still, seems like they really want to try their luck.
Whoa. If that shot landed from the market, things at least would have been different for the economical things, but it works out on the Exe duel. A good hold from them. Did he miss out a Vandal there?
No, I don't think so. They invested in a Phantom out there. I don't think so. There were 2 rifles over there.
I saw a Champions Vandal lying on the floor.
I don't think so that was the case. I think so it was a Phantom. But they still have that in hand. All in all,
They lost one. They started with 2.
never
The
mind.
econ damage has been dealt with. So this is something good. At least King Kappa has to play a sheriff. So this is something positive on the side of Velocity now.
My question is as to why King Kappa is playing the sheriff now since he's playing with the team as well. It's just a spam.
Does not matter what weaponry you have. If Madeline is gonna just spam you through the cyber cages. Escarossi for the support, and even Madeline not sure what happened in the round. A cyber case spam and that Phantom delivering a 3k with the collide damage. Velocity begin things off in a way even they didn't expect.
Absolutely crazy approach out there. Madeline just making sure that there's, regardless of the economy that the other side had, or rather the weaponry they were able to carry forward, this is not going to end well for SAQL, and that's exactly what happened. Now it's going to be a bit more change out there. Everyone started towards the B main the previous one. This time for this main rifle round. We're going to see SAQL starting things off over towards the A where they actually use that grab net, so making sure that there's no one playing aggressive. And I like this adjustment on King Kappa's trip fire. He knows that there's always a shock dart lineup that Madeline has got for that choke point trip. So he just changed it a bit out there so that whenever you would want to really lurk up, you will still have to cross that one.
Oh, this is so good.
Lovely.
He has a double tripwire there. With the first one being broken down, Velocity have no clue there can be still one. So King Kappa, right now he is picking down B. But to be very honest, he can just lurk up and be sure that nobody can flank on the B side. But SAQL, they are playing it real slow, and Damara, he swings in, gets King Kappa down, and King Kappa waited a little too long, but now the B split is there, Miz with the angle, gets a pick, and the Cypher, he's still out there lurking in the backline since Escarossi. There is no lurk potential from him, but Madeline in the meanwhile, he spams the smoke with the recon yet again. Another frag delivered. There is 20 seconds remaining on the clock. They need a fast flood to even get the retake started. But Velocity, they are waiting for the double flankers in Rust and Lightning first.
Hoax has to go big. If he does not, then this is going to be lost. And that knife has not scanned him actually.
But the paranoia is just huge. Russ gets a frag and Lightning Flash with the trade. Miz on the side gets one. Madeline has been spotted, just waiting on the shots. Miz in a 1v2. He knows who the player is, but Madeline with a white peak takes him down, and Velocity secures another round. A round where the Cypher died, but the mid split was definitely working out. But at the end, the flanks from the side of Velocity, the double pinch from B main. A good round orchestrated from Russ. And the score line have been equalized.
Phenomenal retake again from VLT, sending out a couple of players as well and anticipating someone to be playing out there. They were able to use out that utility perfectly, and then Madeline, man, just playing that strafing out there, moving left, then going back onto the covers, forcing Mist to... It's more like, providing that one small bait to your player while the rest of the team do their own job on the other part of the map. But SAQL now. That was, I'd have to say, still a bit unorthodox for LF to dive right in when he saw the recon landing out there. I thought they were able to break that recon though, but doesn't matter. It's what happened in the previous one. They're going to still flood in towards the B side this time around.
But now with the Cypher cages, They are able to cross that one way from Escrossy, but now the backside anchors, they are in a lot more pressure. Everybody just putting on the faces. The economy is low, but Escrossy finds one king cover with the trade. He needs one more. Madeline, he's still surviving, but not for long. Techno with the perfect shrouded step on the back lines. Make the situation a 4v3 for SATUL, where Velocity, they have an outlaw for the retake and things are not looking good.
Oh, Hunter's Fury, this got the tag on 2 of them. And Russ will also fall down. It's not happening right now, and SATUL this time, they're able to convert a scrappy by round Spartans.
All on the back of just dive in together. No more splits, just beam in control. They kind of expected the B main to be the leaking area. They took it by a storm, and the Cypher cages from King Kappa paid huge value. The first one to cross, the second one to cross the one way from Eskerosi, and one ways are always annoying to deal with, but that one Cypher cage, the temporary sense of protection, let them get through it, and then everybody just delivering perfect shots.
At least next time they can also create the similar kind of question mark for the other side. But now, VLT, we've always talked about that. You can do one thing one time, but you can't repeat the same thing against VLT consecutively. They'll always answer. Their adjustment this time is to have that mid control first. There's a dimensional drift on the other side. Should clear out a lot of that space out. The open as he first takes a lot of space. Just Fury to try and find something, but hold on, Tamara.
Oh, the tag, Lightning Fast wanted to play the timing, but he is dealt with by King Kappa, instant traded by Russ. Still a 4v3, where Hoax, he has the mid-top play. He knows there's someone could be flanked, but Hoax, he's playing the last player standing. The spike is planted for him, so he can come very late to the round. He has a shock red available too, but Techno in the meanwhile lurks around the shadows, finds one more in Eskerosi. And now, our 2 before that remains, and Velocity should call for a save, because from here on there's nothing they can do. But Hoax, he is not letting them go ahead, or rather back from the side.
Yeah. Madeline wanted to just run it down back to safety. Russ already gave out that call. Even denying that, and look at that, they're still trying to go for the hunt. There's no safety net for Russ out here. At least he's able to take Hoax down, so information relayed, and Techno will just find the back of the robot out here. Lovely call yet again from SATUL, running it down with that one TP and the dimensional drift play over towards the tree. Namara was just a bit aggressive out. Probably wanted to find one pick and dash away back to safety though, but that's still another pick from King Kappa. Was able to open things up a lot for the team. And then following it up as well, where Lightning Fast wanted to catch a timing. They're reading these tendencies, Spartans. They know that VLT like to catch these small windows of openings, those opportunities during the execute itself, and then fall back to safety after having that numbers advantage. And SATUL are picking them apart in those timings.
Oh, that's true. And the fact that SATUL have worked on the things they missed in the past. If you remember, the last time they were playing the map of Ascent, there was no proper deadlock utility. There was King Kappa missing out all the cages and the camps, and not able to deal with Velocity setup whatsoever. Tamara was getting immense value with Jet and Velocity. They were thriving in the first half itself. This time around, it is SATUL who have taken the charge. They look a lot more comfortable team, while Velocity, they are struggling to read or make a play by themselves.
And the fact is that things were exactly the same, just like how they are right now, where SATUL started on attacking side. It was all the way going in the similar direction. So yes, this is a very big improvement. Already getting those 4 rounds on the attack, which were their overall total rounds in the attacking half last time they played against this team. So there's still 6 more rounds to play. That's a big improvement.
Okay.
Alright, King Kappa, it's fine. Happens. Still
Happens the best of us.
Yeah, but he still was able to take control of B main on the back of that camera as well, so that's big.
Ooh. But even after that, Eskerosi is pushing down mid. He gets one. Russ is there for the trade, and LFE is dinged 145. And now the Annihilation coming into the play, but Russ with the fragment. He takes one more lad down, and the power flash play, but Techno, he gets it. But now Russ, he has a flash in his hand. He needs to use that, but nah. Goes for a dry swing. Techno with the frag. SATUL almost crumbling in a thrifty round. But Techno there for the revival.
I'd still say that's a big improvement by this team, because last time they got thriftied a couple of times against VLT. And that was one of the big reasons why we eventually saw the 13-10 scoreline. And this is a massive improvement. Again, winning out those, not just winning out the crucial duels as well, but again, reading onto these tendencies of VLT where they would want to go in for these aggressive pushes. So they're not really giving those individual peaks, Spartas. They are still peaking 2 men, 3 men. They're able to trade out their most of the players open.
That's very true.
It was fast pushed by SATUL, or rather VLT. So that one owl drone is again clearing all of that space. Utility is being exchanged out there while Techno is moving through tree. And he's welcomed by Rossi.
And now King Kappa, he has been revealed, but nah, didn't matter much. Drops the cage, gets Damara, and he is still surviving. Velocity have the information of the players, and LF just trying to walk through Emin. He has been spotted, and he should be spotted, but that play was not necessary, or maybe he thought of a flash, or Miz was a little too late to give him the search he needed. But whatever the case was, SATUL, they are numbers down, but they still have time on the clock. And Miz, he's holding towards that A side. He's gate crashing towards B, so if the team needs support, he will be there in an instance. But for time being, Miz, he's trying to walk through. Rossi takes a shot, and Miz, he just escapes. The spike will get planted, but a 4v3 retake definitely favors Velocity.
And also Russ playing it way too safe. Passive has got a bunch of utilities to work on with as well. It's going to be very difficult. You need to get multi-frags after multi-frags. There's not a lot of utility left as well. First one out. And Russ is ready to go in with a pop flash.
Oh, Hoax and King Kappa shutting everybody down on the first lane. A flash definitely came through, but Hoax, he is unmoved like a stone. Holding the stairs, Anger and Velocity, despite the fact they had 4v3. Everybody falling down like a piece of card. Hoax with that triple, and SATUL with that 6th round now. 4 in a row from SATUL. They look in complete control.
And that too when VLT have taken a timeout. So they've already had a word with Godspeed and everything they needed to discuss. That still isn't working out. And Techno has basically boosted himself up on that box again. We have seen him multiple times make this kind of play. He's trying to do that again. Another slow approach right now. They're taking it slow, but Miz wants to follow up a bit on the back of Soul Drone. He's the only one who can do something with the blades, but not forgetting Russ out there with the Vandal as well. He's playing more of a crossfire setup with lightning fast up entry, but that's not really the place where SATUL are looking to take that fight. They're still taking it slow.
A very slow approach indeed. But the thing is, now King Kappa is watching down V-main with the Cypher Cam. They don't have the control of V-main at all. They know where the players are. But yet again, just working down mid, and Russ, he had the opportunity to get a frag. But he misses that out, and Damara going for that play, gets a double blade. But nothing other than the body shots, and now he survive, and Madeline, perfect shot, and Helif, he's completely blinded, and Madeline, he gets one more, but Damara getting 2 of his own with those blades. Chasing the last player out as well. Phantom recovered, a shot delivered, and Velocity finally getting a thrifty round on the back of it.
You mentioned it perfectly, that even though the camera was watching it, they did not really have a full-fledged B-main control. And again, the smoke towards the tree did not come when they wanted to cross all the way from mid. And eventually were caught by lackluster plays out there, SATUL. They were doing every single thing so properly, Spardas, this time around, but only in that one previous round they messed things up and VLT punished them instantly. So I would still say this was not really a round won by VLT, but rather they played on the mistakes of the other side to claim that round and steal that round away. Or less like served on a platter to them. SAQL can still get a few more rounds on this attacking half, and if they are able to do that, that's just gonna ease things up for them in that defense, because Damara will play with his own pace once the half changes.
That is true. And on the attacking side, definitely Velocity will have a good set of individual brilliances, since Damara is the one who will lead the charge. Although he's on the jet though, so not as pacey as a Neon, but we know what Damara is capable of. But right now the thing is, timeout from SAQL, they want to adjust into some things. Maybe the Shillinger asking them to calm their nerves down, since the last round was a bit nervy. Everybody just playing a little too passive and little too slow for their comfort. But this time around, a grab net thrown towards A shot, a dark cover deployed towards Pizza, taking the early default control. The knife detects nothing, and with the default being settled, now SAQL, look at the spike. It is on the B side.
Really investing on this one, so it's a full-fledged fake out there. And Hoax uses his ultimate as well to try and sell it properly. They haven't really got anything on the back of it. Techno, look behind you. Hello, huh?
I must wait a moment.
That was a bold play to make in the first place yesterday at Dong, but he tried to do that again, and this time to Rossi.
Rossi is no raw fuel for sure. Techno, you aren't getting away with it twice in 2 days. It is not how it works, and Techno just throwing away his life and the numbers advantage they might have created, but lightning fast. He barely breathes with a headshot going through the wall. But now the players being pushed to the side, they have nowhere to go. They have to rush down towards the back anchors, and the back anchors, if they win the duel, the round can be converted in Velocity. They get the support from Lightning Fast as well. Rossi is still struggling on the backside. He swings out, but misses on 15 HP. He breathes, but not for long. He has been revealed, he has been scanned, and the 3 players onto his face. Lightning Fast with the triple. Velocity confirm their fourth.
Such a scrappy round yet again. And SAQL playing it brilliantly for the first few seconds, then just doing stuff like that. Holy smokes. I mean, at this one I didn't even know what to say, right? Because we know Techno to be better than that, but it's just that bold plays after bold plays. He thought maybe SK Rossi will not turn. Thought maybe he's gonna have that opportunity, but can't really pull something like that up against an international player.
You can't even pull that in rank, to be honest.
Kind of agree.
Oh, Madeline gets the frag down. Techno is there for the trade. Just get your basic game right and you will get it, but not for long, because Damara tagged, revealed, didn't care and won't care as well. Keep on re-swinging, and Damara showing his class to SAQL. They got 4 in a row on the first half, but now it is Velocity's turn to make the scoreline even. Just 1 round away to make it 6-6.
Last time when both of them were eventually playing, we saw how impactful those timeouts were for the teams. The one who picked that timeout were winning the next few rounds, but this time around it seems an entirely opposite storyline. VLT took the timeout, and guess what? SAQL took 4 rounds together. They lost 1, they took the timeout, and then VLT were able to club up 2 more rounds together, combining a total of 3. And maybe they can get this one as well, considering they have that bye. Mara wanted to off out there in mid. Miz is lucky to be breathing.
Oh,
What?
unlucky. Sheer bad omen from that side. Lightning Fast, I don't think he heard anything. He's just randomly spraying it down with the judge. Gets a good frag, and now Miz just look at it. 40 HP. A body shot will be enough, and Escarossi just does that. Drops cyber cages, a 3v5 checkmate situation, and just running away with it.
No smokes to play around as well since Techno fell. And on the map of Ascent, you really need those smokes.
Nothing there.
Not again! Oh, Helef. He misses out the annihilation, but not the Guardian this time. He gets the frag. Damara. He has the entire kit with him. The updraft could be good, but King Kappa, just look at his HP. 1 barely breathing. Russ has no flashes. A paranoia deployed, can work around, but King Kappa even on 1 HP gets the frag and he's still breathing somehow. Russ, he needs a triple, gets one, but hell, there for the rescue alongside Hoax. Tags Russ down. 7-5 for Velocity, and this time around, Velocity gets so close to convert the round, but then King Kappa and Helef with those Guardians on the backlines converting things up. Helef missing those Annihilation yet again, but the Guardian is definitely working way better.
And the fact is, he even saw the backside player bunny hopping down back to safety. He missed onto that one, but ladies and gentlemen, do not miss out on the offer that stands in front of you on your screens, where Omen laptops, which provide you Intel i7 processors, i9s as well, 14 Gen, absolutely insane. And you get exchange benefits of up to 20,000 rupees. You get some instant bank discounts as well of over 15,000. And if you want, or rather, once you go to those Omen HP World stores, you'll also find a nasty offer with HyperX headsets that are worth 11,000. You can only get for that 499. So make sure you do not miss out on this surprise as we move back onto the one in front of us, where SAQ will stand up top and we feel CLT trying to push out forward.
For the reveal, just look at that. Such a humongous recon, scans both the players, and Helef, he's just stuck backside, cannot do a thing. Velocity is attacking half. It begins with a bang. A 2v5 retake for SATUL looks pretty much impossible to start things off, since all the players are completely healthy. A 2v5 for King Kappa is a very big ask. He needed at least 2 clean 1 tap to even start things off, and he gets the first one though. If they can get second, things might work out, but Lightning Fast just swinging out. Damara getting on the back of it. Clears all the frag, and Velocity with the pistol this time around.
Very fast pacey hit as well. SATUL did drop the Revenant to try and slow it down, but again, it was just not enough. The second layering and that recon, which was eventually not broken, it provided a lot of information to the team, and they were able to push up forward. Sparta's last time when SATUL were playing out here, Miz was top fragging for his team, and if anything, he was top fragging the server. But this time around, he is on the receiving end. King Kappa is the only man who's up on top. Probably not his day today. And Techno as well. He's getting spammed down out there. Again, that recon has not been taken care of, and it has been a big tool for VLT to utilize.
The timing is just better. And now look at Hook trying to do some chip damage. But the shock darts aren't working the way he wants. There is still a tripwire onto the face, so they know the close angles are pretty much clear. A tripwire will work wonders from here. They just run it to the side. They have 2 anchors on the back line, but Escrossi being the first one to take the contact towards CT, and now Damara with the tail limit activated. A reveal that is good enough, gets both of them. A Cypher cage from King Kappa to make him survive, but Damara with the Phantom in his hand is not letting you get away with it.
Bit of a confusion out there as to who's supposed to break the recon and who's supposed to hold down that push, as the rest of the players now hold their position down. Miz has got the Sheriff, so maybe can try and take at least one of the players on the other side, but VLT has just 4 men pushing down towards the spawn.
Just silence throughout the map. Miz 1. Recon damage has been dealt with. Ruz Damara cleans things up. Techno wants a right click, but Damara onto the rescue. A quadra for the Jet. Another good round for Damara's confidence, and now in the bonus round, can he get the Blaze Storm activated since just 2 ult points needed? 1 frag, spike down, you get the ultimate in this round, and makes it nearly impossible for SATUL to get through their full buy.
We have seen this team convert bonus rounds as well in the past, and we might possibly see that happen one more time. They've already got their set plays. You can see the pings on the map as well. They want to play it aggressive towards the A probably.
The flash and dash combo. Take the first main control, and now King Kappa with the Cypher cage inside is swinging out heaven. 1-2 with Techno. Perfectly dealt with. A rat angle across the board, gets around flawlessly well, and SATUL not giving away an inch to Velocity in the full buy.
Nice anticipation from SATUL, understanding that VLT might want to play proactively this one as they are weaker on the weaponries. So we want to catch SATUL members by surprise and then play with the numbers advantage, not giving them an absolute inch on sight. Phenomenal. And now there's an adaptation as well. Helif is going to put his sonic sensors out there. One at the choke point and the second one over towards the backside. While the rest of the members are going to rendezvous over towards and mid to try and take a bit of control out there. Around. Holy
Spike down mid.
If I'm not wrong, that's just a small part of shoulder that was visible of Russ, and that's when Helif actually utilized that.
You cannot make such mistakes at this level. You are not allowed to just stand there with your shoulder peeking. He probably missed the movement out and then Helif just swinging out perfectly. And now he spots the player, has a blocking wall, deploys it out on barrier mesh, will delay a lot of time, and the moment it gets broken,
Pop flash.
a pop flash play. Yeah, Miz, he's waiting for it. He is waiting for it a little longer, and now
Patience.
the crossfire has been established. And Techno, he finds one. Damara and Rossi get one frag each, and Miz waiting a little too long for the attacking team to come to the side. And now with the tree anchor falling down, this is not looking good for SATUL. They are in a 2v3, and King Kappa is on to the big lurk from mid.
Yeah, he's got to clear out all of that space since Madeline won the fight, so he could be anywhere. And there's also a tripwire that we've got to deal with of SK Rossi over towards the tree now. Miz falling in that position, pivoted the entire round for VLT, and now they're looking super comfortable.
Cage triggered.
They know where the players are. They heard both of them. But now, shots. Now they need to deliver it, but Escarossi gets one and Damara with the cleanup, and this is just better. But Miz, he is losing confidence in himself. There was a perfect opportunity for the pop flash players at the exact same time when the barrier mesh fall. Since majority of the players, they are just reloading at that point. You have a good timing of getting one and escaping, but Miz, he waited way longer than it should be, and then the crossfire setup was established, and then Miz not even getting his one on the cross.
Yep.
That one decision making costed them the entire round.
That's exactly as you said. He's losing a bit of confidence out there. Maybe to get that back up, he's now picking up the operator. There's still a buy out there. We have seen how SATUL can actually perform on these kinds of rounds. Score equalized as well perfectly. Down to 8-8. But it's the economy that is actually snowballing for VLT and not for SATUL.
Cutting through.
I want to see Miz op getting some action since that
Here.
operator on the shot is very defensive. Let's get crashing towards that B side.
Yeah.
He's watching mid, and I'm not sure what Miz is trying to do in this round as well. Hell, if he's fighting World War 3 all by himself, there is nobody for the support, and now Miz, he is completely paranoid as well, and now the operator is not able to get anything. He is revealed, darted, and everything else in the mix. The operator is not getting a chance to start, and Russ running through the smoke. They have taken the spawn control. They will go to A from the spawn. Everything relies in the hands of King Kappa now, but Miz in the meanwhile, he finds Madeline down, and King Kappa, he has to be the one who makes a big play. But Velocity are they expecting him. They are gone out, running around the roses. And King Kappa, he's good for one, but since he's been pinched, he cannot do much from there.
But at least he's put this in a doable position. Look at the HP of Damara, down to just 10 as well. This could be a winnable round for them. But the only big thorn is going to be lightning fast in this off-angle position as well as he throws down the one-way.
Lightning fast, off angle, decoy, give him his information, and now Lightning fast, he needs to make a big crazy play, and now the operator has been spotted, but Hulk finds the frag. On Damara, the crossing has been dealt with, a pop flash play, and Lightning fast need to go big. He finds both of them! Golu, he strikes, the clock's ticking in. He has a shot to step. 1, 2,
Sticking.
3, swing. Holding on a little longer, but Lightning fast. takes the perfect opportunity to deliver the headshot. A delivering of a 3K. A delivery of the 9th. Velocity making the impossible round come back to life.
What a decision making in that split second when he was getting double peaked, that he first needed to take out the player who was behind. He took Hoax down first and then shoot the shot on Miz, who was halfway in the air. And if I'm not wrong, he did not even have a lot of bullets in the shorty, because the last time he used that shorty was all the way back when he was holding down that stairs towards the B side. He fired one of the shot to clear out the recon dart. I don't think so he reloaded from there. So he could not even get lightning fast with that second shot. He was only down to 47. Holy smokes. Absolutely insane. And now they've broken the economy of S8UL. So VLT can move to the double digits.
Oh, these rounds, they have to be converted. Like from side of S8UL, they were in a good spot. King Kappa did phenomenal damage, 140 down to Damara. Players barely breathing, and then Hoax somehow getting through that smoke, getting a frag onto the side, making a 3v2. Position of the Omen is completely known, but then everything falling apart in a split second, all just because Lightning Fast is way too good. And that is not just one round he secured. The next round blows the economy of S8UL, so they are on the Sheriff, which makes the probability of S8UL even lesser.
My ult is ready.
Now we'll have to see this small scale up in mid by King Kappa. Needs to provide a value, and it will.
This is so clever from Rossi. Walks in, drops the cage, trips via the other side. And now Helef is like, where is the tripwire?
Exactly.
Where am I being tripped from? Where can't I go? Can't I go spawn? Can't I take mid bottom? Should I go back to CT? Where should I go?
Did he
And
recall
all
that
these
trip?
questions. This is such a good play. This is pure IQ level mastery from here on.
It's
You exactly
brilliant,
know
man.
what you are capable of.
Techno is going to be welcomed as well with the shot. Ha! Happens out there to the best of us. Russ is just able to send them out, and Rossi will eventually claim his gift box as well as Techno walks in his crosshair. Alright. It's not going to say a lot about that. It's absolutely fine. It happened what happened. But yeah,
Like
VLT
for
are
some
now.
reason, whenever an agent is in some util animation throwing up a smoke, maybe Cypher throwing up a cage, for some weird reason it is impossible to deliver them the shot. It's like the player model is doing some crazy mechanic out there and the head is nowhere to be found.
They turn Neo of the Matrix in that instant.
And all the players just wing around their faces. But miss now, this time around. An operator towards the main, an aggressive op finally taking control, but was a try wide peak and missing it out. A grab net is just beautiful to stop the push. Helef gets one frag on the back of it, and now Hoax, he's being detained, flashed, dazed, and everything. He still gets a frag on Damara, but Ruz with the trade lighting fast finds one more on Helef. Ruz, he is being the main man. The captain is doing wonders to get velocity to the grand finale.
Oh, okay. Important duel by the Omen. Techno wins it out too. They've got the opportunity to try and take this down on the neural theft. They will get all the information, and there's a paranoia to play around.
Both the players are completely blinded, and Madeline just went a little too wide, but now fragment deployed, time bought, but Russ, will he expect a double swing from the right? Because both the players are just sticking together, and the shotty in their hand will definitely work out. Techno with the cleanup round. S8UL. Finally a retake has been converted. 9th one on the board.
We got to run and take the operator as well quickly. And yeah, Techno will pick that up. No problems out there though, but such a crucial duel. First of all, Hoax holding down that angle, Spartans. That was absolutely important. It all started with a grab net of Helef, which eventually got one player down on his knees, or rather 2 or 3 of them down on his knees. Their knees. SK Rossi fell the first through the spam. And then Hoax holding down the angle towards the stair, going 1 for 1. And then Techno winning out his own duel as well out there in main. All three of them needed to go SHUL's way if they wanted to convert that round, and they absolutely did. And you know, throughout all of that chaos, there was one crucial point that we also missed out. King Kappa set his trippers up over towards the B side and was individually playing on the other part of the map, anticipating that Russ would use the null command.
That is true. That is something like you do expect majority of the time. The Cypher plays on the opposite side of where the setup is, especially in a double sentinel composition. You are supposed to play like that, since if the deadlock is suppressed, the utility is still active on the other side and vice versa. But now look at Miz. Waited for the drone detection to end, and now with the gate crash into the site, he's taking the aggressive A main control with the operator, but will lightning fast swing that out since he knows where Miz was, and Miz is the one who carries an operator, so striking the check boxes looks like the case where he should reposition, and he will from the shadows.
It's all a full fledged push towards the B side. Only one ship fire by King Kappa to help him out. Oh, lovely big one, Hunter's Fury. Can he get something? Holy smokes! It just feels like he almost got two players out of the mix. Catching a tag as well, and now it's Damara's turn to maybe shine for his team.
But the Annihilation, they have been delayed very longer. Damara is there in the cocoon, so it doesn't matter much. Another good round, and it is just a cleanup. SHUL making those numbers equalize, 10 overall. Our performance has been improved since the last time they faced Velocity, because this time around they have good set plays to hold down the sides. And the Hunter's Fury from Hoax, the Tripwire from King Kappa, Helev's utility, they have been optimized really well.
Picture perfect, I'll have to say. Hoax as well, he did not just get one Spartus, he also got a tag on two of the players after that. So that means he's basically taken out legitimately two players off of the mixture. And then everyone falling up on the back of those utilities, understanding that it's a full-fledged B push. Because it was a lovely scan by the recon. And since it was a one-dimensional push through B main, SHUL were able to stop entirety of that. But here's this thing. This is what I was actually worried for. The fact that VLT still had one more timeout left. And they basically called this one at 10-10. And Hellranger has got nothing, so he can just wait for his boys to probably either close out this entire map or maybe push things up to 12-12 to eventually talk to them after this time. And we've always seen how VLT adapts to whatever the other team is trying to do. And I think so we might possibly see them take a bit of a mid control one more time, because that did work out for them back in round number 18.
Let's see if that things will work out or not, since even SHUL, they are adapting really well. But now a fast hit running it down, Escarossi taking the first point of contact, and Techno takes down Damara. Yet another initial blow has been drawn. With Damara falling, the spearhead is already out of the picture, and those blaze storms, which could have been the win condition on the Stinger, is nowhere to be found. Velocity, their attacking side is looking real clumsy.
Or rather, I'd have to say SHUL's defense has been looking so solid. Now doubled up in 3 as well. Eldron's gonna break that stack. But my question is, did they notice Techno?
They did not. And Techno, he has a paranoia to make things even better. But now Revenant, paranoia play should be the one. Just go with it. And Techno 1 needs a second one. He's stunned, but did not matter. Revenant on the back of paranoia is a thing of beauty for sure. Exactly the things we wanted to see from Helef in the last series they faced each other. It didn't happen then, but Helef making humongous improvement from the last time. Utility usage on top, and Velocity, they are slowly going down.
This is the reason why he is one of the top consistent players in the South Asian scene. Because he always improves and he's always there learning things. And this is just brilliant. Even though that sonic sensor eventually got Techno out there, but it's absolutely fine. As long as they were able to just win out those fights. Because everyone was concussed, everyone was dazed. Now VLT. What are they going to do? Widespread set. They did take the aim in control, but that one smoke brings some big question marks. And also got the dimensional drift available of Miz if things get a bit troublesome.
Here.
Russ. For flash. Nah. He's spotted. But now Miz with the operator. Has been spotted as well. But Rossi with the grab red, he has to just kneel down yet again. The thing is, this round is very crucial from the side of Velocity. Their economy is not in a good shape. If they lose this, this is definitely going in the favor of SQL. But SQ Rossi, he has a timing. He has a perfect timing, but now so is LF. He finds both of them. A misplay from SQ Rossi. Did expect the players, and LF with the third. Almost looking for the quadra, and the series looks it is going to be equalized since SHUL, they take the lead with 2 rounds on to the map point.
Seems like we're going to map number 3 out here, Spartans, because SHUL have broken the economy on the other side, you very well mentioned, and on the back of it as well, they've basically brought 4 rounds together. The timeline looks absolutely in their favor. And Helef through the smoke, playing it to perfection. He was ready with the shotty, anticipating Rossi to move in the smoke first, but Rossi just took that journey around the curvature of the smoke. But since he had to jump down, he was eventually caught by that noise, and Helef picked the perfect timing to take him down. Doubled up as well on the back of it. Now, it's a classic ace split, but there's a barrage of util in front of them that they've got to deal with.
Cage triggered.
Tomara diving in. This time around, at least he's able to get into the side and will get the frag as well. Techno, he had no clue where the bullets are coming from, but now Tamara, he needs one more pick. The thing is, without the initiator flashes now, they have to hold the side. There is no fragment for the post plant, no flashes remaining, no 0 point. And Eskerosi, he has to play a big part. Spots the barrel, finds one for King Kappa. Re-swings immediately. Miz finds the pick. Jamara gets out the picture. A 2v3 for the hold. Miz, King Kappa and Hogs to make it through the map of Pearl. The clock is ticking in as Spectre in the hand of Madeline. He needs to go huge. Last time around, Lightning Flash was able to make the impossible happen. Can he do it again? And he surely will. Finds both the players. Makes the numbers advantage in the favor of Velocity. Hogs, the XIGL on his way through to the spike, but in the 1v2, the situation is getting forced out. He finds one more, the clock is taking in, and Madeline swings out with the Spectre. Makes Velocity survive one more round.
They will save their own day for now as Lightning Fast turns into a holy grace. What a last stand out there from both of these players. The idea of SATUL was strength in numbers, all 3 people playing together. And then they went in for that double peek towards the Jenny, thinking that they'll at least go 1 for 1, but it was just the perfect spam from Lightning Fast and Madeline. And eventually got both of them. Now it's all falling down. Outlaw still being brought into this round. It's actually going to take almost everyone down apart from Madeline now. So that's still a pretty solid investment. And there's a couple of players now ready to take this fight.
I just want to see how this will work out.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, perfect. They didn't expect that. They didn't expect this hit to come the way, but now Techno, he is still in that off angle. A free dash from Damara.
Here.
He's giving some insight like, hey, I might have crossed the side, but they didn't know that Miz is already there, holding it down. But
they know where Rossi is.
Yes, Rossi's look has been anticipated by Miz, and Miz finally getting the value he was supposedly in the first entire half. But this time around, with a 4v5 and 35 seconds remaining on the clock, SATUL, they are comfortable in anchoring A with just 2 players on the B back. But these two players have to be the perfect ones.
Spam. Oh my goodness, it's actually connecting onto hooks. He's got to go back. King Kappa left on an island alone now, and Techno throws out a control smoke for him to play around with. It's going to be difficult for him to survive out here.
A fragment on the back lines. The Annihilation did not get King Kappa! He delivers the blow! Tamara, he's stuck in the cocoon. The clock is up. A perfect way to finish things off, and it is SATUL who take the map of Ascent in their way. 13-11 this time around. King Kappa supremacy. The reigning king from SATUL strikes again for the 3K. Scoreline equalized.
Fantastic performance coming in from SATUL. Did not see that coming whatsoever. But a 13-11 victory. King Kappa holding his ground down. Miss providing some crucial value. Techno anticipating, or rather giving out the information of that fake dash in that last round. Every single thing came together as one to help this team propel forward. But what a way to win it out, Spartus. I really want to see how it's eventually going to move forward now, because next one is going to be the map of Pearl. We have already seen how SATUL performs there. We've seen how VLT performs there, and I'm still leaning it a bit towards VLT to maybe close the series out 2-1. But man, oh man, what a lovely surprise this team brought for us.
Oh, for sure. The last few rounds from SATUL, they were so well read, I would say, or rather well planned, or whatever the thing you can call it out. But they exactly knew what Velocity was doing. Maybe the defaults were not working the way, and SATUL, they were very comfortable with it. How did they actually manage to close down the gap? We will have a look with the highlights on it. Since the starting of the game, looked like where Velocity are the one who are running the show.
They were controlling it for the first few rounds though, but to be honest, SATUL, with the way how they clubbed together those maximum rounds up, right, when they reached first on 6, it seemed absolutely different from how we were witnessing this team play previously. Their attacking rounds were pretty solid. They were doing a lot of nice stuff as well, utilizing those ultimates to utmost perfection, specifically hooks with the Hunter's Fury. Was always there supporting the team, and how can we forget King Kappa's those 2-3 frags that he was constantly getting multiple times out there. I'll still have to say, you know, VLT clubbed up together the last few rounds to try and almost equalize the half, ending things at a 7-5 note. But Ascent is a very defense-centric map, considering there is a double Sentinel composition on the other side. So it was either way, it's going to be a big uphill battle for VLT to try and push forward through the second half. But it still was eventually a game where SATUL were able to get those 6 rounds together.
But also, if you look at the rounds Velocity had, they were on the back of Lightning Fast, at least 2 rounds. So things could have been way different if Lightning Fast was not able to clutch those 2Ks and 3Ks round after round. So this is something which needs to be addressed. Since if those clutches didn't happen, the series would have been equalized long back.
True. 100% agree. But it's all of those clutches and the plays that this dude made. King Kappa as the MVP of this one map. It's gonna shine the brightest. 22 total kills, 259 ACS, and 40.8% headshot ratio. It does not really feel that this guy is real, man. He's always putting these nasty numbers up. I still remember even yesterday, he had that one map where he was the MVP and had more than 42% headshot percentage, almost rivaling Lightning Fast out there in that department. Clearly showcases you how calm and crispy the aim of this man is, and you need to be calm in certain scenarios when you're left alone anchoring the site in 1v2s, 1v3s, and he always lands in those shots, Spartus. Whenever you think he should probably go 1-for-1 max, and on a good day, he makes it the best day, turning it into what, 2 or 3. And this stat is absolutely bonkers, seeing VLT had 16 first kills.
Wow. Double the first kills that SATUL have. 8 to 16 is a big differential, and this is something concerning. Like, this is not even the map of Lotus where the number of first blood don't matter to me, since it is all just rubble fights after rubble fights. But in the map of Ascent, The first bloods are very crucial since every team is fighting for the team in control, and the one who gets the first blood will be able to get an advantage. But Velocity, despite the fact they had advantage 16 times, converting just 11 is a bit more concerning.
It's a bit of concerning, I 100% agree. But I'd say S8UL's conversion rate, even though they had only 8 first bloods, that shows you a very different story. And man, oh man, they've got King Kappa, the man with the highest ACS in this entire lobby. And look at the rest of the players, not even touching 200, even though Techno still is going positive in his KDA. That shows you a very other part of the story as to how there was a lot of chip damage being dealt throughout the team across on the other board. But they still were a bit struggling on that one part, right? In terms of winning out those duels. But on the other side, Tamara was being set up by the team, was doing a pretty solid job out there. But when it came to those individual battles, winning out on important fronts, that's where King Kappa was always stepping up for the team. He was the man who was shutting down Tamara as well when he was being isolated because of those strip fires. He was the one who was updrafting, dashing in on the side, but rest of the team had to clear the choke point. And I think so that was one of the key as well, that S8UL were able to bring this one map back for themselves. But this is about this map, Spartus. We have now the map of Pearl. We have seen the history all the way back in Split 1. It was VLT to do a 13-0 against Aura on this very map. They know how to play this. But can S8UL bring this back? Can S8UL bring a reverse sweep and take this map for themselves and send VLT back home? That's going to be the big question.
That will be really interesting. But on the same thing, both the teams have qualified for the LAN. So this match will either decide who goes to the grand final and who goes to the lower final. You are going to the Ascension Qualifiers LAN, that is for sure. But where your journey will be on the LAN stage, will you play on day number 1 for the lower final, or you will play the grand final straight after? That is what has to be considered. But the thing is, that map of Pearl, I will still consider an unplayed territory for both the teams. Since the matches they played were at least at the start of the season. This is something which needs to figure out. But how that match will go, we'll find out right after a very short break.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Through the chaos,
this.
Let's go.
Welcome back everyone to OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia Ascension Qualifiers, the major day. Today is time to find who will be the first grand finalist, and it is Velocity versus SATUL, who have tied up the series on each other's map pick. They have no failure rate on their own map pick till now. The Ascent, which was a thing of concern for SATUL in the past, today they have completely corrected all things. But now it is time for the decider map between these teams, and we are going to the unknown territory of the map of Pearl.
Not really an unknown territory, I'll say, Spardas. Ascent, last time when these two teams went against each other on this map in the grand finals, it was a close affair. It was 11-13 in that time as well. But Pearl is not unknown for the players of Velocity Gaming, because in Split 1 they used to look very strong on the map of Pearl. But
They
talking
just
about
played it
SATUL,
once against Aura. So
not
that
just
is something.
once. They have played against the players of Revenant XSpark and the qualifiers also. They have played 4 times in Split 1 itself, once in Split 2. Split 3 they haven't played. But Exe Esports, they have played only once on the map of Pearl.
See, that's the thing, like way back in time, SATUL, they don't have any clue on this map. The Astra composition was working in. Velocity, they ran a Teho composition alongside a Fade and Astra. Thing is, now Theo and Wise, these combination, will they work? Theo has been nerfed to the ground. Every team needs to make a switch around him. SATUL, they are the only team who were working without Theo, and they have not played it enough. So for both the teams, the thing is, one team have to change up a composition while the other team has just played it once. So keeping both things in mind, this match has to be something which can go in either team's way.
It certainly can, but the thing is, SATUL Esports, it was fairly an easy matchup of Pearl which they have played, and that was against Global Esports Academy, a 39 affair.
Oh,
and they pulled
hold
out
up.
a different composition, and seems like Velocity Gaming this time, they are going for the double duelist. SK Rossi onto Yoru and Tamara onto Neon.
This is something which I don't think even SK Rossi expected. A match which will decide who will go to the grand finale. We have SK Rossi on that Yoru role. How did and when did this happen? SK Rossi on that Yoru. Jet, yes, we have seen that guy play Jet a lot of time. A Yoru player. I've not seen him play Yoru even on his ranked games. But today, this is something which is crazy. They have to go away with the Teho meta. They have replaced Teho with the Yoru. Godspeed is definitely cooking something big.
Let's see if they are going to cook or they will get cooked, because you can't take King Kappa lightly, you can't take Tekno lightly, because these are the two players who always comes online and perform really good. For sure, the experimentation phase which Velocity is having at this point, let's see if it works in their favor. But for now, Velocity on the defense, and seems like Madeline is a solo anchor towards the B side, and that is exactly where the players of SATUL are also moving forward. We also have got SK Rossi now. An instant pick onto SK Rossi. Hell if my man finds a great opening. The Astra smokes are already there. At the back of it, trying to scale up onto the side. Rust in a good crossfire against Madeline, and they find the perfect value on Miz and King Kappa as well. But Tekno answers back by getting 2. The smokes are really helping Tekno, and behind that LF Util also helping match, but Damara gets 1, good for only 1, and the pistol round goes in the favor of SATUL Esports. And pistol in the defense has always been a problem for Velocity on mostly all maps.
Oh, kind of true. But now, the thing is, the B-side hit, straight and simple, no complexities there. SATUL just running their way down. Velocity, they got the initial good picks, but the thing is, SK Rossi, the moment he get to the side, got one tap by swinging it out that wide, and this is something you don't expect him to do. I just want to see how things will work out from him, since this is a map where Chamber is also very viable, and we know how good SK Rossi is on that Chamber role and on the Headhunter. but making sure that he plays a double dive with Damara, especially when you have a player like Lightning Fast who can play that double dive role very, very well. This decision from the side of Godspeed, I'm really looking ahead to it.
I like the approach of Ascension Esports. They were trying to create few question marks around the B long, and that is exactly where the pins of Velocity Gaming were also coming in. They were anticipating once again a B hit from the side of Ascension, but mid exploration is also going on, and Miz with a Marshall gets a great opening frag onto Madeline. Deals with one side tanker, but it's a stacked up side. 3 side tankers are still there. Astra smokes are there. On the back of it, King Kappa gets one onto SK Rossi, and Lightning Fast. Damara with the Bucky gets one, but only one frag. The weaponry advantage really coming handy for the players of Ascension Esports, and if Russ doesn't get few more weaponries dropped for the players of Ascension Esports, then the bonus is going to look really great for Ascension.
It is already done and dusted. Helef with a perfect off angle to the top screens, getting one frag down. No major weaponry loss, and Velocity they invested with a Bucky in the hands of Damara. But now Damara, he will have sufficient buy to go half shield. But the thing is, do the opponent have Outlaw? The question is no, or rather, they have an operator in the hand of Miz. A third round operator for SATUL. A crazy strategy, and if that works, especially on the attacker side, Velocity is definitely gonna have a very hard time here on.
Important round for the players of Velocity Gaming as it's their buy round, and this time SATUL also making their presence feel outside the A main. The aggressive approach of pushing out onto the A main of Velocity Gaming denied any sort of control if SATUL really wanted to have that. But for now, playing on the default, few players around the mid, few players having that entire B-long control. But the entire setup of Madeline is something which SATUL needs to be a bit cautious of. Especially the way Madeline is trying to have that entire mid control and have the entire mid information. A very slow and steady approach from the side of SATUL. For all the good reasons, because they do realize this time Velocity is having equal weaponry, if not better. The operator in the hands of Miz is something which can get the perfect value towards the B-long.
Oh, but it's Crossy. He had the timing. Just need to deliver the shot. He misses that out. Not by a big margin though. Just exchanging some body shots. But now, Techno, he spots alarm bot, and Miz, he has to respect it. Holding with the operator, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. SATUL, they need to make a play. Alarm bot detected. Miz still not able to find an entry. Gravnet, or rather, the cosmic pull is there, but now jumping in and abroad, making the shot miss out, but the Madeline re-swings. He finds one more. Damara on the backlines finds another swing and the slide onto the face. SK Rossi for the cleanup. Good round converted. A slow start from the side of SATUL. Wanted to burst down B, but then that frag and the crossfire on Velocity just better.
And these are the scenarios where Velocity shines the most, the aggressive plays. Yes, it was a very slow approach from the side of SATUL Esports, but after the post-plant, everything just started falling in place for the players of Velocity Gaming, especially the way the Mara and SK Rossi were getting those frags, especially the Mara already in 4-2. Important round indeed for Velocity Gaming. And now a buy round for the players of SATUL Esports. It's only King Kappa who's onto the half shield and the Guardian. This time again, trying to get some information of the B-long and the mid also, but they need to be careful from the side of Madeline, and Madeline is onto the judge. He can do so much damage to both the players of SATUL Esports. It's all about the timing. Seems like SATUL is aware, and 5-out round on the back of it. King Kappa shuts down Madeline. The judge is not going to help Madeline this time. A great opening frag, but look at the HP of Techno down to 52.
An operator landed, but through a wall bang, and SK Rossi, he is a bit unfortunate in that interaction. 52 HP for Techno still remains, and Damara down to 30 HP with the Regen Shield. One body shot is all they need, and if he decides to spam the door, he might get the frag, but now Russ, with a siege in his hands, making a play. The players just tugged into the area. The thing is, they still have 40 seconds remaining on the clock, so there is no need to worry. But now, Cosmic Utilities, Astras, pull, stun, everything thrown on their faces. They are diving in, but finally getting all the frags in the favor of SK Rossi. Getting that operator shot down. Folks, needs to run away for his life on that 2 HP. Our 2v2 that remains, but the thing is, with the post plant being set up, King Kappa has the timing on the spawn. He misses out of the shot. A 2v2, Exe Rossi and Russ, but the thing is, again, an operator into the mix.
Hawks down to only 2 HP. He's got the shock dart. All SCTL needs to do is just buy enough time. Slowly, steadily, Russ and Exe Rossi trying to scale up. A fake tap on the spike. A jump peek and gets punished instantly, King Kappa. That was a mistake. Rossi was right there. And now Hawks is just down to 2 HP. This should be around for the players of Velocity Gaming as Russ is sticking for the defuse and Rossi deals with the last player. An equalizer has been established by the players of Velocity Gaming. That jump peek from the side of King Kappa changed the entire course of the round. If there was any hope left for the round going in the favor of SHL, after that frag it just went down the drain.
Oh, but again, King Kappa had the opportunity to take down the first frag with that Guardian. An opportunity to win the round was present in front of his eyes, but he misses that first shot of the Guardian, and from there the round just pivoted or snowballed in the favor of Velocity. And now, with Velocity having better weaponry, things look very difficult already for SATUL. Sheriffs all across with a shot in the hand of Miz. They are looking to do some damage, just diving in towards the link, trying to find some close range duels. Techno just walking towards the B side while Exe Rossi has scaled up to the B long. But now a pop flash play come into the equation and they just get one frag and a perfect trade for Tamara.
Tamara still having the overdrive, but seems like that overdrive is not coming for this round as he gets picked off by Techno. Those Sheriffs are really helping the players of SATUL Esports, but the numbers are still with the players of Velocity Gaming. A 2v3 situation for SATUL, where Hawks is down to 8 HP. Should be a third one for the players of BLT now. Having that mid control, trying to scale up from the mid towards A. Need to be a bit careful, especially from Russ, because that is where Russ is also present. Seems like the call has been made to...
30 seconds left.
Oh no. Just look at the position where Exe Rossi is. Going all the way towards B. Madeline is just ready. He's looking in the right direction. Hawks, you need to be careful. Already the sound gave away the information to Madeline. He's just prepared for both the players of SATUL Esports now.
Now Madeline, he needs to survive, needs to just wait for his team to start the retake. There is no need of urgency from his side. It is a 2v3. They have the numbers advantage and Madeline barely surviving. He's getting lucky there. But now Exe Rossi with the operator. He misses that angle out. Madeline, he gets the trade, but now Hawks in a 1v1. He needs another pick to close it off. 8 HP remaining, but a Hunter's Fury into the mix. First tag, second one, misses, third, taking the timing, misses a shot, but now Hawks, 8 HP, but Madeline, he finally delivered. A round which should be a comfortable one for Velocity was gone down to the wire. The op has been recovered, but this is something which Exe Rossi needs to make sure that he does not miss again. That backside control was so important. He was holding the angle, but then missing the shot almost slipped up the round.
Almost being the keyword. But Madeline was definitely there to save the round for the players of Velocity Gaming. And now, Velocity, they have got 4 ultimates online. Even the 5th one, Dimensional Drift, is also just 1 point away. Exe Rossi once again onto the operator. Cosmic Divide and the Null Command is there toward the side of SATUL. Null Command can come really handy for SATUL in this one. But the way the entire setup from Madeline is towards B, and with Lockdown also being available, they're trying to execute towards the B side. Finally, Null Command being used. That is going to give a clear sight to the players of SATUL Esports. Cosmic Divide also being invested. Hawks going for the plant, and it's going to be a flood retake, a 5v5 retake from the side of Velocity Gaming. Lockdown coming in from the side of Madeline also, and from the side of SATUL as well.
Good one from the side of SATUL. A good utility exchange. The lockdown from the attackers have been used as well, and they are swinging to the link yet again. They got the defender lockdown destroyed. They destroyed Madeline at the very same moment. A dissipate from the side of Techno was so crucial to turn the events around. A retake where two big ultimates were supposedly invested. Just a dissipate from side of Techno completely overturned the decision, and now SATUL, they take the equalizer 3-3.
Of course, that null command coming really handy. And after that, the lockdown, the utility pairing. The third one for Exe Esports, equalizer has been established, but still, the players of Velocity Gaming, they have got the dimensional drift and the overdrive and even the cosmic divide for the next one. 3 major ultimates are there, and Damara this time is sticking onto the judge. This can be a great run for the players of Velocity Gaming if played really great. No major win condition towards the side of SATUL Esports, no major ultimate. Yes, the Blade Storm is just 1 point away, but Miz is not really feeling himself. He's somewhere having only 2 frags. But Rossi with the operator trying to push out the B main. But this time the players of SATUL Esports are going for the entire mid control. Look at the position where the Mara is such a critical position, especially with Judge being in the hand. Is going to be so important. He can do so much damage towards the side of SATUL Esports.
Damara 1 to the Judge pump. He's able to deliver the blow he needed, and lightning fast. Running away with lightning fast speed. Damara slide onto the face. Third one, and he's getting just over eager now. And he will, because the support from Russ is just immense. Gets another frag. Techno is there for the trade, but a 1v3 that remains. And this 1v3 is definitely not in a winnable spot. He though has a spike, but the thing is, the cosmic divide from side of lightning fast can be a play. He still has 4 stars remaining, can just pull him away. Escrossi with the operator, watching down the angle. Although A side is completely clear, but aim in control is still with Velocity. Techno is surrounded from every place.
The max he can get the spike down. But for the round, he needs to pull off a 1v3. The silver lining is lightning fast is down to only 7 HP.
10 seconds left.
So he can bring down 1v3 to a 1v2. But despite that, Escrossi on the operator is not going to allow anything to him. And one more round goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. VLT once again back in the lead.
Very well done. This was something which was needed from side of Velocity. And that mid play from Damara, that arts push from SATUL was completely shut down by just an 1850 weapon. That Judge is so much of a menace. And SATUL, they have called a timeout to fix things up.
A much needed timeout though. Because these back and forth rounds are not really going to help the case of SATUL Esports. They lost back-to-back 3 rounds. After that, they got 1 round. Then again lost 1. Especially in the attacking half, they need to maintain the lead. And that's something which the players of SATUL Esports do realize. That's why the timeout has been called, to find a way to deal with the defense of Velocity Gaming, and especially with that operator in the hands of Escrossi. That's something which is becoming a little bit of the problem for the players of SATUL Esports.
Let's see what the fix. What is the timeout being utilized for? Because now Velocity, they still have a bit of weaponry. Everybody on full shields, 3 major ultimates in their backpack. While on the side of SATUL, they have a broken buy. Miz can go for the ultimate if he wants to, and he surely will use that Blade Storm in this round. But Miz, he is not able to find a footing. He's not having the impact on the jet which needs to be delivered.
That's something which was clearly visible in the map of Lotus as well. As a race, he was not really feeling himself every single time. He was getting picked off early on. There is something that Miz needs to find a way to get that value out of the Blade Storm, because that's the only win condition for SATUL to convert this round. Otherwise, it's an eco round. Just a single Rifle and a Guardian towards LF, and the Blaze Storm and the Guardian is going to get the value onto the Mara and Russ. Seems like a good start. LF going for the plant, but for the retake.
Planted.
Lightning Fast has got the Cosmic Divide. Eskirosi has got the Dimensional Drift. Two major ultimates are still there. Weaponry advantage also there towards the side of Velocity Gaming. But SA12, they've got the numbers. Rossi is still lurking around the mid lane. And he has been humbled by Miz with a Blaze Storm all alone in the side. And even the position of Lightning Fast has been compromised, and seems like the decision has been made to go for the save. Eskirosi would want to save the operator, and Lightning
remaining.
Fast, he won't be able to get anything. Miz just shuts him down. And a fourth one for the players of SA12 Esports. And in fact, a good round, because this time they didn't have enough creds to go for a full buy.
Thrifty.
But Miz, he is crazy helpful in these rounds. The Blaze Storm, which is something which Miz was not comfortable with at a very long time, but now getting a 3k with that Blades, so necessary. Getting everybody down, everybody just getting shut off with a one tap of Blade on their heads. A 3k for Miz, a fourth round for SA12, a timeout worked wonders. With the equal buy on both the teams, let's see what they are eyeing out. Because this time around, if you look at the positioning, looks like they want to sell a fake towards A. Because the spike is moving towards B.
Oh, for sure. But now it seems like SA12 Esports, they're also trying to create few question marks outside A main. Especially with Miz with that operator. Now VLT, they need to be a bit careful if they really wanted to push the A main. And Miz gets one onto Russ, Rossi gets onto Techno. The operator plays coming in from both the sides and getting the perfect value. A 4v4 scenario. The old Ron gets information about the position of Lightning Fast. Shock darts, those smokes goes there, and the Mara on the back of it catches Hawks. Numbers advantage still maintained by the players of Velocity Gaming. A very slow approach this time from SA12 Esports, and seems like not really working in their favor.
Let's see what they will do from here. Because Helef, he is able to split them to the arts region. Only 3 players remain, and Eskirosi is playing for the backline, Lightning Fast playing the cross. They have a good setup, but the timing can be everything, and the timing he caught. He spots the player, the operator still there, a fragment deployed, Helef with the shot. Now the operator needs to work out, but Eskirosi missing it. Tamara is there on the flank, finds one more, and he needs the second, he will get the third. An operator will strike on the face of Helef as well. A perfect fast Predator retake converted in velocity. They take the lead yet again.
And definitely takes a lead, and that too in the defensive side. And this time, they still have got 2 major ultimates for the next round. SA12 Esports, they need to find a way. Those mid-round conversions are something which are a bit problem for the players of SA12 Esports. But I want to know from you, Spardas, what's really happening wrong with the players of SA12 Esports?
Well, they are just trying to play contact on every side, since that is how the composition is. This is basically an Ascent composition with an Astra instead of an Omen. A pretty much default Valorant composition on their side. And with that, you just can't fast dive in. And if you want to, with a pop flash play from the side of Helef and then Miz just dashing into the side on back of it, they are too much concerned with the type of retake the opponent will have, so they are trying to get picks, and this is not working out. But this time around, a pop flash play will dive in, and this is happening again and again and again. The moment they dive in, Velocity is ready for the crossfire setup, and this is what SCTL was trying to avoid for a very long time. They ran out of patience, wanted a fast B hit. Velocity standing their grounds perfectly well.
When you have got a Neon, and especially the Mara, you can't go for those fast executes. I think SA12 Esports finally learned their lesson. And VLT once again back in the lead. A 6-4 in their favor. Still 3 major ultimates are there towards the side of Velocity Gaming. The ultimates are there towards SA12 Esports. Hedef has got the null command. And last time when he had the null command, SA12 Esports was able to convert a thrifty round for them. The Hunter's Fury is also there. The Cosmic Divide is there. And maybe Ascension Esports can try to replicate the same thing, and this is the second timeout coming in from the side of Ascension Esports. Imagine the amount of pressure which they are feeling at this point.
Let's see what the calls from here would be from side of Hellranger and what Godspeed will tell his players. This timeout has been burned in the first half itself. No more timeout for Hellranger and SATUL in the second half. This is something they need to be careful. Let's see what they will do from here. Stingers, half shields, a rifle, a bulldog, and then a vandal. This is not the buy they were opting for, but they have to force it out. They need the half to be 6-6, since Pearl is an attack-centric map, and the attacker side of SATUL, they are looking a bit lackluster.
Once again, the updraft play coming in from the side of Miz, but hell with the Sheriff gets one onto Lightning Fast, and Tekno with a Stinger gets the Mara. The numbers advantage is still there. Hunter's Fury is also there. Cosmic Divide is also there. Cosmic Divide finally being utilized by the players of SATUL Esports for the post plan. It's a 3v4 retake, and Hawks and Tekno make it a 1v4 for VLT, leaving SK Rossi all by himself. Dimensional Drift being invested, but still it's a 1v4 situation where Rossi will not be able to do anything, and Kappa will take him down. A fifth one, and a good round coming in from the side of SATUL Esports this time.
The timeout definitely worked. Can they make it one more? They have two big ultimates though. One for side hit and then for the post plant. Hunter's Fury alongside the Null Command can be two major ultimates in this round, but Velocity on the other side. They still have the Cosmic Divide for Lightning Fast. So let's see. Will Velocity is opting to play the retake, because by the look of the positions, they want to take the aim in control yet again with Amara. The operator still there and will not land this time around. At least has been spotted, but SK Rossi will land the shot and take no. A knife will detect him down, but SK Rossi, he is unmoved, just watching the B main pushes, just walking into the faces, and the confidence says it all. But Madeline, he spots the player, spams him down, and with Miz out of the picture, this looks like another round, but SK Rossi, being over eager in the 5v3, loses his battle.
It's still a doable round for the players of SATUL Esports. They can still go for an equalizer. It's a 3v4 situation. They've got the Null Command to counter that Nightfall. The Mara with the overdrive is something which can change the entire course of the round if he gets the value out of it. But now, SATUL Esports slowly going all the way towards B. And Lightning Fast still having that entire B hall's control. They need to be a bit cautious. Even the Mara is also moving towards the B side. 0 point gives the info, and the Mara with the overdrive gets hell left. King Kappa gets one onto Madeline, but can he get the second one? Seems like the Mara is going to deny anything else to King Kappa. Now it's only one last player remaining. Seems like a 7th one for the players of Velocity Gaming. The Mara denying everything, but Hawks is going to humble him down. A 1v2 in front of him, but not much HP to work around with. There is a shock dart. That is it. Nothing else, and Lightning Fast will take him down. A 7th one for the players of Velocity Gaming. A good first half for VLT. A 7-5 swap.
On the defender side, that is a big thing. The defense is something of you need to be very careful with. Pearl being a map where defense is already open from arts, from mid splits, but Velocity were able to care for every position of the map. Getting 7 rounds is pretty good, especially when you have a double dive composition. The Neon and that Yoru on that attacking side will definitely make their way on the attacker side. Let's see how much cooking is Godspeed done with this squad. SK Rossi on that Yoru. How many frags can he get? It will be definitely fun to witness.
It most certainly will be. Let's see. In the attack half, SATUL Esports did a good recovery. How the defense is going to be. One goes in, but Miz was positioned perfectly to get all info. But info is the only thing which he gets. No value with the Sheriff. Let's see. Smokes are there. Hawks with the recon trying to get some information. The Mara still maintaining the entire Hall's control. Gets one. Maiden and Rossi also gets one each. It's only 2 players remaining. Seems like the pistol of attacking half is something where VLT shines the most. And this pistol might actually go in their favor, because it's a 2v4 situation for the players of VCT Esports. No util available towards Techno or Hawks. Madeline going for the plant. For the post plant, there is nothing for VCT Esports.
Last player standing.
Oh, the Mara. Running around. Classic. Switch to a Sheriff. Double body shot. Cleans 3k. Velocity. Good round on the board. Starting off with the winning pistol. And now in the anti-eco, they have even better weaponry. So the scoreline will get even bigger of a differential. How will this work out for SATUL? Because by the look of things, Velocity, they are all set for the second half. They are running away with it. Since the attacking execute, it is no second thought. Just a basic call of dive NB and everybody just get their picks.
Time to jump. Could be better.
Entire eco for the players of VLT, and now since they have the weaponry advantage, should be an easy 9th one for VLT, at least on paper. A side has been left completely open, and that is exactly where the players of VLT are also moving in. But seems like a pivot is coming from the side of VLT. Playing on the default, trying to get info towards a B as well. King Kappa maintaining that mid control. 2 players all the way towards B side. A very slow approach from the side of Velocity Gaming this time.
They are just being very careful now of the start. Spots one. Just goes back and they might rotate again, because if you look at the position from Madeline, he is walking towards that A side and he kinda cleared that avenue. SATUL, they have a start towards B and Velocity just don't want to give their faces on the start. 2 to 3 players still remain. A smoke deployed, Mills finds one, picks up a Sheriff, but lightning fast. With the Spectre in his hands, finds multi-frags. Helif gets one more and Hoax with the right click. He delivers the shot and the Stark push was not worthy enough, and now Madeline, he has good timing. Helif is low. All he needs to do is just take care of Hoax. And Hoax, watching the flank, will just die down to the flanker. Madeline, he has nano swarms, close, cleared. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. He does not know where the player is. He needs to get a spike and plant it down at the very same time. A swing might be on the way, but the spike will get planted and the shot will be delivered from Madeline. He makes sure his team does not get thriftied in the entire eco. A crucial 1v2 converted and Velocity, they survive.
It was so close. This was the eco round for the players of SATUL Esports, and they were able to drop 4 weaponries. Actually, three weaponries from the side of Velocity Gaming. It was only a single bulldog, which VLT will be carrying forward for the bonus round. And now this can be a 6th one for the players of SATUL Esports. Previous one went so close. Now King Kappa onto the charge, gets onto the Mara. The Prowler was used, but despite that, King Kappa gets one. And that too on the Mara. It's a great opening for the players of SATUL Esports, completely denying that aim and control to VLT now. But Rossi needs to be cautious. So close to King Kappa. That to judge, but Rossi was kind of anticipating him and instantly picks him off. A 4v4, numbers have been equalized now.
But lightning fast. A stinger and Techno, he might check him and he will. Spots the shoulder, gets the frag. An interaction which was so crucial that if Lightning Fast wins that duel, if he spots the player earlier, goes unchecked, the round would be different. But now, with everybody just swinging in, Techno one, Techno with another frag down. 3k for the Astra. Madeline will take the exit. But a pop flash play from Helif. 1, 2, 3. He deploys the frag one instead. He's not giving him a 1v1.
30 seconds left. Alarm bot down.
A 6-1 coming for the players of SATUL Esports, and this the Outlaw will seal the deal by picking off Madeline, the last player of ELT. But still, SATUL Esports, they are 3 rounds deficit.
Here.
And now in this one, VLT have got enough courage to go for the buy. It's the buy round. It can go either ways. If SA12 wins this one, then only there is going to be a hope for an equalizer coming in. They have to make sure to deny the buy round to VLT.
Enemy remaining.
Because if this buy round gets converted, once again SA12, they won't have enough crits in their backpack.
That's how you survive.
Outlaw in the hands of Mist can still get something because of two players of VLT are still on the half sheet and lightning fast onto the pistol. And Techno gets one onto the Mara. This is the second time that the Mara is getting picked off at the very start of the round.
My double's dead.
Oh, King Kappa getting a good timing as well. Finds Madeline. Now, SA12, they are getting back into the picture very, very easily. Has to be the 7th one. Escarossi, he's playing up close. He finds one. Just gate crashes back to safety. But the flank is completely unaware. There are two players just wrapping them around, and with velocity tugged down towards the main, they need to take the side control. They have it. But now where do you plant? Do you expect two players pushing main? But yeah, they do. Pushing down CT is a good idea. But 2v4 that remains. A spike planted for the backlines could work, but they can even go towards that B side. But the thing is, the spawn has been marked and King Kappa finally strikes on the flank. Too much time taken to re-clear things up. Too much angles to be exposed from. And velocity, they will fall down. SA12 secured 7th.
They most certainly did. And now Cosmic Divide is also there towards Techno. Escarossi has got the Dimensional Drift though, but not enough crest to go for a full buy. A very important and good round conversion by the players of SA12 Esports, and now they can look for an equalizer because this one on paper should go in the favor of SA12 Esports because of the weaponry advantage which they are having, unless and until the Mara, Escarossi or the boys pulls off a thrifty with those sheriffs. Two players all the way towards B side, and that is exactly where the players of VLT are also going in. And now Velocity have been forced to pivot. Could be a very slow round, but a good reveal onto the Mara though from the side of SA12.
Russ trying to make a play towards that Amin, but the thing is, they are all by themselves with the sheriffs in their hands.
Here.
They need someone to support it.
Here.
But again, Miz with the outlaw. Just watching the perfect angle, and SA12, they will get the advantage very soon since Tamara lightning fast. Everybody just walking towards B. And Miz, he's there, but Escarossi deploying that dimensional drift in this round. He's just getting here, spots the one player. Just take the backside control. But now, with the sheriff on the retake, things are definitely not looking easy. Oh,
And a good reveal once again.
Such a crazy luck factor. Spamming down someone else and lightning fast, he gets eliminated.
And he certainly did. It's only 2 players remaining as Miz also finds the timing onto Rossi. Damara, Madeline. Many has got the lockdown, but it's a 2v5 situation. Nothing really working for them, and seems like King Kappa will seal the deal, and Hawks will get the diffused down. A 8-1, in fact a flawless round coming for the players of SA12 Esports.
One more round to close the gap, and the way SA12 are playing, an outlaw might convert it to an operator, and yes, it will get converted to the operator. They have enough crates to support it up, and they will definitely invest it fully. What's the game plan from Velocity now? With Yoru and Neon on your side, it should be fairly easy. Take first contact with the first flash, and then dive in with the Neon and Yoru abilities.
The entire team of VLT once again going for a B hit. And this time we have the entire setup of King Kappa also towards the B. He's got the lockdown as well. Nightfall being invested by the players of Velocity Gaming, which is going to push back the side tankers away from the side. Should be an easy plant, but look at HP of the Mara down to 5 HP. Lockdown also being invested from both the sides. Hunter's Fury also coming in. Such an ultimate heavy round this one is, Pardis.
But the stick is going on. Miss, barely breathing. It has been struck to half. The Nano Swarm, the shock dart from Hawk is just better, but Madeline, he Turns his nanostorm at the right time. A frag going left and right. Nobody can see a thing. Another Nebula Pulse. The clock is ticking in. A lightning fast. He takes the control. Takes down one more. Hoax finds one more. It is already half. The lightning fast has to be brilliant, but the retake will be completed successfully. SATUL, despite all the odds against him, they secure the 9th, make the equalizer happen.
And that too, such an ultimate heavy round. It was indeed an important round for the players of SATUL Esports and for the players of Velocity Gaming as well, because now VLT, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy. On the other side, Miz is coming with the operator investment, Kappa with a judge. I don't know if these stingers and the Bucky is really going to counter the judge and operator towards the side of SATUL Esports. The win condition could be the overdrive in the hands of the Mara. If the overdrive gets the perfect value, can be the 10th one for VLT. A good reveal once again onto Russ. Now the players of SATUL Esports are aware that VLT once again are going for the B hit. Rotations are also coming in, especially from the side of King Kappa. It's going to be such an important relay ball. The first wave of util is there. The shock darts goes in, and the entire side control is with the players of Velocity Gaming, and Magellan also gets one onto Kappa. LF gets a trade onto Lightning Fast. Damara once again with the overdrive gets one, but Miz counters everything with his Blade Storm, and Techno getting two, leaving SK Rossi in a 1v2 situation.
A weapon to upgrade, a gate crash to safety, but the thing is he don't have the spike, but he will have the frag and SK Rossi! The perfect gate crash didn't exist! He made sure he will get the clutch down. Picks up a weapon, takes a gate crash, and it is way out of the audio cue range. Nobody from SATUL will expect something like this to happen. And SK Rossi just clean with the frag. A round almost impossible to clutch, but Velocity and SK Rossi making it happen. They take the lead yet again.
For sure. This is such a back and forth second half which we are witnessing. And now there is a timeout coming in from the side of Velocity Gaming, because they do realize that they have to convert the 11th one. And I really want to know your predictions, Pardas, for this particular map. What are your thoughts? Are we really going to see an overtime?
Well, this can be the case of an overtime this time around, because right now, none of the team is having those convincing rounds on their end. They're not able to get clean and steady rounds. So, looks like a game where SATUL might be able to push us through to the overtime if Velocity reaches its first. Because they have a good patch of 4 defensive rounds in a row, but they are all back on some crazy individual brilliances, except one round where the ultimates were exchanged like bonkers. But now Miz with the operator, he's swinging in. A double reveal, finds nothing.
Important one for both the teams. SATUL Esports really looking for an equalizer. But this time the entire setup of King Kappa is all the way towards A, and especially outside the A main. The Astra Star is also there, which can be pulled into a grab well to trap the entire team of, to trap the players of Velocity Gaming. But let's see if the plan really works for SATUL Esports, because the slow approach of VLT is there, and especially looking at the position of Miz. Russ needs to be a bit careful. Good reveal towards Miz. The information is there on the back of it. Russ shuts down the operator, shuts down Miz. Such an important frag.
Finally able to get him, I would say. A guy has been revealed, has been tailwinding. But again, oh, the timing from Russ is beautiful. Caught LF off guard, and now I don't think there is any need to hurry towards the A side, since Russ have the control, and King Kappa, he finds one, and SK Rossi finally able to get the trade down. But this is something which Velocity needs to avoid at all costs. But SK Rossi, he is feeling himself for sure. But Hoax as well gets the frag. Damara showing the aggression which needs to be delivered. Velocity secures the 11th by a brute force. One more round and they get us through the map point.
Not just the map points, Pardas, but the series point. Just one round away from the series point. And now the entire pressure is onto the shoulders of the players of Exe Esports. This time, even King Kappa was not able to do much. Hawks tried his level best towards the end by getting a double, but that was it. Nothing else was there. 11th one. And Dimensional Drift also being there for SK Rossi. Using it to get all the information of the mid. On the back of it, the Mara comes in and deals with Techno, but Kappa gets a trade onto the Mara as well. Back and forth trades are coming in. The numbers advantage still with the players of Velocity Gaming. Those nanoswarms are already there, becoming a little hindrance, but Rossi gets one onto Hawks mid lane, gets one onto Helif. The null command was actually used by the players of Ascension Esports. A 2v2 situation where the operator is still there in the hands of Miz. And the HP advantage also with the players of Ascension Esports, but Rossi with the Quadra is going to deny everything or anything to Ascension Esports, and now Velocity Gaming is on the series point.
Who would have thought SK Rossi will secure a match MVP level performance in the map of Pearl, where he had never played anything other than a Sentinel, will switch to a Yoru and will go 22-11, Shadow.
Well, the Jet didn't work on the map of Icebox, but the Yoru is actually working on the map of Pearl.
The better agent, I would say.
Maybe. The stats are saying so.
Hence proved. Yoru a better pick for sure. But hey, they still need one more round to close things down. But now SATUL, they had a streak of 4 rounds in a row on the defender side. They need to get the streak back if they want to push us to the overtime. Folks, he's anchoring down the backside. A gate crash has been thrown. A flash and a dash combination comes into the play. Hele finds Amara. A good slide show, but one frag. SK Rossi is lurking down the back lines. Hawks finds the frag, and SK Rossi, can he get the timing right? And he will not. Miz with the Guardian takes him down. SATUL, they survive one more round.
Seems like Ascension Esports are still breathing in the game. They are not going to give up that easily. A 10th one. If they get the next 2 rounds as well, we are going to witness in overtime. Out of 2, they can get the 1. Because now VRT, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy. It's only Sheriff, Stingers and a hero rifle. Just a single rifle in the hands of SK Rossi. But that's the key factor. SK Rossi is actually feeling himself. He stopped fragging the entire server right now. So yes, the rifle in his hands can definitely get the value. But the outlaw in the hands of Miz can deal with the entire team of Velocity Gaming. A slow approach. The 0 point gives the information of SK Rossi, and despite that, he gets one onto Techno. Out of 2, one side anchor has already been dealt with, and the dump of utility is there from the side of Velocity Gaming. Gets the entire control of the side. But Helef still, can he get something? But seems like the Mara is going to deny everything. Rossi also gets Hawks.
The Stinger is just working perfectly, and now the Dimension Drift to give away everybody's information, and another Stinger frag. King Kappa will take down one, but he will get the second. But I guess these are just consolations. A lockdown has been deployed. 12 seconds more have to be chipped down. King Kappa deploys one of his own. But the thing is, 47 HP remaining, and the opponent are a 3-stack pair of wolves waiting to hunt King Kappa down. 13-10, Velocity clinches the victory yet again into the grand finale of Ascension Qualifiers.
Well, certainly, and Lightning Fast looks very relieved and happy, and so is SK Rossi, Damar, and everyone. And I'm sure all the Velocity Gaming fans are also really happy. But I have to give it to Ascension Esports. They did put up a very good fight against Velocity Gaming. It was a close affair. But seems like Velocity was the better team today, and they are the first one to move forward. And now Ascension Esports, they have to move into the lower brackets.
Yeah, that is true. The series have definitely gone against them, but they are not out yet. They will move ahead and they will go to the lower finale, which will be played on the LAN. But overall, the thing is, you need to go to the upper bracket to have that upper hand in that map veto every time. because that will be a best of 5, and a best of 5, the upper bracket teams have 2 major map veto bans. That is something which they need to be careful of. But hey, today's upper final match was definitely a thing of beauty where SATUL, they made sure they fixed the mistakes of the past on the map of Ascent, take us to the map of Pearl and almost dominated the second half. But then, SK Rossi just bringing in some bonkers performance on that Yoru on the attacking side.
I think that Yoru was something which completely caught off guard the players of SATUL Esports. They were not just prepared for such sort of an agent composition coming in. And that also brings up the question. You said Yoru is definitely a better agent for SK Rossi. Pick one quickly, Spardas. Chamber or Yoru?
I'll go for Chamber. Any day, SK Rossi's Chamber is definitely way better. The Headhunter utilization on him, especially on the map of Lotus, it is bonkers.
Totally agreed with that. But seems like even Velocity Gaming can definitely bring few good surprises in the grand finals as well, because this surprise was definitely something which the players of Velocity Gaming loved seeing from their side, especially with the way the Mara was also backing him up. Even in those pistol rounds during the attacking half, Velocity was actually performing really good. Maiden also having those off angles, especially if you remember in one of the rounds where the entire team of Velocity was moving all the way towards A, Russ was actually outside B main and he got a perfect timing onto Miss, who was onto the operator. So even Russ was getting those crucial important frags for the team.
Oh, that is true. Those important facts definitely worked out, but then again, look at this round. Oh, such an impossible round to clutch, but then gate crash, being 3 position, getting very well value. Overall, a game where it was definitely almost 50-50 in the second half, but then some crazy shenanigans from SK Rossi. 4Ks, 2Ks, multiple support with those flashes. He did his part so well that SATUL have no clue. And being with that performance, he still fell short of the match MVP, because it is Damara stealing the limelight yet again with that 3K of the Stinger in the last round, making sure that the Neon will always reign supreme.
Of course, this Neon always has to be the MVP, and once again, getting the title of the MVP, 23 kills, 289 ACS, 2 first kills, headshot percentage is going to be 31.5%, damage per round 189. Perfect numbers are being showcased by Damara once again, and I think this guy has got used to being the MVP every single time.
Oh, exactly. I just want to see how many MVPs he has overall in the entire 2025 season, because every map he has played looks like the case where he is going to the MVP. He was not alone. The way of his team supported him was definitely so much better with the utility from Russ, SK Rossi flashes and everything overall.
But the first kills are more for the players of SATUL Esports. 13 first kills towards SATUL and 10 towards the side of Velocity Gaming. Post-plant, 9 times SATUL Esports was able to get the side, but were able to convert only 5 times. 2 thrifties were also there for SATUL Esports, 2 clutches for the players of Velocity Gaming. It was a close affair, but looking at the player stats, the MVP from the side of SATUL Esports is Helif with 18 in 17, 4 first kills and 243 ACS.
Miz is not having his day today, and that's a very bad day to have an off game. Just 13 in 17 on that Jet on the map of Pearl, not justified. But if you look at the side of Velocity, 23 and 25 for the duelists, almost exchanging like 48 frags between themselves, and then we have 15, and then 8 and 9 for Lightning Fast and Russ. We have never seen Lightning Fast go so down in that individual performance.
But the MVP, the match MVP is the Mara. This guy needs every single MVP title, be it the match MVP or single map MVP. 72 total kills, 301 ACS, 12 first kills. Damage per round is 197 and headshot percentage is 27.4%.
Oh, that is true. But hey, this game, it was definitely a treat from side of Velocity. The first half, they were doing pretty good. The defensive side was definitely good enough. But then in the second half, after winning the pistol and anti-eco, SATUL had a win streak of 4 rounds in a row, and then comes a timeout. And then the entire course of the game completely changed around, because the way SK Rossi was fragging out, the way Damara was driving into the side, Lightning Fast and Russ, they were just getting the support utility right. but the fracking department, it was so well led by the duelist that SATUL was not ready for it.
Well, they certainly were not ready for the players of Velocity Gaming, but we have to give it to the players of Exe Esports as well. They did put up a very strong fight against the players of Velocity Gaming. It was not at all a single-sided domination, but VLD moving forward into the grand finals, and SATUL, they have been pushed back to the low bracket finals. But the next BO3, the game 2 of today, is going to be between Revenant XSpark and .exe, and this is a elimination matchup.
This match will decide who will be the third place team to get through the LAN. So the winner of the next match will make their way to the LAN finale lower bracket. That is something which everybody is eyeing out for.
Well, they certainly are, but we are going to find out who is going to get eliminated, who is going to move forward very soon in the next BO3. So you guys stay tuned. We'll see you right after this short little break.
This
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
one enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing.
VLT soaring fast and high through the upper bracket have managed to claim the first spot in the grand finals of the Ascension Qualifiers, and they're just one win away from moving all the way up to Ascension, representing India on that stage. But ladies and gentlemen, right now we still need to find which is going to be the third team out here that will join the two giants, VLT and SATUL, in that land. And that one team will be the victors of the match. That's going to happen right now. It's either going to be .exe or Revenant XSpark, but either one of them can take that throne. You're joined by me, Skate, and alongside me, Shadow as well. Shadow, this is a very crucial game for both of these teams.
Of course, it has to be the very crucial game because it's an elimination matchup. Whoever is going to lose, they're going to go back home, and whoever wins is going to move forward into the lower bracket finals, where the opponent team, SATUL Esports, is just waiting for them. So exactly, it's going to be really important. But Revenant XSpark is still a pretty strong team. We have to give it to them. But .exe, they are on the struggling, and if you look at the stats, they lost against the players of Velocity Gaming. Before that, they lost against Global Esports Academy. They lost against SATUL Esports, and that was not a close affair. They were trashed, demolished by a few of the teams.
The fun fact is, Shadow, all the matches that you have mentioned right now, they all were 2-0, and .exe could not even get to double digits rounds. They could not even get 10 rounds even on single one of those maps. All of those 6 maps that they have played, yeah, they were a big struggle out there. But since we're talking about the journey of struggle itself, even Revenant XSpark have been on the similar road, but the difference is humongous. Out of the last 3 series that they have played, 2 of them went into the third mapper, right, against Global Esports Academy, against even SATUL, and a couple of times one or the other map has been an overtime. So you already know that this team is still almost on par with all the other opponents that they are playing with, if not better out there. But the big difference right now that there is, Shadow, is the fact that Antidote is not playing in the lineup. We clearly saw the effects of that yesterday against SATUL when they've had to move down in the lower bracket with 2-0. And I think so those are going to persist even today.
But I actually have one more POV onto that. I totally agree with what you said, but there is also the other side of the coin. Yes, Revenant XSpark was struggling, but they did a fair good recovery on the first map of Sunset in the second half. And the second map of Haven went into the overtime, so we can't really say that Revenant XSpark was struggling, considering the fact that SATUL Esports, they have improved their gameplay tremendously. It was a strong matchup even for the players of Revenant XSpark, so that was bound to happen. It could have gone either ways. We noticed today also Velocity Gaming versus SATUL Esports was a really close affair where VLT were able to win. But it was a strong competition from the side of SATUL Esports. We have to give it to the players of SATUL as well. Yes, Antidote stepping down has affected the team, but not that majorly that they are struggling tremendously, and it was a dominating performance from the side of SATUL Esports. That didn't happen. It was a close affair.
That's a big mention that you've already said here right now, and I kind of agree as well at this point. We were expecting BLT and Revenant XSpark to be 2 of the giants of the South Asian Valorant out here, but Revenant XSpark are right now struggling, trying to keep their boat afloat. And this entire lineup, it's absolutely packed with firepower. Shadow, I believe, Revenant XSpark took the saying, let's all play 5 duelists, literally. Because all of these players have played duelists, they can play on duelists, and they absolutely destroy the other side when they're on to that. But yes, working together as a team, I think so there are still a lot of loose ends that they need to tie up. So I don't know if they would have had enough time to try and do all of that. We just have to wait and see if in case that happens or not right now. But they have to make it, they have to perform regardless of what, because it's now or never. And it's not just this entire roster, it's also their opponents. .exe, right from the first split, we have been seeing them stick together now with a few changes out here. Trinity and Kohli playing as the main part of the core lineup out here. Once Hooks had to take his leave along with Venka as well, they both went down onto the opposite end. So it's more or less like them facing against their former duelist main, that is Venka. So it's going to be a pretty nice storyline.
Of course, it has to be, and especially if you remember the interview of Venka previously in the LAN. I'm sure you have a good memory. But Kohli and RVK, these guys have been stepping up majorly. But recently we saw DC also getting the perfect value with those sheriffs. And Trinity as a duelist has always been really fantastic, but .exe are on the struggling end. We can't deny that the last win they had was against the players of Team Asterix, and I don't know, after that they have been on the struggling end, that too in a 2-0 fashion, in a 0-2 fashion.
I mean, yeah, that has been the case at the same time though, but I really want to see .exe now bring something up, right? Because the last time we saw them have a victory was also on the map of Haven, but that was long way back when they were playing against Asterisk, Haven and Icebox. These are the only two maps that they have actually found a decent amount of success in the past 5 matches that they have played, and all 5 of them have been a best of 3. So I think so, yeah, they would really need to pull their socks up right now if they want to pull something out of the hat. Maybe a rabbit, maybe a pigeon, something along the similar lines, but surprise us right now. And I really want to have a look at Mapito itself, and it's going to be Sunset, Haven and Split. Alright, so they've kind of taken a page off of SAQL's book, but I like this. At least they're bringing in something new.
You already mentioned Haven is a strong map for the players of .exe. They had a win against the players of Asterix, but let's have a look at the data and stats as well, because stats will tell us a better, clear picture. This time they went for the Lotus ban as well, and statistically talking, Revenant XSpark, they have played only once, and that was also a defeat. But for .exe, they have played this map 3 times, and they've lost every single time. So this map can go either ways.
You know, the most important thing about that is that the only time that .exe have actually played this one map out here in Split 3 was probably against VLT as well, or rather in Ascension Qualifiers they played it against VLT, and that was a 13-3 scoreline. That is one of the big reasons why we are seeing so low attack and defense win percentages. So yeah, maybe they've got something new prepared up for this entire lineup. They're losing on those gun duels as well as their macro game plan. So I really want to see some kind of improvements from their side. But if you're talking about Revenant XSpark, you already have an idea of what they're going to bring on the table. It's going to be raw fuel this time around. It's actually going to be sticking onto that Sova. Deathmaker will pick the breach up. Aziz on that race. Georgie Cypher, Venka is going to stick onto that Omen. If I'm not wrong, last time it was a bit different, right? It was probably Aziz playing the Sova, and there were some things were different when they played this entire map last time. This time around, it's going to be a fun thing to see how this one's going to be panning out.
Let's see how this one is going to pan out, because it's not only about picking up the agent, it's also about the executing the strats, having a read onto the opponents, and Revenant XSpark is definitely a very strong team, even though they don't have such good stats on the map of Sunset, but I'm sure this time they're prepared. Deathmaker was popping off last time as well, so let's hope this time also he can certainly bring in the aggressive factor which Sparus was also talking about. But for now, Revenant on to the attacking side and .exe towards the defensive side. Few ghosts towards the side of RNTX.
Yeah.
And just a single classic towards the side of .exe.
This is a unique Viper ball as well. That's actually coming from RBK. Probably to try and scale up over towards the B main, but they really want a full-fledged push out on towards the side itself, as Markaveli will try and jump away, save his own life. All 5 players towards the Bulba. There's only one smoke to play around with, so the backside is entirely open. .exe can fast forward retake.
Raw Fuel already getting an opening flag towards the side, and RVK Aparana completely dodged, but Trinity connects it one onto Raw Fuel. Venka is back by getting one more. Back and forth races are going in, and the numbers advantage is still with .exe, but not anymore. It's Georgie versus DC, and Georgie having the HP advantage. Time is of essence for DC as well, but DC catches off Georgie and has got enough time to go for the defuse, and the first pistol round goes in the favor of .exe, and that too in the defensive side, already having a good start.
Now that's a change out there. Last time .exe were playing on this map, they were not able to win even a single pistol round. They were struggling even in that one, and we already know their struggles in the rifle round itself, and we know the firepower of RNTX out here. So it's absolutely nice for them to see winning out a pistol for a change. That was a good flood though, but again the retake even better.
There.
RNTX did not really take a lot of space out towards the backside. It did not force the fight towards the ball bar a bit too much. So they were able to position themselves perfectly for that retake out here this time. No major push, but again, a change in the Viper wall. And this one is to create a question mark for a possible mid-lurk. And this is a retake Viper wall where you can back anchor the site. And I think so the idea is absolutely nice because the other side would really want to take some close range battles out here. And you're just denying most of that.
Oh, look at Makaveli, such a crucial angle. The slow are being used, but that's not going to deny anything. But the Sage Wall is definitely going to block a few avenues of the A side. Now the only avenue left for the players of Revenant XSpark is go all the way towards A elbow. But look at Georgie having that mid tiles control. There is still a possibility and enough time on the clock to go for the mid exploration. But the defense towards the mid top is pretty high.
They're just holding their positions down out there. They're absolutely fine giving away the side because they know RNTX would want close range battles again. They're not really having some solid weaponries out
30
there.
seconds left.
And I like this patience from .exe. The barrier orb goes out. So there's only one angle now you need to watch out for.
The first wave of Futile is there on the back of it. .exe converting 2 frags in their favor. Aziz gets 1. Georgie also gets 1 onto
10
DC.
seconds left.
That's a great opening. And Aziz going for the plant, but Kohli gets 1 onto Georgie. It's only 2 players remaining for the post plant. A 2v3 situation where the weaponry advantage is still with the players of .exe. Should be a round for .exe.
Last player standing.
Until Aziz gets something, but Trinity gets 1 and it's only 1 last player remaining. And RVK will deal with him. Easier defuse and easy second round conversion by the players of .exe. Another bonus is also going to look pretty strong for .exe because they've got 3 weaponries being carried forward.
The fact that Aziz is not feeling himself on that aim is a bit more concerning out here, Shadow. That's the main part. He had a couple of chances to try and land in that shot on RVK, but he turns around and shuts and puts him back in his place. For RNTX, they don't really want that to happen. Again, they don't have antidote to give out those calls for the mid to late rounding out here again. So it's a bit more difficult. Another change in the Viper wall a bit this time. Over towards the mid. It's going to be a full-fledged A push. And Aziz finds the first one on Maka.
Well, he certainly does, but Aziz is left with only 29 HP. Important round for the players of RNTX. Like you mentioned, this is their bye round. And they can't allow the players of .exe to convert the bonus if they really want to win on the map of Sunset. A great start for the round. Already dealing with one of the Sentinel. But all the 4 players of .exe are stacked on the mid top.
And this is the reason why they put that wall out there, so that they can move towards mid. They can re-clear that in mid-rounding. Understanding that Revenant XSpark like to leave at least 1 player behind for late lurks. So they are fully flanking out here from mid. And they've cleared every single thing. The Stripfire will give the information, but will not tell you how many players are retaking from that part.
Aziz, such a crucial angle he's holding, gets only 1. But despite being on 29 HP, he was able to get 1. DC gets a trade onto him. Now it's a 3v4 retake for the players of .exe. Seems like this round can go in the favor of RNTX because they have got few utils to work around with for the post plan. And Kohli gets 1 onto Deathmaker.
Should be a bingo.
Yeah. But Venka, his position is also quite crucial. On off angle gets 1. And good for only 1. DC is getting so much in this round with an outlaw. The shock that goes in. Georgie on the back of it finds DC. And then now there is no time left. It's a round for the players of RNTX. RVK goes down by the spike. And a good round conversion for RNTX, but they lost 3 weaponries.
Exactly the point. Losing out on those 3 weaponries was the main key. RNTX did not realize how many players were there behind that push. That has been the main key. They thought maybe it's going to be a maximum of 2 players. Apart from that, nothing. It's all the 4 players moving on from that one part of the map, and they were basically caught by surprise out. But it's still absolutely fine. Maker out here. Gonna be playing with the half shields. Actually got a decent bunch in his bank account, so not that's a bit of question mark, but alright, Trinity. Is able to fire in a few shots from mid-top and get Aziz through the mix. I was about to mention how Aziz has a showstopper, and that could be a crucial ultimate for this round. Trinity decides to just put him back up in his grave. And similar Viper wall out there in mid. You've got the Sage barrier up to hold down any kind of push towards the A. You're technically taking away a lot of map space from the other side.
Deploying drone.
Along with Venkaski having that entire mid control, but DC having an off angle gets one, gets traded off instantly by Deathmaker. The late game is definitely there, but the numbers advantage still maintained by .exe as Trinity and RVK gets few good frags. Now it's only Raw Fuel remaining. Gets one, and he has got the Hunter's Fury, but still a 1v3 situation and knows exactly where the players are, having that entire market control. The jump peak from the side of Kohli gave the information away.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't even know where Trinity is, and finally, even Raw Fuel has been eliminated. Trinity with a 3k and a third round for the players of .exe.
You've also broken the economy on the other side. So it's going to be some sheriffs with the light armors. And now you've got a showstopper available, one away from resurrection as well by Machiavelli. This has been a dream start for .exe, and my oh my, what a spam. I thought maybe he had a glimpse of a pixel or so onto Aziz, and that's when it took him, but it was just a full-fledged spam based on the timing. But here we go. Showstopper setting things up, and a big one at that.
2 frags just by Trinity. Great opening frags. And Aziz with a showstopper gets one onto Machiavelli. But Venka also steps up majorly, gets one onto Trinity. Numbers have been equalized, but the HP advantage is still there with the players of .exe. The base shell is completely dodged by RVK, but the Hunter's Fury is also there. And RVK gets Venka. RVK also down to only 5 HP. Raw Fuel doing so much damage with that Hunter's Fury towards RVK, and Aziz humbles him down. A 2v2 situation.
Last player
Either ways, and Kohli gets a timing along with DC onto Aziz and Raw Fuel. Slow walking players of RVX got completely off guard. .exe gets a 4th one for themselves.
For a second, when I saw them making that play with the showstopper, I thought maybe they're kind of overstepping their boundaries out there, specifically when Aziz found Machiavelli with his own pick. It was a bit risky out there in the open, but still .exe picked the pieces up. Now a new iteration of the Viper wall. Again, this one is for you to push outside of the B main, take that control early on. Also threatens a push out from mid. This is a fast play.
Most certainly is. But
Here's the thing. Shadow, I'll tell you what they were trying to do. Grand finals of VCT Masters Toronto. First map Sunset. Round 24. Paper X. They were up against Fnatic. And this is the exact set play that they tried to do. And what they were trying to do was basically put the barrier above that box over there, so that you can eventually stand on top of that as a raise, and then you'd be able to peek through that window. This did not happen out here.
seems like didn't work in their favor, but these trades are certainly working in the favor of .exe. Kohli gets one with a shot bat as well. A flawless round conversion by the players of .exe, and seems like their own map pick, they are dominating. One-sided domination is what has been showcased up until now, unless and until our Revenant XSpark, after this timeout, pulls off something that can give them few good rounds in the first half itself, because now Georgie has got the neural theft. Even the Rolling Thunder of Deathmaker is just 2 points away. But here's the thing, Deathmaker is not really coming online. He's somewhere 1 in 6.
He's trying to set things up for his team as well, so he's not really being able to focus on his individual performance out here. At the same time, with the way how things are going, I'm pretty sure that it's probably given got the calls as well to the team. For now, they're going to have to pump the brakes up. Need to figure out what they're trying to do. I still remember that one statement of Gobs that he made during the LAN that we are going to Ascension. But with the way how this team is performing right now, they're going to struggle to be even on the LAN. While the score of .exe relentless in their pursuit.
Let's see if this timeout really works in the favor of RNTX. But what's really happening wrong with the RNTX? Because Deathmaker is not even able to get those assists. Those utility timings are also a little off sometimes. Especially the way Makaveli is acting down the B side. Every single time he gets information and the value also out of it. This time not using the slow orb to slow things down.
It's a new iteration of the barrier about there. A bit more defensive, a bit more passive. While he's going over towards the elbow, and that's where the action actually lies. He's called in some support in the form of Kohli out here, but there's a cavalry in front of him.
Here. Slow approach, but they need the info. Onto the players of .exe, and since they don't have much info to work around with, maybe a pivot is coming in. But look at that, the Hunter's Fury being invested by the players of .exe. Kohli and Georgie down to only 20 HP. Even Raw Fuel gets a dink.
The
Not
fact
looking
is
really good.
they've left Aziz up here on an off angle, and the rest of the players are
30
just going to
seconds
reclear
left.
B main. Aziz can actually be a pivoting factor out here, but there's still a couple of players standing up who you've really got to take care of. There's going to be a snake bite in front of you.
There certainly is. The HP advantage is there, and Aziz from that angle gets one onto Makaveli. But before that, DC also deals with Venka, so no smokes to work around with for this round. And time is of the essence.
God!
Kohli gets one onto Aziz, and Rafiul has to go for the plant. The spike goes down, but for the retake, there is so much with the players of .exe. Nothing really for the players of RNTX. The HP is not there. Trinity and RVK finds Deathmaker and Rafiul, leaving Georgie in a very critical spot. A 1v4 and a dream, which won't be fulfilled. Another round goes in the backpack of .exe. Half a dozen rounds for .exe scared.
The fact that RNTX almost pulled this round up on the back of the play that Aziz made over towards the A side. Holy smokes, the way they were able to break that stack up of DC and RVK over towards the B. Now since Aziz was able to get a pick on Makaveli, A side was left open entirely. And Kohli had to stay there for the ping. Since they lost the A side and no one made a noise outside B, it seemed that they were going over towards the A and the B push out was a feint. That gave them an opportunity, but a flawless retake from the other side now again. Just a paint shell going way far deep towards the B lobby, and they've already dropped down a smoke out there, so you can't really disrespect it. That is one avenue taken away with just 2 utilities, Shadow, and one of them is refreshable.
A win-win situation, like you said. Even the mid control this time was with the players of RNTX, but look at the high-low setup of Trinity and DC. It's not going to be easy for the players of RNTX to have that market control, but Deathmaker gets a great opening onto Kohli. Gets one onto the mid-top. Paranoia, pain shells, all used towards the market, and Georgie gets one onto Trinity, and DC gets a slow walking Deathmaker into the smoke, and Venka as well. Aziz gets a trade. It seems like the job has already been done. Makaveli has got the resurrection available, and Kohli is back in the game. A 3v3 situation. Viper's Pet still there for RVK, but seems like it's not going to come really handy for this one. But Aziz's position, yeah.
It's going to be crucial. Question is he going to peek in from market, or is he going to re-wrap all the way around?
Market it is. Seems like gets one onto RVK. Time is ticking. .exe. This should be the second one for the players of
He's got the barrier. He's got the barrier.
Yes, he can use that certainly, and he's using that. Recon goes in the back of him. Makaveli is taking for the defuse. Half defuse already done. The pain shell goes in. The trades are there, and everything just falls in the favor of RNTX.
They almost pulled it through .exe, but RNTX finally landing a convincing round up on board. Working around in mid, getting an opener onto Kohli in mid-top, and then following it up with a push down over towards a B-split. Lovely approach. Machiavelli did make a mistake out there, a small one that too. If only would have just tilted that barrier off a little bit, maybe RNTX would not have been able to make that cross so easily, but there still was a paint shell coming in his way. It's fine, he did his best out there.
Off your feet!
What?
Oh. This should not have been allowed, DC. Rolling Thunder being utilized, but DC missing on to that shot. And that too on the operator. Easy side control for the players of RNTX, and Viper's Pit has also been utilized by the players of .exe. Kohli gets one onto Aziz. Raw Fuel with the Hunter's Fury trying to do something, but gets no value. The numbers advantage still with the players of .exe.
But
Paranoia completely dodged.
they're all in B main. That's going to be a problem, Shadow.
Certainly is. Back and forth rays are also coming in. RVK is taking for the defuse. This is not looking good. The smoke is there, which is not giving any vision. And RVK going for the ninja defuse. Revenant XSpark. What just did happen?
I love the Viper's Pit from RVK. He sent it all the way towards the backside to make sure that Revenant XSpark will not be able to push towards the back. The only other place that they could go was either a market or towards the B main, and all the players decided to go B main. Not a single one of them playing in the market. That was a bit of a problem out there, because then only there's one avenue that you really have to be worried about if you're DXC, and that is main. They just smoked it off. And this time, it's a fast A hit. Beautiful! Again through smoke. Trinity, that is just nasty!
This guy is built different. Machiavelli this time also getting one onto Venka. It's a done and dusted round. Should be an 8th one for the players of .exe, because they have the numbers advantage and everything is just in their favor, especially Kohli maintaining that mid-top control. And Kohli was kind of anticipating him. Instantly picks him off. Raw Fuel. Last man standing. Not for any more. Trinity will deal with him. The 8th one for .exe. 6 rounds deficit is where Revenant XSpark is. They need the next 2 rounds at any cost if they really want to put up a fight in the second half against .exe.
Have to wait and see now. RNTX, they're just losing every single fight as well up on front. It's like they're trying to now make individual plays, Shadow, and they are being picked apart. They're just playing into the hands of .exe right now. The only thing that's keeping their boat afloat is the half-shield spy that they have been doing for the past few rounds, and the constant loss bonus that's been working for them. For all the people who are out there who are asking, or rather thinking, and everyone who actually watches proper Valorant, now realize how important an IGL is for the team. Because you can have all 5 bonkers players who are absolutely cracked on the aim. But if there's no one to lead the team with experience, then it all comes crumbling down. And that is what's happening right now for Revenant XSpark. They've got everyone who can make some nasty individual plays. But as a team, in order to work together as a unit, fit really well like a well-oiled machine, you need someone who's basically the big brains of the team and who knows what to do in what situation.
Here.
And RNTX are not being able to do that right now, and .exe are utilizing that fact to perfection.
I think every single Revenant XSpark fan is right now missing Antidote. Stepping down at such a crucial time. I'm still going to give some benefit of doubt to the players of RNTX that this is the map pick for the players of .exe, and RNTX has not played on the map of Sunset much. They played only once, lost on that time. Haven could be their map.
Spike drop.
I'm still keeping the Hopium alive for RNTX. And so for the players of .exe, they are also going to put up a great fight against the players of RNTX on the map of Haven as well and on the map of Split. But I want those close score lines, those overtimes, those nail-biting finish. This is what I want to see from Revenant XSpark and .exe as well. But this time, Henry has got the showstopper and DC.
Done.
The operator gets one onto Georgie. Yes, it is done and dusted. The showstopper is also going to be utilized. Everything might work in the favor of .exe.
And look at where the Exe are playing all the way far back. They're absolutely fine, giving away all the space in the side. Market has been cleared by Trinity. And he also gets Deathmaker through the smoke. Beautiful.
Time. .exe, you have to keep that in the mind as Venka gets one onto Trinity, but Markavili answers back by getting a double, and RVK finds a timing onto Aziz as well. There is enough time to go for the defuse. An easy 9th one for the players of .exe, and Markavili has already got the resurrection. So I think RVK is going to do the full defuse, and here it is. The operator has been saved, an ultimate has been saved. 2 major ultimates for the upcoming
Last
round,
round in the
Resurrection
half.
and Hunter's Fury, to get the 10th one.
They're not able to deal with the operator, they're not able to take away the space from the map, and I love the idea of RNT, or rather .exe, specifically RVK, constantly changing the Viper wall, keeping RNTX pinned down and wondering as to what the actual plan of .exe is. Again, it's a triple stack in mid. Patience
Totally
this time.
is.
RNTX knew what happened last time when they dropped that smoke out. So this time around, they just waited out for the first few shots. Nah, no way Makaveli just overstays his welcome out there, right? No way overstays that. My goodness.
Revealing area.
He just baited out the paranoia as well. The recon goes there, the owl drone. Every util of Sova is out of the mixture. You don't have a paranoia now to go for a site execute. This is just wonderful for .exe in terms of the macro game.
And now the players of RNTX, all they have is the mid control. But where do they go from here? They're really going to push the mid top because few players are all the way towards B main. The Hunter's Fury is there from the side of Kohli, and Trinity also gets one onto Deathmaker. RVK DC gets 2 more, and DC ends stopping with just 1, gets a double up with an operator, and that too through a wall bang. Rafuel, the last man standing from the side of RNTX in a 1v5 situation. A flawless 10th one for .exe. A nightmarish scoreline for the players of RNTX.
Who saw this coming? Absolutely no one. .exe though manifesting unthinkable into reality, just like the Omen laptops. With Omen Max 16 giving you the best gaming performance out there. If you are a Valorant enthusiast and you want to go pro out in the scene, make sure to check out the new Omen series. It's got the Tempest Cooling Pro as well with the latest NVIDIA RTX 5080 with Intel Core Ultra 9 processor as well. Got some fun customizable RGB lights too. It always is a perk out there. Quickly scan that QR code or visit your nearest HP Omen World stores out to check out these amazing laptops. As we move back up and see maybe an amazing comeback being brought into fruition, or it's probably going to be .exe with an insane map win after 6 consecutive map losses across 3 different series.
I'm still in the shock. I haven't seen RNTX struggle in the entire 3 splits.
I mean, we actually did in split 3.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder that they couldn't make it to the playoffs. I'm sure sure all RNTX fan wanted that reminder. Thank you so much, Scared.
Oh my goodness, Georgie. He will take Marka down finally, but yeah, I mean, just stating the facts, that's all.
I know, but it hurts to see a team which has lifted the trophy in Split 2 and now they are struggling. Be the opponent's map pick. But it takes to Revenant XSpark.
Left.
Surely he's gonna turn into an 11-2 right now, given this distance. Nah, no way. RVK still wins that duel. This is an 11-2 now.
There's a different level of confidence which .exe is showcasing. RVK getting one onto Raw Fuel. A 2v3 situation for RNTX as Kohli is going for the plant, but Venka answers back by getting DC. Trying to equalize the numbers. RVK down to 45 HP. There is still a possibility of pistol going in the favor of RNTX. Back and forth race. RVK with a triple and a quadra will get the 11th one for .exe. Would you by chance give the prediction that RNTX is, by any chance, at any point of time, did you?
I just said right now that it's gonna be an 11-2 for .exe. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm
This
talking
is
about
just-
before Split 3.
It's just, nah, I absolutely did not. Never did. But this is just insane to see the growth of .exe as well. It just took them one day to fix out most of their mistakes out on this map. It could be understandable as well that Revenant XSpark have not really explored this territory a lot. They were looking pretty solid when they were playing against SATUL yesterday, to be honest. But it seems like .exe just saw all of that, prepped up against it, and have been so ready throughout their defensive half. They've been so ready. Right now making this proactive play, and I'm pretty sure they did not catch RVK.
But Raw Fuel
Gun def.
actually catches RVK.
Gun def.
Yeah. But still a hope for RNTX to convert the eco round now. Forced by two stringers are already there. Great opening, but the side tankers are already there. The tripwires
My
are
camera
there.
is destroyed.
It can actually go in the favor of RNTX if actually Georgie gets something with it. And Deathmaker is the one to get something with the Sheriff onto Trinity. Makavali completely concurs in Georgie. Picks him off as well. Kohli answers back by getting a trade onto Georgie. But it's only DC and Kohli remaining. 2 players in a 2v4 situation, but not much HP towards Deathmaker and Raw Fuel. And DC and Kohli shuts both of them down. Now a 2v2 situation. Important position. Can he get one? He certainly gets one, but Kohli picks him off. A 1v1 situation with a better weaponry is towards Kohli, and a quadra for Kohli, and a 12th one for the players of .exe. They are on the map point. I can't see this.
It's okay, you can close your eyes. But
I
that still
actually
will not
did.
change the reality.
I'm happy for .exe. I'm really happy to see that .exe, they have improved so much. But if it had been a 10-12, that would have made me more happy that both the teams are putting up such a great fight.
But it's just the fact that .exe have prepared this one so very good right now. Traps across the board with just one rifle. It's down on the floor now.
The Hunter's Fury is there. DC gets one onto Aziz. Back and forth trades are there. The duelist out of both the teams. RNTX having the better weaponry
Georgie.
this time. Don't jinx
Georgie
it.
on a massive lurk right now, and there's nothing to actually check that out.
Don't jinx it. This can actually go in the favor of RNTX if Georgie actually gets something. And since the players of .exe are not even aware, RVK maybe he has a vague idea. he didn't spot. He doesn't know. No. He gets one, but DC trades him off.
But here's the thing, Shadow. He got every piece of information that they needed right now, and it's a triple stack towards the B side. You don't really have any major thing to break the stack as well, and Deathmaker has got the fault line up, Aftershock up. He can deliver whatever. Kind of push that Hops in his way, but .exe
30
understand
seconds
that,
left.
and they realize they've got enough time to push all the way towards the A side. Now, since the Cypher pushed all the way out, that means the A side should be weak. There's also the Viper wall thrown out there. This is just phenomenal from .exe. And what a lovely storyline would it
10
be
seconds left.
if they're able to convert their bonus and win this map.
They most certainly can. But it's a 3v3 situation for the retake. And Deathmaker has got his entire kit available. He has got the fault line, aftershock, flash, everything.
Shadows traveling.
It's all about the timing. .exe fans are super happy to see this sort of domination which .exe is bringing in. But time is ticking, time is ticking. Venka, a fake tap on the spike. Kohli with a short guard gets one, not just one, but the second as well onto Venka and Rafuel both. It seems like Deathmaker is the last man standing in a 1v3 situation, and it is done and dust in a
Attackers win.
13-2 victory for the players of .exe.
A big one at that as well, since it's on the map of Sunset against Revenant XSpark. An absolutely fantastic performance from the lineup, and with that they are one map ahead and just one map away from closing the series out and being the third and the last team to move into the land of Ascension Qualifiers. No one saw this coming, no one expected it to be, and there goes down all of your predictions and pick'ems in the train. But man, what a performance. Not just from one player, but rather the entire team. DC playing so very well. Machiavelli always on point with the Sage. They're utilizing the timers on the clock so perfectly, understanding when they need to put the barrier orb up, when they need to send out those slow orbs to try and slow down any kind of push that's happening around the map. Machiavelli was so well aware about all of those kinds of plays as well, and Kohli has always been flawless on the Sova. We talk about it. I think so he's one of the top initiator players out here in the South Asian scene.
He most certainly is, and I think we casters have been saying this time and time again like a broken record, that the two teams who have improved tremendously as compared to Split 1 and Split 2 are SA2L and .exe, and .exe getting such a dominating victory against the players of Revenant XSpark also speaks volumes. It's not just that Revenant XSpark was struggling. .exe was bringing in good plays as well. The aim was crisp and clear, the read was perfect every single time onto the players of Revenant XSpark. They were able to shut down Georgie so many times, even Aziz as well. They were able to bait out those utils also. Especially Machiavelli, the way this guy was anchoring down the A side and was able to bait out so many utils of the players of Revenant XSpark at the very start of the round. Speaks how prepared .exe is, especially on the map of Sunset.
I want to see now, not just on this map, as to what this team can pull on the next map itself. To be very honest, this series was looking very bleak for .exe. That's what most of the people are going to say. Seeing the lineup so stacked on the other side and their past performances as well, everyone thought maybe Revenant XSpark would be able to close this one series out. But look at these adjustments, so quick, so on point. Every single time they were having such control throughout this entire map, and one of the big reasons for that is this guy, Kohli, on that Sova, always comfortable out here. He's so very ready. All of his recons out there, and he definitely plays like a hunter. Only 2 first kills for the man, 305 ACS in a matter of only 17 kills. That shows you how active this guy was. 187 damage per round, absolutely mind-blowing.
Oh, for sure. No doubt on that. We see a little, he is a little short on those first kills, but because his initiator utility was setting up his teammates to go and get the first pick onto the opponents. So yes, definitely this guy was doing so much for the team. 10 first kills for the players of .exe and 5 for the players of Revenant XSpark. Post plan, pretty fantastic. 3 times they were able to get the site and were able to convert all the 3 times. But post plan is where the players of Revenant XSpark were struggling a lot.
A lot of problems out there being shown, and it also shows up in the entire scoreline as well. 4-13 for Rafuel, 4-14 for Deathmaker, Georgie with 8-14. struggles all across the board. Only Venka and Aziz being two players who are somehow able to get into double digits in terms of those kills. But on the other side, fully stacked up, every single one of them in those double digits. And oh my. If this is how they are actually going to play, I wonder what's going to happen on the next map. Because if I'm not wrong, Shadow, that is also a map of Haven. And I'm pretty sure that NODWIN are not too shy on that map either. We have seen them play a lot on that one. And Machiavelli's lineup has been crucial. He'll probably be back onto Yoru as well. Maybe we're going to see that double duelist setup from Trinity and Machiavelli. But all of that to be shown on the next map. Maybe we're going to be flashed out by their plays. Find that out. Stay tuned.
Watch this!
Let's go!
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
One enemy remains. One enemy remains.
just like this, .exe have been tilting the expectations of every single person out there in their own favor now, and also this series as they close out the first map 1-0, and now we'll be moving on to the next map, ladies and gentlemen. Spartus is going to join me on the desk this time around, and Spartus, no one saw that coming.
Yes, like that result is pretty crazy to witness. Yeah, you can expect DXC to perform some miracles, make a comeback on their map, get an upset cause, but RNTX not able to get like 3 rounds on the map of Sunset with Aziz on that race, Deathmaker on that Breach, and Sova on the side of Rafu. Means 3 players, Breach, Sova and Race combination on Sunset not able to get you 3 rounds. This story is pretty much too much to deal with.
And the next one is going to be Haven as well. And Spartus, we know that even though .exe, their last few maps have been looking a bit shaky or a bit wonky, we know that they're still pretty solid on this map. We saw them play against Asterisk as well. We saw them play even before that. And the setups, the ideas that they had, they were actually pretty good, considering that they started on the attack side there, and they will be starting on the attack side even this time around. So it basically falls into their play to set the pace of this entire map up.
Oh, that is very true. But again, I'm still not sure what is going wrong with RNTX, to be honest, at this point. They have to be one of those teams who makes a difference happen. But hey, they are going through some rough patch. Split 3 was not a good one, even with Antidote. Antidote stepped down, Deathmakers climbed up. Ascension Qualifiers are looking even worse. The last few months, RNTX were on top of Cloud9 with winning the Split 2. And then such a downfall where now they are on the verge of elimination from the qualifiers, not even making it to the LAN.
Just one map away right now. Can they survive? Can they prevail? And can they push this series to a map 3, ladies and gentlemen? We will witness that right now as we watch the map number 2 unfold on Haven.exe, starting on the attacking side, Revenant XSpark. On the defensive side, it's a fight for survival for RNTX and a chance for glory for DXC. Let's see which one of them will get the win.
Macabre and Trinity, huge responsibility to fill. You get your duelist right, you get your Ascension Qualifier lower bracket finale slot. One map away, your own ISO, a big duty to pay. Oh, but Aziz already on the contact, shutting the first man down. Raw fuel with the instant frag on Kohli as well, making it a +2 advantage for RNTX in the pistol round. Before they could even hop onto the side, a shot has been completely dealt with.
+2.5 already, you can say, since Trinity is down to 60. Long range fight out there. DC still able to take one though. He was taking the fight with Deathmaker. Oenka just getting caught in that crossfire. Just one random right click could have done the thing for Deathmaker. It's all the way down. Just 8 HP out there, but the reposition. Impeccable out, and is still able to land both of the shots. The readjustment, picture perfect, and Revenant XSpark take the first pistol.
Deathmaker on that controller has been popping off on the map of Haven. Yesterday he was the map MVP, just in case if anybody forget. He needs to go bonkers today yet again. Aziz and Venkat, they have a completely off game yesterday, and they need to make a comeback from that side. They need to make sure that Venka and Aziz, these two lads, step up at the very required moment, because if not in this map, it is never going to happen in 2025. The entire year, the entire season is gone. Let's see if these two lads can definitely pull up a great performance.
Solid round out here. Previous one at least, and this time set up a bit more open. The paranoia being sent out to try and stop this kind of push entirely, and that is an insane round again. RNTX obliterating everyone through that push. RBK can only get one though. Hold on a second, hold your horses. He's been able to do a decent amount of damage out there, down to just 54 HP, and also runs away back to safety. Not quite sure if this is good though, because he can hear Winker run all the way through, and he's basically caged now. There's no way out of this, RBK. You're not gonna survive out from here, but hold on a second. Wait a second.
Yes, that's the thing.
Lovely. Now
When
they're gonna go
RBK
towards
crossed,
the sea.
they didn't see him where they went left or went right. It went like a movie scene where the criminal is just running away. And now you have to guess which direction he was.
30
And
seconds left.
RTX, they are guessing it towards the C side and they aren't wrong. And now VK, he thinks that when Venka gave the sound towards that A side, he must be A, but now he's planting B. Venka will have the timing in the world. A shot on the back of the head. Takes him down. Good repositioning from Venka. Good sound bait from both the players. But Venka came out on top. RTX secures the entire eco.
You're welcome.
Beautiful round out there. Big brain play being made almost from both the sides, but eventually working for the side of RNTX, though a good amount of damage being done to them. So the bonus is not going to look pretty, and it should be an easy conversion for .exe if it goes according to the script. That's the main part. If the outlaw out there, though, with the full shields on the other side, should exactly help them out to win out there. A bit of an open setup, just an alarm bot holding down the B, and they're not really investing in a lot of utilities out there. So I'm outside of the C, so still gonna hold it down.
Enemy down. Cage triggered.
DC. This guy is one to watch out for. He played OMEN in the last map. Criminal performance, like multi-frags every other round.
With the
Now he's on that Cypher. Even more freedom to lurk around the map. And with his 1v1s being one of his trademark performance, let's see if he can get another pick somewhere from the garage. But he is regrouping with the team. RNTX, they can hear the drone coming in. A Killjoy turret has been spotted. A Killjoy has been spotted. And now Trinity will just dive into the side. No issues whatsoever. A complete clear side. And RNTX, they want a flood 4-man flank.
Spike planted.
I don't think so. Maybe they're gonna send one on the flank, just clearing all the other avenues. But the fight out there in garage could eventually be the key to till this round, and it goes for the Exe. Finding out those crucial picks out there, only losing Kohli, and the discipline is just immaculate. Move all the way back. Couple of upgrades out in the hands of Rafuel and Deathmaker. They've seen one.
One
But yeah,
enemy
they're
remaining.
going to be watching it perfectly as RVK readjusts and makes sure that his team is not losing any more rifles out there. Comfortable round conversion for .exe, and now we move on to the first rifle round.
Very well played. DC getting the first frag towards that A side and then turning around, regrouping with the team, not giving any individual duel there. And this is what DXN needs to make sure. Individual brilliance is the more avoided, the best they are. Except for one exception, that is going to be DC, since he is the one who will try to catch timing on the players rotating in and out. Other than that, team has to regroup most of the time when they have the advantage. This time around, DC with a similar camp towards that garage, you doing the initial play. If you look at the OMEN from the side, Kohli, he spots the dark cover, making no presence felt on Makavali. He takes a long duel and spams down Georgie as well at the same time, getting a double without losing a single frag. DXE, they are already in charge of the 4th round.
It's all down to just one man out there, and that is Rafuel. A pop flash towards the backside as well to try and hold it down. And Machiavelli will put that man to rest as well. A 3K for the Yoru, turning out to be literally the best stage. And out there as he gets another. And he's on for an ace now, and it's the man who is considered the prodigy of South Asian Valorant. And he's showing that why as well. Not down yet, not out yet. .exe now finally realizing that they do not want to test the beast. They do not want to let the monster run wild. Now go all the way back. Should be ready. Machiavelli's position should be noted. So it's a 1v1 duel out there. Let's see who the best duelist is. Out! He does not realize that as Machiavelli gets an ace for his team. .exe are rolling through like a storm.
Yoru is indeed a difference maker. Velocity Gaming, they had picked up a Yoru on the map of Pearl, give them an immense success. And now Machiavelli doing justice to this role. This agent is bringing a different ball game altogether. Getting an ace on the 4th round, a round where an economy makes or breaks for both the teams. Machiavelli not just get an ace, he got himself a dimension drift. broke the economy of RNTX, and now .exe, they can take the lead for the first time in this map.
Cutting through.
Actually going in for those pop flash plays as well. Now it's going to jump down into the different realm out there. Clearing out the site entirely. There's still 4, or rather all 5 players out there on board. Holy smokes. You might as well want to just go and change the sites, but it does not matter for this guy. He's just taking them down one after the other. Good answer from the other side. A few stingers out there creating some problems, but it's still down to a 1v2. We've known Georgie to have clutched at these kinds of rounds, and he will realize that they're probably going in for the rotate, but this .exe is different. Just some fake footsteps out there, and they will eventually go for a hit on the A side. When you're trying to outsmart your opponents, you eventually get outsmarted. You know what? I take all of that back.
This is just brilliance from RVK. He played a 1v2 the last time against RNTA. It was Venka surviving alongside Georgie. He thought of gambling A, went towards B, and thought players could be anywhere. But knowing RNTX, they repositioned towards the C side. He is expecting a similar reposition from Revenant XSpark player yet again. And this time around, he gambled that out, learning from the past. And this time, there is no insurity or whatsoever. The flank is protected, you have cleared A long, you were taken control of A short. The only place Georgie can come from is spawn where the spike is not planted for him. And he has a billion angles to clear. And this time around, this 1v2 looks very unlikely with the 2 shock darts that remains, a cypher cam that tags, and 2 players that stand on his face.
No whatsoever, though still he isolates the first one. RVK was taken down and Georgie will convert. It doesn't matter how dire the odds are looking, it will always fall in the favor of this man. Fantastic round for the import of Revenant XSpark, who's now a core part of this lineup.
I'm not sure how you can make such a brilliant read and a brilliant call and a brilliant setup, and then just throw every setup that you have out of the window. That shock dart can be a jump peak while 2 of the players simultaneously swings from left and right. The shock dart will fall, the players might climb up. If he's taking a shot, a trade will be present for DC. The miscommunication of DXC and this type of blunders, they might cost you an entire tournament.
Take flight.
Absolutely insane. Well, that one round has basically stabilized the economy of RNTX. Alpha.exe, things are difficult now and they are turning dire yet again as Trinity, the first man to fall down there. That Maker lucky to be breathing, but still Kohli falls. The backside is open. Marcavelli, yet again the man on this Yoru, is able to find a big tag on the other side, though a 75 on that shock shot. Be a problem out there, but DC seems to be creating more on the other side. Hunters, Fury by Aziz, catching absolutely no one. He was hoping for one tag on any RVK or Marcavelli, and this could have turned very different.
Deathmaker, 29 HP, RVK 64. The players are tagged in, but the fact is, Deathmaker is way too low. Shortish jumping towards the left hand side, getting towards the platform, but Makavali is ready, and Makavali, he is so ever present. An easy round was get thrown away, but a difficult one. .exe making sure that they convert this one. No mistakes this time around. Scoreline has been equalized yet again.
You can see the vibes down there in the arena as well. Everyone's just happy apart from DC and Trinity. They're fully logged in. RVK and Marcavelli having a fun time. That's what you'd like to see. And if you are an RNTX fan, that is your nightmare. Marcavelli performing like 11 and 3 on this Yoru Spartans, when throughout all the 3 splits, all we have seen from this man has been struggle on this specific agent in almost every single map. And when the time is right, he's performing like a madman. This is scary.
This time, the thing is, they have ultimate in the hand of Trinity. So even if Georgie goes for a post-plant setup with a Viper's ult, Trinity might just pick him up. So they have counter ults, but the thing is, Deathmaker, if he can swing out wide and just get frags down, Those ultimates don't even matter because DM with the Sheriff. He is good for one. The weapon is secured. There is no recovery from that. But now Venka trying to be on spot C. Finds nothing. He needs at least one more frag to make things even. And now the ultimate has popped up.
Yeah.
He just needs to win the duel. He will. At least the kill contract is complete. A 4v4 that remains, but the clock is ticking in, and clock will take down against RVK. Aziz has been tagged down, but they have no map control whatsoever. Just 25 seconds remaining on the clock. The right side is not checked. He is just jiggling out, and Trinity, he loses this duel yet again. 15 seconds remaining, and the round which could have been so much different. .exe has overcooked the dish, and now it's completely burned.
And that's a spam from Aziz as well. The rifle that they had will pave its way another thrifty round for Revenant XSpark. And as you mentioned, the dish overcooked, burnt out in the oven. Just when we were singing the praises of the EXE, that's when again they dropped the ball one more time, or rather Revenant XSpark stealing it away, all thanks to that first shot from Deathmaker, opening things up for the team, and then Aziz landing in a nasty one outside in short. That has, again, this back and forth has broken the economy of .exe now. They don't have anything to buy. Not really getting a lot of threads out there when winning the round and then losing it. A bit of a problem out now. They're deciding to push outside the B, but there's still a Nano Swarm and an Alarm Bot that you've got to take care of. And Venka was eventually holding down on that angle. Seconds of patience out. He's going to go in for the execute, but really pushed out from one part.
Fuel taking his sweet time to delay the spike. And now Makavli with the Guardian, Trinity with the Sheriff. They need to get some frags there, but Aziz is just checking in the angle, pre-firing his head. Makavli is down. Venka dives into a side, but DC with the Sheriff. He still connects, finds one more shot. G-Trade left and right, still a 2v3 that remains. Play even more seconds, and Trinity finds one more, but trade has been delivered. RVK, he has a shock dart. Another one. Damage has been tanked in. He just needs to find a head, and he might find the body, but now Aziz. 1 HP to the rescue. And the luck is not favoring the Brave at all.
He'd be hitting his desk right now if he was able to see the HP of Aziz out there. Absolutely insane. And .exe almost giving a taste of their own medicine to Revenant XSpark. But now they're going to be pumping the brakes, finally slowing things down, considering this half is eventually getting away from their hands. Normally the attacking side is a bit more clear, a bit more flawless, but this one's turning out rough around the edges. That was an absolutely nasty shot, man. I'm pretty sure Aziz's heartbeat would have been pretty high as well in that moment. Just
2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Where .exe have the entirety of the map, good control, good frags, bunch of ultimates, but both the rounds, it has just slipped like sand from the hands. This is something which .exe needs to be very careful with. These few rounds, these few margins, this is what a difference maker looks like. You get a few frags left and right, you get a few rounds more, the scoreline gets 13 to 11. Those 2 rounds can look like the 7th and the 8th one.
We're going to be heading on to a technical pause as well right after that tactical one.
Ouch.
Not many people will be
What if
fixing that.
RK threw his mouse away?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Absolutely would not be surprised. Pretty sure he did not, but
yeah, like knowing RVK, he's such a calm person, so that's not gonna happen.
I mean, maybe that
but
is
in the
one
parallel
of the,
universe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that is one of the reasons why he is actually pretty good on that Sheriff as well. You know, having that calm aim, the patience, because you
can be really true.
True, you can't really be very, you know, adrenaline-filled aimer with that Sheriff. You have to be calm. You have to land that crosshair right on the head and then shoot your shot. He's been doing that perfectly. Even right now.
Finally, the tech pause was a smaller one coming to an end. But now the players have talked about themselves and they have deployed a lurking smoke, I believe, towards the seaside.
Yeah.
Can be even more deeper if they want to. Now though, that lurking smoke can be paired up with a pop flash play if they want to. But the thing is, Kohli is holding the B window. Kohli, he gets one, needs a second one as well. He has a paranoia, he has a displacement ability if he wants to use that. But instead, DC throws up a cage, gives the information of 2 players at least. A drone from RBK finds nothing. Just 1 player spotted. The Recon will not give away any information which RNTX need. But the thing is, DXC, they are playing it real slow, and the last time they played this slow, they lost that round. But finally, the ultimate deployed, the information relayed, and now the seaside hit should be on the way since it is just Georgie who is anchoring it down.
Yeah. Who's next? There is also a bit up in his own hands as well, and it deploys that as well, along with Hunter's Fury on the other side. Can it get attacked? Holy smokes, RBK gets a big on DC. Kohli though, along with Machiavelli, eventually taken out. Aziz is an insane player out there. An ult for an ult. Now this round is turning out absolutely disastrous for EXE, but Trinity ready to change that now. Into the double tap up, still got the contingency, but it's Raw Fuel with the answer. He's able to take both the players down now, and the reposition. He's also got the lockdown to play around with. And here's the tap, and he's ready for RBK's push. Phenomenal recovery by Revenant XSpark. Those 2Ks from Aziz and Raw Fuel saving the day for them and baiting out 3 major ultimates on the other side.
Trinity, man, you need to step up big time. There is no way in the world you guys are just waiting on C-Long. Such a brilliant play with the Sova, Hunter's Fury and Yoru's Dimensional Drift getting clear of the side, but then there is nobody scaling up from C-Long. Just a shrouded step from OMEN over the snake bite. But even after that snake bite ended, nobody was able to get the timing right and everybody just stuck C-Long. These small plays, these small mishaps, they have happened 3 rounds in a row, Scared. And these 3 rounds have made a huge difference of what the scoreline could look like.
Could have been entirely different on the other side's favor. Another thrifty round down. Stingers in the hands along with the Spectre. 2 Sheriffs up on board as they want to try and drop over towards the A side. Georgie though still able to spam it down along with Aziz. Through the smoke, a couple of flares out there, but it's all paper. And guess what? Don't really have any chance of survival out there since Georgie is ready. And he's out there hunting, man. He wants his ultimate up as well for this round, and RNTX will soar through another round out here. One of the most comfortable and convincing rounds in a lot of previous rounds, Spardas. Finally.
Yeah. After like 5 rounds, this is the one where RNTX looked like they played a good team. Every other was just mistakes from DXC, and RNTX capitalizing on those mistakes. And now, when it is a round where both the teams have good and sufficient buys, RNTX ultimate department is what making a huge difference. 4 big ultimates on their end. Now, with these 4 ultimates, things can go differently. Although Hunter's Fury has been preemptively aimed, get tags on 2 players, and he has 1 more. 3 players have been tagged down. Georgie will just push it down through the window, get those tagged players eliminated as well. A 5v3 that remains, and now .exe, a team which looked like will be able to get a lead, they are struggling.
Last player standing.
He was able to not just take 1 though, but rather 2 out there, and this half is just going off of their hands. All 5 people. You thought the previous one was convincing, Spardas, I was saying. They have been untouched, even by a single bullet in this round.
Last round before the switch.
I'm not sure what happened to DXC all of a sudden. Round 7 not so lucky for them, I guess. Since then, 5 rounds in a row for RNTX, and this is the streak they needed.
Exactly. It's
11-3 was Makaveli a few rounds ago, and now he's 11-8. 5 rounds, no frags.
It jinxed him, you know. Let's try and work it in reverse. Yeah? I mean, Kohli just 2-11 right now. Has been one of the most struggling ends out here. MVP of the previous map and 2-11 on this one. The inconsistency. It's a big problem out here. He's facing so many struggles. He's pretty solid whenever he's playing on that Sova.
Cage
It's a bit of a fusion maybe. Gonna try and good step jump spot just on that box. Georgie down to 29. The hero of round 10 out here in the open. Both of them lining up for him, and it's Venka to get the pick. Garage is off limits. No entry out here. Not a vehicle to be fixed up. Only you will be bruised. As the rest of the members go towards the A side, and there's a nano swarm up their feet. There's a turret. As soon as it pings up, the nano is going to go up. Machiavelli is able to deal with it though, but there's still Aziz outstanding. Big reveal. Sees a couple of players. Sends out another shock dart. There's also a lockdown in their faces.
30 seconds.
Kohli is able to take that and definitely get down. A bit of over-ambitious play from the man, but it's absolutely fine.
These OMEN ultimates have been pretty crazy in the last 2 days. They are going anywhere they wish to, and this has not been a good line of sight. But now, Aziz, without any utility, he's still trying to survive. Raw fuel, he has been completely blinded, but nobody's clearing a shot. The team is tucking in. It is a complete menace on the side. Aziz with another double. Revenant XSpark, they secure the 9th.
Switching sides.
6 rounds in a row.
Fantastic performance yet again. Revenant XSpark, the moment we all thought that they were down and out maybe, and it's not coming to fruition for them. They bounce back like none other. Showing that Sunset was just one off map for their side. Nothing too problematic out here. But if .exe want to make this curse happen, then they need this pistol. The vibes that were really happy have flipped entirely on its head, Spartus. And it's not even like they were actually playing bad. It's just that 3 to 4 rounds, a few crucial duels, they just went RNTX's way. That is all. And that could have gone .exe's way as well, but after those 3 rounds, they just kept on losing their momentum, and it got more and more convincing for RNTX.
Here Makaveli, very special round. This beginning of the second half, Makaveli made the number even, but then Georgie making it yet another advantage for RNTX, taking Trinity down. Makaveli is still on the back lines. Kohli trying to survive. A Sheriff, alright, click classic. They are trying to find something, but the thing is, you're not allowed to plant Makaveli. Got the perfect timing on the jump. Gets one. RVK needs to deliver, and they are yet again falling in numbers.
Oh, Aziz. Getting one on Kohli. Tings him from behind. Takes him out. Hold on. Machiavelli. No way he's pulling this off for Aziz. But he turns, and the Valor gods support Aziz this time around. Lovely timing coming in from him, and the pistol now goes for RNTX. Seems like they want to deliver what they received.
A complete off game from the entirety of .exe. Overthinking these decisions, or maybe this is what nerves look like. Because DC, RVK, Trinity and Kohli, their decision making is not what it looked like on the map of Sunset. This time around, everybody looks very tense and very nervous. And RNTX, they are happy to thrive on the weaker opponents.
Toxin screen down.
Scanning ahead.
Triple stack
A
towards
reveal.
that B.
It's a pretty close area to clear things up, and now RNTX, they know they don't want to just push into a stack, throwing up utilities, gathering information, walking around, but they are still ending towards that A side, and the A side is being guarded by a Cypher Trip, and then 3 players who are walking down mid.
Nah, they'll not actually walk down. They just wanted to deal up with a bit of a sentinel utility on the other side, but full-fledged push down. Neon movement absolutely impeccable though, but being tagged up. DC strip fire was picture perfect there on the backside. Ready, picks up the judge, delivers a shot. Trinity out here in the open. And now RNTX, things are turning from bad to worse as Raw Fuel wanted to pick up a drop weaponry, absolutely having no clue that there's a judge eating up you on the other side. It's .exe. My oh my. Phenomenal from their side.
The Cypher tripwires definitely work. Other rounds where Cypher setups comes the most crucial part.
This goes here.
Oh, that Neon Judge. A one weapon, or rather just one trip, pivoting the course of the entire round, and now DXE winning that round. They can have a hope on the defender side.
And now that judge is already in the garage. So now this Poison Cloud actually gives you a couple of avenues to move towards the B side, and using that, Venka slides it down over towards the backside. The 1-for-1 trade. Trinity still standing strong as Rockfield was able to answer, but DC cannot stand on his feet for longer than usual. Machiavelli answering him back, sending him back home, but that has given enough space for RNTX to go for this plant. They're going to try and play for the post plant though, but nasty shot by Trinity. He's able to open things up for his team, one away from his own kill contract as well. Out the undercut, bit of a shock dart damage. It's gonna do the trick. Picture perfect combo of the undercut shock dart. Aziz can't really do anything. He takes one down only to fall after that. Don't do that, Trinity. Who's got kill contract available now for the next round?
Oh, good round there. And Trinity, he needs to step up a big time. This guy needs that confidence back in himself. The attacking half, he was so much concerned of what he is doing and what he is not supposed to do. But the second half, the pistol and then the follow-up, we are seeing a Trinity who is willing to fight. They are getting their numbers up slow and steadily. Trinity is back to the 10th frag. RVK is getting slow up there, but Kohli, it's time for him to step up at the same time.
Yeah.
Because on the other side, it is Venka who's having a real bad game, and if a Neon is having a bad game, you are supposed to win that map, and yes, this is how it all should start.
Massive reveal of Kohli, or rather RVK. And then a push out on the back of it by Trinity. Lovely opener. Georgie has been a pain for them, and he's the first one who's been taken down out of there. I don't know why that fast lane was used up. Probably they thought maybe there was someone playing in that one cubby.
What I taken out.
But little did he know that Trinity was still holding down the shot. The cross anticipated out there. Tripwire destroyed. DC had to give the control of that backside, so he's just going to stay in the smoke.
Cage triggered.
3v5 right now into the making. No major ultimate to be used up on the other side. Just a shock dart, so it's a raw gun duel. And the first one is going to be a 1-on-1 taking on Raw Fuel long range. Phantom moment for both the players, but Hitmaker is ready with the Vandal. RBK answers back. It's still a 2v1, but it is doable for Aziz. He's been having a bonkers map, but Trinity with a 4K. You wanted a step up from this man, and he is delivering.
This is what I want Trinity to look like in the game. He is one of the star players who is in the making. He finally needs to justify that IC role, the confidence that RVK shows in him, the confidence that DC shows in him. He has to be the main guy today, and Trinity is finally stepping up slowly and steadily on the defender side. First half, not so well, but in the second, perfect timing on the swings, perfect aim game. Getting his KDA into the positive side. And RNTX, who won the pistol and have now lost 4 rounds in a row.
And that's why they forced this one timeout as well. To sit back and discuss what they really need to fix. It's their first one right now. They still have one more remaining. And the same could be said for .exe. But these proactive plays from DXC have been a big thorn for RNTX. Whenever they are trying to take some space on the map aggressively, they are encountering retaliation. Be it towards the A short, where Trinity is now finding a lot of success. Be it a push out of B. Maybe holding their space down towards the C site as well. I think so they're going to change a few things up right now. And since we're already talking about the change, DC is now getting ready to fix things up over towards the B, as there's this one tripwire to play on the back. So maybe one player is going to play on the back side as well to play on the back of it. At least towards that link towards C, as it's a stack towards the C side, while RNTX quickly rush it down towards the A. An A split, maybe a bit faster one coming on board.
Oh, the pre-fire. Both the players exchanging a lot of damage, but Kohli is the one who has lost and depleted more of the health. 13 HP for Kohli right there. Raw fuel on that 56. But with the better weaponry, .exe should have a better chance at winning this. On the other side, Venka with a Bucky, Georgie, and Raw fuel with those rifles in their hands. Two sheriffs with Aziz and Deathmaker. These weaponry, these clumsy and one-tapping guns should be shut down, and to make it happen, RVK, he needs to play it smart with Makaveli.
True. Holding it down now, finally. Shoot all the way forward. Lovely relay bolt going all the way up in hill as Makaveli needs to hold his angle down, and he will take two before falling. Deathmaker is answering back with Aziz, but is it enough? That's the big question. Did not really check as Kohli fills in the shoes of Makaveli. Phenomenal one from their side. Almost a lineup coming in, but it's not happening today. DC will shut the hopes of RNTX of converting that thrifty. And that slow round hit, Spartus. I almost thought it's going to work, but the read of DXC is so on point on this defense.
Oh, that's true. This is like something where you can say it was Makaveli's brilliance to shut them off, because that paranoia was better, but then Makaveli getting the first and the second at the very right gravity spot.
Yeah.
With the scoreline 7-10, they need one more round to just close down the gap even more, because the next round will be broke, and then the scoreline 9-10 is completely looking for a victory. RNTX, they are going through the same fate which .exe was going through a few rounds ago.
Seems like they really want to lift up their luck using some Wingardium Leviosa out there, but there's always an Avada Kedavra from the other side, sending them back to the depths of hell. Revenant XSpark now on the struggling end. A bit of a fast hit towards the garage, or at least they made it seem like that. Quickly dealing away with that one tripwire out. But now just repositioning over towards the A. Maybe a split. They've already inserted Georgie out there in that angle. The question is, will that camera spot him? Not yet though, but at least he's made himself visible. There's still raw fuel out here. They want to fake a hit towards the B side while the rest of the cavalry is going towards the A. But it seems like they've got all the idea in the world as Venka. He wants to run in behind his fast lane out there, quickly taking the space on Hell. Paranoia is brilliant, but RVK is even better. Turns around to Aziz and Deathmaker, answering back on the other side, pulling the numbers for their team.
Spike planted.
Now they're going to get the plant down, as Aziz also has got the Hunter's Fury to play around with. The round slows down, but it's not over yet. DC's been noted. A smoke in the face of Kohli has to turn into a beast. He has to step up. He has to move up forward, but it's Raw Fuel who's stopping them in their tracks. Revenant XSpark will not bow down so easily.
What happened on the backside was something we need to have a replay look at it. Because the thing is, RVK got the first frag and things looked pretty much in control, but then out of the blue, Deathmaker and Aziz, they got two for themselves. Oh, that play from RVK, it could have worked wonders. Venka broke the Yoru decoy.
Time to jump.
thinking it could be Makavali, but then RVK just making sure that he has a good timing on the flash, getting it down. But all in all, this duels on the backside didn't go their way, and now Venka is driving into the side. The rip has already been broken and dealt with. C is completely compromised with the speed of Neon, and now for the 5-5 retake, Trinity, they are going through the spawn.
Will be very quick on that flank though, so it's the responsibility of Aziz to try and stop that from happening. Machiavelli now pointing out every single player, spotting every single person. A ton of utility needs to be dropped in, but it's still an isolated duel. Aziz holds it down, and Kohli peaks into the perfect time. In unison with Machiavelli, but there's still 4 more players that he's got to deal with. The fight towards the garage, turns it around. Rockfuel George is still holding their numbers strong on side. As this round of scrappy buy is not going for DXC. It is Revenant XSpark. Closing it out, almost just 1 round away from that.
I'll fix it up.
4 rounds in a row, and then they have just been stopped by RNTX. On to the final round now. Revenant XSpark, they have 5 strikes to get us to the 3rd map of split. .exe, they have 5 constant rounds to get us to the overtime. Looks like RNTX, they are in the complete control at this point.
Good spot out there onto RBK as Venka finds the open on Maka. Another paranoia right on the face, as this time he's not able to land in the shots. Venka just pacing through the side, soaring through the side, and look at this bit. Still pushing out a bit more forward. Overzealous coming in from this man. And DC is able to reveal the position out there of the Viper as well, but reposition should go in. Kohli keeping in on the box, still right in the crosshair of Aziz Rockfuel. It's also able to take him down. It's all down to DC remaining. Last man standing on the Cypher. Kind of locked down in his face. They're throwing everything except for the kitchen sink out there. And also their life as Jetmaker takes him down. Still could be turned. He takes 3 of them. Now drops down to his death. As it's going to be Revenant XSpark for the win. Aziz playing the hero even from his grave, and they will rise from the clutches of Reaper, not bowing down as they push us to map number 3.
Oh, what a game this has been. A map where we thought DXC, they have a cruise control in almost every round on the attacker side, but all they managed was to get 3 rounds, and then on the defender side, good glimpses of greatness, but little too short-lived. 13-7 for RNTX, their own map pick, and they are able to convert it. This round was so necessary. These constant rounds from RNTX where Venka needs to just dive into the side, get everybody off that side anchoring. And the thing is, Venka is the one who is struggling on that Neon role. But today, he was the one, despite the fact he was struggling, he was still making the space for his team at the same pace a Neon should do. The frags were not coming, but the space making was still present.
That's what I wanted to point out last time as well, right? That even though he's not able to land in the shots that very well, if we compare it to his Raze or if we compare it to his Jet, he still was able to at least open things up for his team. And they were able to flood in and they were able to take some of the space as well. It's just that against S8QL, they were a very strong lineup and they were never crumbling under the pressure. That is the strength of that team. While for .exe, I'll say it straight up, even if those 4 rounds would have gone in the favor of .exe, maybe then we would have seen something different, right? But after those 4 rounds in the first half, it just seemed like .exe lost full confidence. They lost every hope of converting that half for themselves. And that was a bit of a mental barrier which they encountered, and they were not really able to push through it. Only after the half was over were they able to bounce back and string together a few rounds. And to be very honest, they still had 1 timeout remaining. They really thought maybe they're going to push breaks once the score was 11-7, and maybe they would change a few things up, but it did not really happen. While for Revenant XSpark, they were absolutely ready for everything after that timeout.
Oh, that is true. Overall, a game where we thought DXC had a great start, they could turn things around, a close mapper, but then those margins, those small rounds where it was all making a difference. 4 rounds completely given away. If those 4 rounds converted, the scoreline would have been completely different. It is 13-7 now. It would have been 13-11, and then few rounds left and right because of the economy crunch. All the odds are in TX. They have came through it. Bad map on the first game to begin the day off, but now with their own map pick, they have stabilized the team.
100% agree there. You know, there's another part of this entire story that I want to focus now. Will .exe be able to push it through the third map? Considering how even did not really go in their favor, but if you're talking about the mental barrier that they faced on this map, would they be able to cross it? Since Aziz was just playing out of his mind on this map. And I'm pretty sure he's going to continue this kind of performance on the next one as well. 404 ACS. I think so. This is the highest that we have seen, not just in Ascension playoffs, but rather throughout the split 3.
I think we have seen more ACS, like something around 450. It has been with these players only. The imports, they are crazy bonkers. But the main point is, Aziz and Venka, they had a complete off-fragging game yesterday. Today, they have worked their way out, and now Aziz being the map MVP shows how much difference and how much improvement this team can make overnight.
And that too when this guy is the one who's actually giving the shot calls. That is absolutely bonkers. Talk about a fragging IGL out here. Working wonderfully for this entire side. Post-plant conversion was absolutely decent. 3 out of 5. They were doing their own job perfectly. And fun fact is, the amount of first bloods that Markaveli has, that's equaling the number that Aziz has. So on the Sova, again, playing pretty solid down there. And it seems like Kohli was basically struggling a lot out there. 5 and 18 though, but look at the amount of assists. 13 of them. Now yes, I understand that you rarely get a lot of assists on Omen whenever there's some dark covers being thrown as well. If there are people who are pushing through that and your team gets a frag, you will get that extra bit of assist from there. But still, there were those paranoia plays as well, the control smokes that were being dropped down on the side to help DC out certain times, and how he was constantly pushing out with his team. All of that worked really well. Venka, yes, he was struggling a bit, but he was doing his own job as a duelist. He was creating that space and helping his team push out forward. Now they need to carry all of this in the next map. Otherwise, we will still see .exe probably take this one through and back in their home and their back pockets. But at least we're on for a series, man. It's going to be a 2-1 either ways.
Well, the day started with a 2-1, then the day should end with a 2-1. A 6-mapper on the online phase of the Ascension Qualifiers, and I think this is what every South Asian Valorant fan needed.
True.
Best of the best teams competing against each other on their own map picks to the decider and everything in between. But now the next map has to be one of the one where things will get a little more heated up, because the winner will get to the LAN finale on the lower bracket and the loser will get home. Which team will that be? We'll find out after a very short break.
qualified by the team. If it goes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually too many adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's a leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek ek mare fir ek baar ek gare. Sare mere partner bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sare de man bahane wala tana mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kar tere wale mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu jab hai. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt, we a family from around the world. We a pack, you can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. हम खड़े थे यहीं, ऊपर आसमान नीचे ज़मीन, पूरा है अब हमें यकीन, बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर, साथ मेहनत है और हमारा ज़मीन, खुशी हो या गमी, जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना, लड़ते जाना, कभी माननी है हार नहीं, we work hard and we play hard, चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर, चलो करें मज़े. I said I got your back, and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We a pack, you can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. All we do is improvise and adapt.
What's this?
Welcome back everyone, right out of a very short break to OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia Ascension Qualifiers. The decider map it is, cause the winner team will make it to the lower final at the LAN stage and the loser will go home. It is Revenant XSpark taking on .exe where the series have equalized 1-1. But now the next map, Shadow, it is the one where both the teams are very comfortable in playing. But with the new IGL and RNTX, can they pull it through?
I'm not sure if both the teams are really comfortable, because last time .exe when they played on the map of Split, and that was in Split 3 itself, against Global Esports it was a 7-13 defeat, against the players of Exe Esports it was a 7-13 defeat. But on the other side, for the players of Revenant XSpark, it has been a pretty strong map. In Split 3 itself, that was a 13-8 defeat against Exe Esports, and a 13-0 is what they did against Exe So Revenant XSpark used to look very strong on the map of Split, but with the new IGL, like you mentioned, I don't know how things are going to look this time on Split.
That's the main thing. The IGL have completely changed, and what .exe is doing is pretty off the meta charts. Because in the past, .exe was a team which no one actually looked out for. They will make it a top 4, but they have made their way. So all the statistics that we have, all the statistics of the past are in the past, because both the teams, one has a new IGL, the other has a different playing code, and all the players are playing very, very nicely. Except the last map where things went a little haywire down the line. Some rounds which could have been converted, they were not able to clinch it out majority of the time because of the brilliance of Aziz. But now Aziz, being the IGL of his team, can he lead them through to the top 3 of Ascension Qualifiers? That will be a big question for him today.
Of course, that's a big question mark, and I'm sure all the .exe fans and all the Revenant XSpark fans are eagerly waiting for the next map to begin, and they're hoping and praying that their favorite teams makes it into the grand finals or the next stage where they are going to face the players of Exe Esports, and after that make it into the grand finals. But the next map itself is going to be really difficult for both these teams, because one team has never been strong. It all depends on how much homework they have done, how much prepared they are for the map of Split, And the second thing for the other team depends that how good their synergy is going to be, how good the shot callings, the macros are going to be there. Because under a different IGL, Revenant XSpark, let's be honest, have been struggling a lot. So this time, if they can replicate the same strats, which made them strong on this map previously in Split 3 and Split 2, can they do the same thing again or not? That's going to be the big question mark. But I'm sure a team who has lifted the trophy in Split 2, if they don't make it into the next stage, lower bracket finals, I'm sure so many hearts are going to be broken.
That is very true. A winner team from the last split and then not making to the finals of Split 3 and then even losing out of the Ascension Qualifier slot, that will be a huge storyline in the making. But will that happen? Or it is RNTX who just have a bad rough game to begin things off, but then slowly and steadily catching their pace back up on that map. Because this next map of Split is something where we can see Aziz back on that race, and Aziz race we are all aware of what he is capable of making.
And it's not only .exe which is becoming a ugly thorn in the path of Revenant XSpark. Even if they win today, the next team waiting for them in the low bracket finals is Exe Esports, and Exe was a team which denied Revenant XSpark to move into Split 3 playoffs. They lost against Exe Esports, and that was the reason they couldn't make it into the playoffs. So yes, the challenge is really big in front of Revenant XSpark. But looking at the map, we took the first map, Sunset, went entirely in the favor of .exe, where they showcased a tremendous domination in the 13-2 fashion. The next map, Haven, was a map pick for the players of Revenant XSpark, and it went in their favor in a 13-7 scoreline. But Split, the decider, is going to decide which team is going to move forward and face the players of Exe Esports in the lower bracket finals.
Well, looks like by the momentum RNTX is carrying and by the performance Aziz is doing, should be another rematch for SATUL in the lower final VO5. But this time around, if DXE is able to create an upset, things will definitely be crazier from here on. Let's see if DXE are capable of it, if Trinity and DC can make things happen for his team, if RVK can lead the boys to glory, or it is going to be Aziz with the new role he is having will shine even in that department.
And looking at the agent composition, this time .exe is going for the double controller setup. Astra, Viper in the mix, Makavali is sticking to the Yoru, where else on the other side. Revenant XSpark, this time they are going for Astra, double Sentinel composition, a deadlock coming into the picture. And Spartas, I want to know from you, deadlock coming into the mix with no Viper, how it is going to pan out for the players of Revenant XSpark? Do they have an upper hand?
Double Sentinel, the classic turtle meta. I am pretty sure that this is a composition where they just want to get aggressive with Venka's utility and broke off the choke points just like they did on the map of Ascent. This is something which Ascent composition is kind of used to, with the Deadlock and Cypher being the one who marked down the flanks, and then Deadlock being the one agent who marks down the retake avenues with the barrier mesh and grab nets. So all things paired up, this is a pretty strong composition, but it will all come down to the execution at this point. Because on paper, the stats and the wombo combo is all good enough, but actually translating them in game is a different story altogether.
For sure, totally agree to that, but mid control is something which every team wants on this particular map, and that is exactly where the players of Revenant are also going. Already the mid control is there, all thanks to the smoke and the paint shell. The Trailblazer goes in and gets the information of the P tower, and Revenant XSpark from here on moving on to the vents. But they need to be a bit careful from the side of Makavali as well as from Kohli, as they both are anchoring the A site. Especially the Rams control is also there. Rotations are being called off, and Makavali from the screens gets one onto Raw Fuel, a great opening frag. And he gets a second as well onto Venka. Kohli gets one onto Georgie. Seems like this pistol is going in the favor of .exe, as Revenant has been denied the site control. It's a 2v3 situation for them.
But now they have the entire site. It is a possibility to take a fast flood, but the thing is, they have no utility except for a flash point from Makavali. He can flash and set his teammate up. But with a 3v2, the trade game have to be pinpoint perfect. DC with the first Nebula, drops up a smoke, but Aziz with the perfect duel. Makavali on to for that quadra, but Deathmaker on the other side. He gets his third, and Revenant XSpark, they secure the pistol yet again.
Important one indeed. Not as clean as anyone would have seen Revenant convert in the past, but still a round goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark, and winning the pistol round was really important for them to have a good head start already. A technical pause is coming in and soon all the technical issues will be resolved. But since Revenant XSpark, now they have the weaponry advantage in the entire eco round, it should go in their favor, on paper at least. For .exe is going to be an eco round, but Deathmaker was definitely the hero of the previous one. Getting those 3 crucial frags was really important for the team.
Oh yes. But as I was gonna talk about the momentum that Deathmaker is carrying from the last game on that Omen to the Astra. A momentum breaker is here in front of us. I hope this is a very small tech pause. Things get sorted out real soon, cause the thing is, Revenant XSpark will definitely want things to progress as soon as possible, because they are the one who are in entire control right now.
They most certainly are, and they would want to carry forward the same momentum on the map of Split as well. But on the other side, for .exe also, every single round is really important. Markavelli, although the round didn't convert, he got 3 frags, and that was really important, being the site anchor. If you're able to deal with 2 players of the opponent team, of the attacking team, and after that going for the third one, Markavelli was definitely getting crucial picks. But in the end, Revenant was a better team in that particular round. The pistol went in their favor. But I want to know your predictions, Parda, since Scared, the official jinxer of VCSA since the history of VCSA. He has always been jinxing the teams, but I'm sure you are a nice person. You and I, we both don't jinx the teams. So I want to know your prediction.
Well, to be honest, with the type of game Revenant XSpark are playing, they definitely are the favorites to get through this. Because DXE, they had a good start on the map of Haven, but not able to continue their start for very long. So I'm not sure if there is something which DXE can pull out of their hat and create a miracle.
I second that thought, but I'm sure all the .exe fans are eagerly waiting for that rabbit to be pulled out of the hat from the side of .exe. But I'm sure Revenant XSpark also have got few aces up their sleeves to counter anything which .exe is going to bring in. It should be a close matchup. That is what all the Valorant fans want to see. A very close scoreline, back and forth rounds, nail-biting finishes is what we want to witness in the last final decider map of this elimination lower bracket. Deathmaker is looking pretty chill and relaxed. Going by his expressions, I'm sure the players of Revenant XSpark are feeling confident. But just purely on the basis of the agent composition, what are your thoughts? How the players of .exe can actually counter this agent comp of Revenant XSpark?
They have to play proactive on either side of the map. You cannot let as Team Revenant XSpark to just get them to the side. You have a Viper, you have a secondary controller, you have to play on the mains, you have to fight them on the mains so that RNTX, when they come to the side, when they plant the spike, their utilities are burnt up, their players are chipped down. You have to take some aggressive control on either A main or B main or mid, any extremities, any part of the map. Because sit back and relaxed defense style will not work against a double sentinel at all.
Let's hope .exe players do exactly that. But now all the technical issues have been resolved and we are going back into the game. Entire eco round for the players of Revenant XSpark and eco round for .exe. A triple stack the B side is what we have. And seems like mid has been left completely open once again. And seems like it, from the looks of it, RNTX can actually go and exploit the mid, because if you look at the position of those Astra stars, they can actually go and have that vents control just like they did in the pistol round.
I just want to point out, look at the utility of Venka. He has a sonic sensor on the frog. That sonic sensor is pretty crazy, but hey, RVK, he got an opportunity to take the first play down. Raw Fuel just winning the frag, and Kohli, he has been told to sit down and relax, and the frag will definitely go against him. Mukabli is there for the trade, but that's about it. He is able to just deny a flawless, nothing more than that. Raw Fuel will not able to recover the weapon, I hope, and yeah, will not get it, and a bit of recon damage, but nothing to be concerned of. Revenant XSpark, pretty clean round in the back part. But this round is where things have to go really, really well for .exe.
Yeah,
Should
indeed.
start by taking a control towards that A side, I believe.
Yeah, indeed, an important round for the players of .exe. Totally agree to that because it's their buy round, and when a team starts losing onto the buy round, that is when problem arises. And since 4 players of RNTX are already on the half shield, let's see how the players of .exe. For a second, I thought there was going to be an outlaw investment from the side of Makaveli, but a rifle is any day better. Once again, RNTX going for that mid control with the poison cloud, and the util is definitely going to deny that mid control to the players of RNTX, but the spike is also outside the A main.
They are just playing with patience right now, and I think this is what RNTX are also expecting. The .exe will make a play to the extremities of the map. They just want to hold the defaults and stop that play. They have burnt a quite bit of utility. The Gravnet is there for the recycling, but one Sonic Sensor is already mid-used up at the B side for any potential players who is running downstream.
Deleted.
Oh, but nah, you cannot solo walk, Makaveli. You cannot push a cyber cage like that, and now as he's just missing out his satchel. The Gravnet was right onto his face, but the C's combo is not working out with the gravity well. They have the side control, the numbers are in their favor, and .exe without Makaveli, this retake looks very dicey.
Concealment.
Totally agreed. .exe on the verge of losing their buy round. But Trinity equalizes the number by taking down Aziz, but Georgie was there to get a trade onto Trinity as well. Pain Shell goes in, leaving Georgie down to 38 HP. But only 3 players remaining, no util towards the side of .exe. But despite that, on pure aim, DC gets 1 onto Venka, and raw fuel Georgie answers back. But RVK, this guy is built different.
Ooh.
A 3K for him, and the round for the players of
Got
.exe.
to be kidding me.
I'm not sure what RVK did that.
Clutch.
How did he make the impossible happen with the Phantom? But this is crazy from him. Getting a double frag backside was still fine, but then the player just below him that just went onto the head was sheer brilliance, and the captain, he had to step up at the right time, and he surely did, making sure that his team does not let the full buy slip.
It was so crucial for RVK to step up in that moment. That 3K is something even the players of RNTX didn't anticipate at all. But the hero definitely saved an important round for the players of .exe. But no, Revenant XSpark, it was just a bonus round for them, which they lost. They do have enough creds to go for a buy. And even Deathmaker has got Cosmic Divide. Even Seekers are also just 1 point away. The entire ultimate progression is looking really promising for the players of RNTX. But the dimensional drift towards Makaveli can be the game changer for .exe. Once again, going for that mid control, the Prowlers goes in. .exe is aware about the plan of RNTX. A very slow approach. And now, going all the way towards A, where we have raw fuel. Great pivot, but they need to deal with the side tankers and the way their pins are coming in. Makaveli can actually be that ugly thorn for the players of RNTX if he gets a timing on any player.
Makaveli. Pop flash, yeah, he's still breathing there, but now Deathmaker.
30
He
seconds
has the
left.
Cosmic Dive deployed, but that C is buying even more time. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. They have to make a play. Makaveli has a dimensional drift to buy even more time, but now he's checking into the left hand side. Jump left. He deals with just one, and now being traded off. There is something which has to be delivered from Kohli's end, but now RVK all left by himself, letting the spiker go find both the players. The clock is ticking down. 6 seconds remaining on the player, and now DC. He remains in a 1v2. RVK almost got so close to clutch up the round, but it all relies on now DC to rule the scene.
The showstopper also pulled off by Aziz. Doesn't want to take any risk. DC knows exactly about the position of the players. His position already being compromised. It's not just one, but 2 players swinging at him, and Aziz Quadra saves the round for the players of RNTX. The lead has been doubled up by RNTX. If RVK got the double, Aziz got the quadra and saved the round for RNTX.
Oh, Aziz, man. This guy and multi-frags, they are such a synonym to each other. Just perfect. Although, things could have been way different if few more seconds have been bought out. RVK did his job perfectly, but Trinity, Kohli and DC, these guys are not able to support him at the right time, make some pressure on the other ends. Nothing of that sort is working right now. They have broken by now. So Revenant XSpark, they are looking to convert the fourth one as well.
On paper, should be a fourth one for the players of RNTX, but .exe. Even Necro and Scared also pointed this out, that .exe is really good in those eco rounds, especially RVK. And he has got the Nightfall also. A Marshal coming in from the side of Makaveli. Seems dicey. A Trailblazer towards the mid to get some info. A pop flash towards the vents. The mid control is there with the players of RNTX, but Trinity can do so much damage toward the side of RNTX. It's all about the timing.
But all he has is a classic, and that classic is not worthy enough. And yeah, that was the case. A Bucky, a Judge would have relayed a defense story, but a classic is definitely gonna deal pretty easily. And now everybody has been spotted. The cabbages are running around. The Seekers are just finding their way to the defender side. Makaveli has a Marshal in his hand, hoping to connect a headshot with it, but with the vision completely compromised, there is nothing he can pull from here.
Yeah, seems like those eco rounds are no longer really strong for the players of .exe. Yes, Aziz with a paint shell gets one onto RVK. That guy was just trying to remove the guard. But Georgie and Aziz with a 3k. Georgie with a double. Gets the fourth one on the board. A flawless round conversion from the side of RNTX. This is affecting the confidence of .exe now.
They are getting ran through. They are getting shut down so easily. This round they didn't have a buy, but the thing is, even with the weaker buy, the strategic component is pretty much not present. An operator has been deployed. In Makaveli, he has to be the one who does a lot more damage. An early Prowler to set him up. Cage left and right. Prowler spots. Ouch. The Trailblazer just throws the operator back, and now Makaveli needs to find another angle to resync towards main. A Nebula has been deployed, but now RVK is just jiggling around the corner. A Nightfall might be the way, and he will deliver that. Makaveli gets one more frag. RVK, he needs to stand strong, and he will not. And Makaveli, he fails as well to a Deathmaker. He is creating deaths into the server. A 3v3 that remains, and Revenant XSpark, they are taking in charge one more time.
Everything was just going in the favor of .exe. The moment the player RVK got picked off, the entire side control went in the hands of the players of RNTX. The ultimates are there. Cosmic Divide being one of them for the retake. Even the Showstopper is just 1 point away. But the problem is, the players of RNTX have got a good post-plant position. A good crossfire setup as well. But Trinity gets one onto raw fuel from the Haven. And Trinity with a Showstopper gets Georgie. And seems like .exe is going to pull this round off. But Deathmaker, a 3k, is not going to help him out, as Kohli will shut him down and will buy enough time to go for the defuse as well. A second round for the players of .exe, but not a clean round, those Spardas.
They need the round, that's it. They just wanted it to come their way. They needed the second one on the board. And Trinity, such a big step up at the right time. Makaveli, RVK, they got the initial blows, but after that, Trinity getting the frag with the Phantom and then the ultimate. Deathmaker almost had it with the collide, but things just changed for a second. Good trade from side of Kohli. Getting one more pick, getting one more round, and this is the defending side of Split which they are on right now. the opponent have a double sentinel. So by the number of odds, DXC should be the one who should take the lead in this half.
On paper they should, but can they? That's the main question. They've got 2 ultimates. A timeout is also being called by the players of .exe because they need to find a way to deal with the players of RNTX. For now, all they have got is just 2 rounds in their hands. They need a bit more. Even those ultimates were not really helping the players of .exe. So let's see how this timeout is really going to work in their favor. But what really happened wrong in that round where Nightfall was also invested by RVK? Please break that round for me.
Well, that's a very long shot since everybody knew RVK was standing backside alone. Yoru has already TP'd backside. All they need is to just disrespect the ultimate and rush him down. How many can a Fade kill from backlines? Maybe one at max. That was a call from RNTX and they just ran through it, disrespected all the utility in the face. And the aim game is definitely working out, just winning their duels. Because if you peak together, you win together.
Scout destroyed. My territory, my room.
Oh, no.
Annihilation being used by Venka. The mid control is there, but Trinity swings out from the vents, gets one onto Aziz. Georgie takes him off. The pop flash play is there, but Makavali shuts down Georgie as well. The numbers advantage maintained by the players of .exe. Makavali with the dimensional drift gets all the information about the B tower. All over the timing. He gets one onto Raw Fuel. Can he get the second one? And DC gets the one from the side onto Venka. It's only Deathmaker remaining in a 1v4 situation. Seems like the timeout really worked in the favor of .exe.
They needed this so bad. Third one, and the economy on the side of RNTX is slowly going down. They still have crits. Venka has 2300, Aziz has 3100. They have sufficiency for the next round as well with some drops here and there. But now, these rounds will make sure that the bank balance does not go sky high and RNTX stays on the ground. .exe, third one on the board.
10
If they
seconds
can
left.
get at least 5 to 6 rounds, the match will get real intense.
It most certainly will, and that is exactly what the players of .exe are trying to do. The timeout worked in their favor. A good round conversion, a cleaner round conversion, in fact, from the side of .exe. Now only 1 round deficit is where they are. But the problem is, Aziz Showstopper is just 1 point away. Deathmaker Cosmic Divide, 1 point away. The ultimate progression is looking much better for RNTX as compared to .exe. But Makavali has pulled off a operator investment, and DC has got the Cosmic Divide. These two things can really go in the favor of .exe, especially with 4 players of RNTX being on the half shield.
Makavali knows they put an orb every round. He is crossing and watching the right hand side. His left is being covered by Trinity. That's a good double hold, and this is what I was talking about. You need to fight certain angles, either mains or mid. And now with a jump spot, he clears that nobody has been spotted. But Trinity, he knows there could be a play making just on the back of it. And now Makavali, he has a Nebula in front of him. The smoke has been deployed mid, and now Makavali, he needs to find the frag with the operator. He's positioned in the perfect off angle. There is no gaps whatsoever, but he cannot lose the sight of the players. They are jumping in. Makavali, he's a solo anchor, and he will find the frag. From heaven, it is RVK who strikes. The site is compromised, but they don't care enough. It is a 2v5, and RNTX, they need to make a big play, but Kohli shuts him down as well.
Now RVK deals with Venka. A good round conversion from the side of .exe. All RNTX was able to do was deny the flawless to the players of .exe. And now, Kohli has got the Viper Spit. The Cosmic Divide is already there. Good ultimates to the side of .exe as well now. And then Viper Pit can actually work in the favor of .exe. They can block off the entire mid. The players of RNTX, which they are trying again and again to have that control. But a timeout, a much needed timeout in fact, for the players of RNTX.
Oh. I really didn't think RNTX will call a timeout this soon. since they were in the complete control, but .exe, they are making it difficult for Revenant XSpark and the players to get the victory on this map, to get closer to the LAN finale. Let's see what DXC coach Hacker will tell them to adjust from here on, because at this point DXC, they are in the control, they are fighting good instances, they are delivering good shots, they have good positioning, and the walk play style from the side of Revenant XSpark is not looking good. Trinity is all hyped up. All they need is just 2 more rounds and then the score line will definitely tilt towards the .exe.
They can certainly get 1 round because now RNTX, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy. It's a scrappy buy. 2 stingers, few sheriffs on the board, and that's it. Whereas for .exe, it's a full buy with an operator. On paper, this should be a 5th one for .exe at this point. Once again, trying for that mid control. It's not just 1 but 2 players towards the B tower. The Prowler, the Horn goes in on the back of it, trying to get something. But nothing has been given to the players of .exe. But Trinity gets 1 onto Venka. Can he get the second one as well? There is a possibility because RVK has got 1 more Prowler. The Prowler goes in. Connects to no one. Aziz still maintaining that mid control. From here on, the only option left for the players of RNTX is go for the vents control. But Makavali is just ready towards the A heaven.
Here.
Is he aware for the mid play? He should be if he's not. Yes, he is. He is aware, and the shot will be delivered as well at the very same time. Another 3v5 situation, and Kohli, he is happy. The players are coming his way. Makavali, he's going kind of aggressive right now, and he will miss the shot. And you have to just hold the line of sight because the Seekers from Georgie can turn things around. But at the same time, DC and the Cavalry has arrived. The Stinger working left and right. The shot he will deliver. Trinity will the frag. The round, which should have been pretty much clear, is now a bit dicey. .exe have to play it real smart. Aziz has to be dealt with, and Trinity not making a single bit of mistake. Good round converted. .exe finally, they take the lead.
They need 1 more round. The next round is going to be more important, Spartans, because this time Revenant XSpark, it was a scrappy buy round for them. And after timeout, there is still a buy round coming for RNTX. There is still a possibility of coming to an equalizer, finishing it on a 6-6 swap. And this round is going to be really important for RNTX, and they have also got the showstopper. And Aziz is also really coming online. He's getting those perfect values. So this showstopper can actually bring the 5th one for the players of RNTX.
Oh, let's see if they are able to do that. Because by the look of things, this operator will be something which have to be a menace. To counter things up, both the teams have good amount of ultimates, Cosmic Divide and Showstopper on both the sides. But Kohli has one better in the name of Viper's Spit. So these 3 big ultimates can be helpful for the retake so much that RNTX, even after getting the side, they have to play the side. They cannot play post plant from far off, because that Cosmic Divide from DC will be a crucial game-changing factor. They need the frags to make it happen, and right now .exe is not giving them any.
Triple stacked up side. And now the players are actually pushing the B main as well. Trinity and DC gets 2. Georgie gets a trade onto Trinity, but such a good push out from the side of .exe. Numbers have been equalized by the players of RNTX, but they still need to have the side control. RVK is still anchoring down the side, and Makavali from the Haven gets Deathmaker, and RVK gets Venka. Whatever plan Revenant XSpark had for this round seems like they got demolished by the players of .exe. That decision to push out the B main, get 2 frags over there, already brought so much advantage to the players of .exe, and after that Makavali having that entire Haven control with the operator, RVK being inside the site was able to deal with the remaining players of RNTX. Such a good push out from the side of .exe. RNTX, half buy from their side, 4 players onto half shields. It's only Aziz with the full shield. The showstopper is still there, but even last time the showstopper got nothing, but finally Aziz pulls off the showstopper. The snake bite delaying things. .exe knows they have to pay this ultimate out. And Trinity gets Aziz and Venka. Such a good play coming in. Showstopper also gets the third one. DC with a double. And the 7th one for the players of .exe. This aggression I'm loving from the side of .exe. They knew there is a major ultimate towards the side of Revenant XSpark and they have to bait it out. And the moment the showstopper was pulled off, that snake bite lineup was so perfect that he couldn't get anything with the showstopper. They bought enough time, and after that, Trinity was positioned perfectly to get both the players, Aziz and Venka. And after that, his own showstopper, Spardas, was able to get the third one.
Such a brilliant play. And the fact that Venka was not able to land his shot on Trinity made all these things happen, because if Venka got the instant trade, things could have been very different, but now things are looking in the favor of .exe for this final round as well. The weaponry on Revenant XSpark is not good enough, but Venka finally delivers a crispy shot. The plant has to be denied first of all. And the win condition in the name of Cosmic Divide is already out of the round. They will plant the spike. The spam is not worth it. The Cosmic Divide falls off. The players on the back line. The Sonic Sensor is better, but Makavali is there for the trade. And Letmaker finds one frag each. RVK remains in a 1v3.
This guy has done in the past, but today it seems like not today. This round is his round. 3k for the plus of Revenant XSpark, and a round also. A much needed round for RNTX. And now it's still a good possible first half. Revenant XSpark, if they win the pistol round of the second half Spardas, there is still a possibility for them to come to an equalizer. There is still a fighting chance for RNTX.
5-7 on the attacker side, yes, I would say is basically both the teams have done their part. The double sentinel will definitely be way more viable on the defender side now, and let's see if the double dive with a double controller, how well .exe can play. Kavrian and Trinity, they are doing their job. Kohli, DC, RVK, they are there for the support. But on the attacker side, they have to be flawless.
Let's see if they can be flawless. Considering the position where Kohli is. That was so close. Aziz
He got double headshot.
left with 22 HP and Venka also with 22 HP.
He just ran around with a classic in his hand, and all the spam that he tried to shot hit Venka and Aziz's head. Minus 78 on both the players, and oh, this is not a good side, to be honest. Both the players are surviving, but they are very low. They have to play off each other for the trades. Aziz's position given away. But Rafael, in the meanwhile, he finds DC. Lurker gets a trade on the B push, and I don't think that was necessary to hold it off. But Trinity finds Rafael at the very same time, and now with the frag being delivered, Deathmaker, he's the one who's standing inside the smoke. Position not known. Kohli holding on, gets another pick. Kohli needs one more frag, and Trinity will do just better. Playing off each other's contact, just running around in circles. Makavali spots the player heaven. Both the players have dropped down. Low on HP, but Georgie, he gets one. A 3v2 that remains, a flashpoint in the hand of Makavali if he needs to use that. Georgie spotted, Makavali delivered a grab net to make things worse, but RVK, he just cannot miss it right now, cause Venka on 22 HP is doing wonders. Makavali still has a flashpoint, will not use it at all. Swings in drive, Venka almost so close to convert the round, but Makavali saves the day.
A very important pistol round has been converted by the players of .exe to maintain the lead, or to increase the lead which they are already having onto the players of Revenant XSpark, but this is not looking good for RNTX. They needed that pistol round, and now back to the save round. And Taiko for .exe, and since they have the better weaponry on paper, this should go in their favor this round. And .exe is also going for an A execute from the looks of it. And maybe the players of RNTX would want to play A on the retake, because every single time the gamble stack is actually towards the mid, And that is not where the players of .exe are going. But Makavali, look at the position he is in. He can do so much damage to the players of Revenant XSpark, but RNTX, are they even aware about Makavali?
They cleared mid and just fell back, and Makavali, he is not giving them any duel right now. He knows that RNTX might try to make a proactive play, and all they need to avoid is a stack push. And now with Makavali, knowing at least 3 players pushed with the sound and the utility used, the attacking team, .exe, they are walking towards the A side. Makavali has regrouped with them from the Sabers. RVK, he is a solo player rotating, and now they are playing it real slow, and this time around they have to make it fast. The rotation have already arrived, and .exe, they cannot choke it again. They are taking a lot more time, and this time around the classic will not land. Trinity, RVK finds one fraggy. The clock is running down, but the spike has been initiated at the very same time, and RVK needs to go for a frag. He finds one more. Trinity left and right, and RVK, he delivers the final blow as well. A little too slow for comfort, but DXE finally able to convert.
Yeah, 9th one for the players of .exe. They're looking pretty chill and relaxed. Things are actually falling in their favor. But the next round is also going to be really important one for the players of RNTX partners. Let's be honest, this is going to be their buy round. And if .exe converts the bonus round, this is going to be really difficult for RNTX if they want to stage any sort of a comeback. Technical pause, and soon all the technical issues will be resolved. But do you really think, Spartus, Revenant XSpark can pull something off in this defensive half?
For sure. They have a good composition. They just launched the pistol and anti-eco right now, and now the true story have to begin from here. Because now the full buy rounds will come into the play, and these full buy rounds have more value than anything. They have to make sure that this is something which they should be able to convert, since they have the double sentinel composition. Venka and Raw Fuel, these two guys have to be the players in charge. But at the very same time, how many rotations can you manage is what Aziz needs to look out for, being that striking IGL on his side.
Let's see if Aziz can actually pull something off, because this round is really important for the players of RNTX, and even they also themselves realize that how important it is to convert this one. Because if they lose this one, they won't have enough credits for the next one to go for a buy. And giving so much lead to the players of .exe means .exe coming so close to winning on the map of Split and moving forward in the lower bracket finals. I'm sure .exe fans are super happy at this point, but I really want to know what's going on in the minds of RNTX, what sort of plays they are going to make in the next round, because that is the next round itself is going to decide the fate of this map.
Oh yes. This very next round, the bonus round, is super crucial from both the teams. If RNTX is not able to convert the full buy, .exe will be in entire control. But if .exe able to convert this, if they get the bonus on their way, if they get an econ damage done very well, they would set the momentum for the upcoming rounds. .exe, they are on the favored side as of now, and they need to be the one who delivers as well.
Last player standing.
For now, in the first half, things were going back and forth. In few of the rounds, it came so very close that it could have gone in the favor of RNTX as well, but that didn't happen. But I love the way that RVK today is stepping up majorly, because this guy was not really feeling himself. If you notice, in the last few games which .exe had, it was a 0-2 loss for .exe. And one of the main reasons was that RVK was not coming online. Even DC was also not coming online. But this time, the entire team of .exe is actually prepared to deal with the players of RNTX.
Well, that is true. The preparation is there, the confidence is there in the players. Now, if you look at how the game have went till now, it looks like a game where RNTX started off strong, but then DXE with the coaches, hackers input, they have came out to be a better side, leading the defensive side. And then the anti-ego and the pistol round, they went their way as well. Overall, the momentum is with DXE. If DXE can get rounds 1 or 2 from here back to back, they might become the third team to qualify for the LAN.
They might, and there is a strong chance of that happening as well. The way the entire scoreline is at this point, there is a solid chance of that happening. Especially the way Makavali, Trinity, these guys are getting those crucial frags. Even Kohli is also able to do so much damage towards the side of RNT. It seems like .exe is actually prepared on this map, because in Split 3 and Split 2, it was not a strong map for the players of .exe. They have actually worked on their weak maps. And that preparation is clearly being showcased by them today against RNTX. But now, coming back to the game, 9-5 is where we are in the favor of .exe. And this time .exe is going for a full hit towards the A side. It's a double stacked up side. Aziz Boombot gives the information away. Few players moving all the way towards the ramps. The Viper wall on the back of it trying to scale up. Let's see if the players of RNTX can actually maintain their control. The rotations are already being called off, especially from the side of Georgie. But Aziz down to 61 HP. The pain shell make it 16 HP. Survived by the teeth.
Scout destroyed.
How is he even breathing right now? Because if Aziz fell, the things would go even different. But Venka on the back lines, he's trying to make a play. He's still trying to survive, but not for long. Makavali, DC, one frag each. Venka, he needs to go big, find one. Free fire left and right. The scaling from Trinity is just better. A 2v4 that remains, and .exe on the verge of bonus conversion, Shadow. Oh, RNTX, they have already called for a save. So .exe, they have converted the bonus round on the attacker side of Split.
I hate to say it, but they are so close to doing the impossible. Defeating Revenant XSpark. Stopping Revenant XSpark to make it into the low bracket finals. I don't know how RNTX they are going to pull themselves up after this bonus conversion of .exe, but kudos to .exe for their preparation. This team is looking so prepared, and the amount of improvement they have shown as compared to Split 1 and Split 2, kudos to them. Back-to-back 3 rounds converted, they got the pistol, they got the bonus converted, and now the showstopper of Trinity is just 2 points away. A much needed timeout from the side of RNTX. But can they pull something off? Do they have enough courage to go for a buy?
Oh, I'm not sure what they're gonna do from here. Things are definitely not how everyone thought it would look like, especially on the map of Split. But Aziz, being the IGL of the team, he has big shoes to fill. Since Antidote was the one who carried the team to success, but now, with Ethmaker replacing him, the IGL role being swapped with Aziz, more firepower added, but the lack of a proper IGL is definitely hampering Revenant XSpark.
It most certainly is. If Split 3 was full of astonishing plays, I think Ascension is proving that wrong. Ascension Qualifiers is full of astonishing plays, be it the players of Exe Esports or .exe. Super impressive performance by .exe, Makavali, Trinity, RVK, Kohli, DC, and a scrappy buy from the side of RNTX. A judge in the hands of Deathmaker, few stingers, and just a single rifle towards Rocky. So far, those A hits are really working for .exe, and once again, they're going for the tram control on the back of the Viper wall. Should be easy for them. 2 side tankers are still there. And look at the position where Georgie is. It is going to be really important, and more than that, I think Aziz scaling up from the vents needs to find something. Seems like he has been denied every possible thing he can.
Makavali. Oh, good shot. Oh, Trinity. Death from the heaven. They need to deliver these blows, and yes, they will do it flawlessly well. 11-5. .exe, they lead, and they are on the verge of making it to the lower finale of Ascension Qualifiers.
RVK, the hard work, the grind, finally paying off. 11th round for the players of .exe. Just one more and they'll be on the series point. Back-to-back 4 rounds of .exe. Showstopper just 1 point away. This time .exe, there is a change of plan. They're not directly going for the side hit. Rather, they're showing the presence towards the mid as well.
No. I'm just loving it from .exe right now, to be honest. They are the only team who have an all-Indian roster. Right now, SATUL, Velocity, they are the top 2 teams in the Ascension Qualifiers. These 2 teams have 2 imports each. Revenant XSpark has the 2 imports meta even with them. But then comes .exe, a team which is newly built, a team which is newly led by RVK. They are making sure that they lead the charge 11-5. 2 rounds away from Glory Shadow. Barely 2 rounds away.
Careful.
It's all the hard work. It's all the belief which RVK had in the boys and the team. Makavali gets one onto Georgie. Roful is there to get that trade. Cosmic Revive.
Face your fear.
Finally, Nightfall also coming into the play. A 3v3 situation, but Kohli with a shot, he gets Aziz. What a play by Kohli. Roful answers back by getting a trade onto Kohli. This is going so close. RVK going for the plant, a 2v2 situation. Neural Theft also 1 point away. If Roful gets 1, he can get the information. This round can go either ways.
Perfect. Elbow cross, marked, shot, missed. RVK needs to make a big play. He knows where both the players are, and RVK, he cannot hold up a second. Both the players just whiffing their shots at the very wrong moment, because if DC delivers that first blow, the round is converted and the things go in the favor. But .exe, take a deep breath, call for a timeout, because you are here to create an impossible miracle to happen.
30 seconds left.
For sure. Kohli, the guy, this way he pushed on to the Nebula with a shorty getting the perfect frag.
Yes, this should
But
do.
RNTX still breathing.
This goes here.
Still refusing to give up.
This is a nice spot.
A 6th one for them, but
goes
5
there.
rounds deficit is where they are. Venka has got the Annihilation, but Trinity has got the Showstopper. Even a Neural Theft is also there towards the side of Raw Fuel. Once again, a little different approach from the side of .exe, going for the mid exploration, but they need to be a bit cautious from the side of Deathmaker, who is having their entire B tower control. And the setup of Venka towards the vents is also something which the players of .exe need to be a bit cautious about.
For sure. They go to A Heaven, and that Sonic Sensor will do justice. But Deathmaker, he gets a frag. Makavali instant trade. Good one delivered. Makavali has the ultimate popped off, and now Deathmaker, you can see the reaction on his face. He's not happy with what he is doing right now. 2 players spotted. Makavali just runs away. He has seen multiple players. He has called the team to rotate the Cypher side, and we aren't going that way until we find a frag or a different point of view.
Oh, the timing is there with Kohli. It should have gone in the favor of Aziz. Seems like
Timing.
30 seconds.
Oh, the timing! DC even finds another frag, and now the side is just cut open all of a sudden. Makavali spots the player, and Georgie is out of bounds.
Planted.
Venka, the last guy that remains. He needs to make a save. 350 creds in his bank account. And .exe, they are on to the series point with this. Venka trying to make the impossible happen, a grab net thrown. But hey, finds one more. Annihilation, needs to use it. misses it out completely, and now with the position revealed away, he has to drop down. The post plant utility is on the way. The first gravity fill has been utilized. Just pull him away. The reveal has been haunted. The spike checking down. The things shut down. .exe clinches the series point.
Just one round away is where .exe is. They are on the series point, like you mentioned. They have got the showstopper. They have got the cosmic divide. Two ultimates are towards their side for the next round. But what happened to Aziz, man, Spardas? That duel should have gone in the favor of Aziz. He was the first one to spot Kohli.
He didn't see him. He was so drilled on watching the smoke rather than the jump. He didn't expect that the curvature of the smoke is leaking on a very, very tiny bit of margin where the player can jump up. The utility was just perfect. The players jumped up and got stunned. But there is a pixel second late where the first one to shoot wins the duel, and Kohli didn't make a mistake at all. Perfect headshot with the first bullet accuracy onto the face. .exe, they are there to clinch the victory.
The disappointment, the pressure clearly visible on Deathmaker in the boys' face. Just one single round in the defensive half is what they have got. Expecting back-to-back 6 rounds and pushing to an OT is kind of a height of optimism to the point of delusionment. To the point of being delusional. But let's hope. And see, pain shells. Aziz still maintaining that entire A main control, pushing out towards the A main. Two major ultimates are still there. Showstopper and the Cosmic Divide.
Just look at Aziz. He's like, yeah, I should go ahead. Now I should fall back behind my utility. And this is very unlikely of Aziz. He's the one who thrives on that aim duels. But this time, even being in that off angle, he respects it. Falls back to safety because he knows the intensity of this match. He knows the complexity of this game. He spots a gun barrel. But no, he misses the duel to RVK. The crosshair placement just not there. RVK delivering the blow. The showstopper, the raise. The IGL, he's out of the round.
The win condition is out of the round. One of the win conditions which could have been. And Georgie gets one out to Kohli. There's a stinger. A good trade though. Now the Viper Spit is not there with the plus of .exe. RVK against Georgie. The showstopper being pulled by Trinity. Let's see if the players of RNTX can bait this out. The Seekers are invested. DC going for the plant. Nothing has been given to the showstopper as well. But Markovali gets one on to Venka. Only 2 players remaining in a 2v4 retake.
It's all over. Raw fuel. A 1v4 remains, but Makavali will close things off. .exe have made it to the top 3 of Ascension qualifiers. They have made it to the lower bracket finale. They are the 3rd team to make it to the LAN. The only all-Indian core team to make it to the final stages of Ascension Qualifier, and nothing can get better than this.
For sure. A team with no imports, a newly built team which was struggling in Split 1, in Split 2, and finally impressing everyone with such astonishing performance in Split 3 itself. And after that in the Ascension Qualifiers, securing their slot in the lower bracket finals. Now the next hurdle are the players of Exe Esports, which they have to face, but that will come later on. Right now it's time to celebrate for the players of .exe Esports and for all the fans. But a major disappointment also Spardas from the side of RNTX. That brings up the conversation. I hate to bring up the elephant in the room. The decision of Antidote stepping down. Was it the right decision?
Well, the Split 3 result, even with Antidote, they didn't make it to the playoffs. I will say that.
That's true.
They were in the bottom 4 of the playoffs in the Split 3. Ascension qualifiers, they are playing without Antidote, and the result is pretty much the same. So, I'm not sure what changed in Split 3 for this team. The core didn't perform in split 3. They made a change with Antidote stepping down, Deathmaker coming up, and the result are still the same. But whatever the case was, this team was meant to for greatness, but today they have been shut down by a bunch of young lads into the server. RVK, the only veteran to the scene, have made it with the 4 young bloods in his squad to the Ascension Qualifiers LAN stage. A dream which even RVK would have thought was not possible at the start of the season, but he, with his boys, has made the impossible come true.
Is the faith. If you notice, every single time in the interview also RVK came and showed how much faith he's having in his boy, especially Trinity, the MVP, this time with 19 kills, 295 ACS and 4 forced kills. 205 damage per round, headshot percentage is 27.0%. Perfect justice done to the duelist role which Trinity was playing on this map, and looking at the performance, 13 first kills for .exe and less than half is what RNTX is having, 6 first kills. Post plant is looking decent, but those conversions were not there. One clutch from the side of .exe, no clutch, no thrifty for RNTX.
Well, the statistics, they say how many rounds you have converted from how many first bloods, and they are all in the favor of .exe. A 13-6 scoreline. And Shadow, when the match started, the statistics showed that .exe has never won this map.
Yes.
RNTX, they are the one who have even 13-0 team on this map, but even at that time I was very sure that all the stats are just marginal stats on the paper. The in-game translation is very different, because if you look at the individual players, everybody from the side of .exe had did their part, while Revenant XSpark, every individual has fallen apart.
It's also about the momentum. .exe has been having that momentum. Yes, few previous matches didn't entirely go in their favor, but today they came prepared. And looking at the performance of RNTX, it's not that they are facing a downfall in the Ascension Qualifiers. You also brought up this point. The downfall has been there since the Split 3 itself. This is a team which lifted the trophy in the Split 2. What really changed in Split 3 that we are seeing such a drastic change in the performance from the entirety of Revenant XSpark? It's not about Antidote or Deathmaker. The entire team is struggling.
Yes, that is a big question mark on them. Didn't even matter now. Because Split 1, Split 2, you were the Goliaths, you were the fan favorites to make it to the Ascension Qualifiers on the big stage, and one team will go to the Ascension. But today, the impossible has happened, because now it is .exe who have made it to the top 3, and this is nothing less than a dream for each and every individual that belongs to .exe label.
Well, certainly RVK and the boys are going to be really happy, because every single time RVK came for the interview, be it Split 3 or Split 2, this guy has always been so humble and always pointing the fact that we are just grinding, we are just hoping for the best to make it to the next stage, and one day at a time, hard work, grind is what paid off finally in the end for the players of .exe. I'm sure the boys are going to celebrate tonight for all the good reasons they have, but still, SA12 is waiting for them in the low bracket final.
Exactly.
What are your predictions?
Well, that is something that I will reserve for the LAN stages, because that lower final and the grand final will be humongous. VLT clinching the victory today in a 2-1 fashion against SA12 hard-fought battle. They have made it to the LAN's grand finale. But then the lower bracket finale will be played on LAN as well, and it will be a best of 5 series where .exe and SA12, the teams, according to circuit points, were on the 3rd and 4th spot, have now made it to the top 3 overall.
Well, they certainly have. .exe and SA12 Esports will compete in the lower bracket finals. Velocity Gaming have already made their way into the LAN finals. So close, just one step away from the Ascension. The LAN finals are going to be really interesting, but the main question remains, who is going to make it into the grand finals? Whether it is going to be .exe or SA12 Esports. But I'm happy to see that two teams, which we have been saying time and time again like a broken record, that these two teams have improved tremendously. They both have made till the top 3.
It has been a phenomenal journey, and I'm so impressed what Hacker and RVK has did with a bunch of 4 young boys with him. Makavali, DC, these 2 guys are very new to the scene, and these guys have been ruling .exe squad. And then you have Kohli, who is a veteran, but again has a very less game time and not such big matches, but Kohli has made it on his way as well. Everybody has just been a phenomenal force, and RVK and Hacker, kudos to them for what a work, what a strategic composition they have brought in. Not forgetting Trinity, a lad who is barely 18, have shut down the likes of Aziz on the most crucial match of Ascension Qualifiers.
A few hearts have been broken, a few hearts have already been won by the players of .exe, but we also have got an interview lined up on the Hindi desk with the winning team. So let's directly head over to the Hindi desk and let's see what the boys of .exe have to say.
Well,
And seems
maybe
like good
there's-
things take time.
Yeah, the other players are just getting ready for the interview, but yes, the thing is, the players would be excited. I just want to hear if we can hear the thoughts from RVK's end, cause when he won the last match, when he just get to the lower final or rather the semi-finale today, he was like, yes, we are eyeing out for top 3. It will be a very difficult journey, but we are not bothered like who we are facing. It's more about how we improve as a team, how we improve as an individual at the very same time. That RVK has confidence in his voice, but at the same time keeping his feet on the ground. He must be the most happy person today, and I just want to see what he has to say about it.
The thing is, fear makes the wolf bigger than it actually is, and RVK did the basic thing, remove the fear itself, don't care who the opponent is, just play your natural game style, believe in the hard work, and that is exactly what RVK has been doing in entire Split 3 and in the Ascension Qualifiers as well. That's the reason that .exe is looking super strong, and I'm sure .exe is also going to impress us in the lower bracket finals also against Exe Esports.
Well, that is true. But SATUL will definitely have a bigger
Joining us
chance.
right
But
now
now,
for
let's jump on to
interview.
the interview.
RVK, first of all, congratulations on that win. भाई क्या खेले हो आप लोग? जीतोगे, आई थिंक ये तो सब सोच के आते हैं. आपने भी सोचा होगा कि जीत हासिल होगी, लेकिन इतना डोमिनेटिंग फैशन में ये सोचा था क्या आज के मैच के बारे में?
First of all, my brother in arms, everyone in RNT, my closest of friends. It's really emotional for me because I really love the boys. Aziz is like my super close friend, and he's so insane. Rafiul, Antida, Sanida, Georgie, everyone in the team. Venka, after I played with him in OG now. So the entire team, thank you so much for such an amazing game. I'm so sorry how things panned out, but I love all of you. Thank you so much for such an amazing game. Now moving on to the match. Again, I don't think it was dominating. I think the rounds are very slow. I think each round was played out till the very end. I think that's why it seems like we had an upper hand and we finished the rounds out. But first map was really, we were on fire. We won all the clutches, which is really unfortunate for them, but good for us. We won all the clutches. Second map, attack on Haven, we lost all our clutches, so we couldn't gain momentum. And third map, when the score was I think 4-1, I told the team, guys, there's no room for errors. We just have to put everything and let's try to get an 8-4 half. And out of that, we got a 7-5 half. We fixed some things and in between the game, and we got a 7-5 half. And after that, I think I was really happy. Trust me, I've just been IGNing for 1.5 months, and this is by far the most stressful thing I've ever done in my entire life, in my entire career. After every round, I was like breathing out all of my emotion. I was going mad. But I'm so happy, so grateful. I'm super proud of the boys, the full Indian team on LAN. We get to play one more match to play the final. So why not? Let's go all the way.
I think my next question to you is about what you just mentioned, like you've been turned into a new IGL 1.5 months ago. कुछ साल पहले की बात है, Valorant इंडिया में स्टार्ट हो रहा था, मैं अपना पहला टूर्नामेंट कर रहा था, आप वहाँ पे थे, and you were one of the fresh faces. तो आपकी जर्नी जानना चाहूँगा with the OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia over the years and your transition from being who people used to call a prodigy to now being a veteran who's leading a team of fresh faces. ये experience और ये journey आपकी कैसी रही है?
It's been good. When I came into the scene, I was the young talent. I was the shooter of the team, and I had my golden times. And the last 2 years, again, have not been very easy for me. My performance dipped a lot. I had a lot of things going on, and I'm 24. I wouldn't call myself a veteran, but unfortunately, with the kids I play around with, I look like an oldie. So I think but it's been amazing. Like even when I used to work with Anti before, he used to always tell me you have a potential to be an IGL. And I always found it interesting because I love to be a leader. I love to be an IGL. I love to basically just talk to my teammates, create good bonds. So because of that, I think those things help, and I'm really happy that. See, I don't think I'm really amazing. Even now, I feel like, oh my god, मैंने क्या call दिया? I'm so noob. Okay, please. Okay, whatever. So I don't think that, but I think today might have been really nice from me and the whole team. These guys helped me call like some things I have never called before because these guys give me confidence. Trini बोलता है मुझे इधर भेजो, so I'm like okay तू जाएगा आज जा, you go, you do what you want. So I'm happy that these guys spoke up. Even we swapped roles, me and Kohli. That's because I was not very comfortable being isolated from the team, my style of IGLing.
Okay.
So I wanted to be more involved with initiator roles and stuff like that, and it turned out pretty well. So I'm really happy. And full Indian team on LAN at the start of the season, I don't think anyone would have thought that.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Agreed with that fact. I have one question for you, RVK.
Yeah.
तो जैसे कि आपने बताया, despite you are still young, but आपके आसपास जो players हैं वो काफी ज़्यादा young है. अब ये इस टीम के लिए DXC के लिए gonna be a LAN. अब क्या चल रहा है जहन में? क्योंकि अभी तक तो आप अपने घर पे थे, अभी comfortable zone में थे, but LAN के ऊपर जाके do you think कि क्या वो nerves control कर सकती है आपकी team, especially you and your team?
Yeah. This year has been the year of underdogs. If you look at anything, football, cricket, everything in this thing.
Yeah.
And these kids are probably the only. I'm very surprised because they don't feel nerves. They feel nerves in ways where they'll communicate too much or they'll start shooting into the air. I don't know, bullets flying everywhere. But they don't get scared. They're not scared mentally.
Okay.
Mentally, they're always up for the task. So LAN is a very different ball game. Again, SATUL and VLT are two strong teams, but LAN is anyone's ball game. Once you're on that stage, once you're facing each other, that's where you win mentally, and I'm going to make sure my team is prepared mentally for that, and we're just going to enjoy and play the LAN because, like I said, start of the season, me, DC, Niku, no team. These two people didn't even play Val. Now we have qualified for the LAN, so we're just enjoying our journey, and I'm really glad to do this with all of you.
I think ये आपके teammates बाजू में सुन के थोड़ा सा आंसू मेरे को दिख रहा है गिर रहे हैं but ये LAN वाली speech अब आपको घूम के देनी पड़ेगी RVK. Thank you so much for joining us for this lovely
Thank you so
interview.
much,
Congratulations on the win and
Thank
अब
you.
आपसे मुलाकात होगी LAN पे.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much
See you
for
in
joining
Delhi.
us and
Thank you so much,
yeah,
guys. Have
see
a
you
nice day.
in
Yeah?
Delhi.
Thank you.
Great person indeed. One thing that is pretty much out there is he's just 24 but still called a veteran. Because he has been playing Valorant since the initial days and where he was called a Sheriff Demon. But now he has become an IGL Demon. Because just being a new IGL, making and carrying his team to the lower finale is no joke, Shadow.
For sure, and definitely beating the team which won the split 2 itself was not an easy job, and RVK was also speaking that it was one of the toughest matchup he had to face, but finally coming on victorious. I'm sure the entire team of .exe today they have won many hearts because the kind of performance which they were bringing on the table, I'm sure they're going to impress everyone with their performance on the LAN also.
Now we are talking about LAN, the journey is not over because lower final and the grand final will be played on the LAN stage in Gurgaon. So make sure you visit the venue on 12th and 13th of July. Book your tickets, book the arena, book the region wherever possible because this Valorant action is something you definitely don't want to miss because the winner team will make it to the grand final and the international stage of Ascension. But this is all for the online stages. Today is the day we conclude the online phase and we'll await with the teams for the LAN finale. This is Fathers with Shadow signing off.
What's this?